Have my prime, sir.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed.
Hello, Chatto! It is Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we have fucked it. We're out of the Champions League yet again. I mostly blame goalkeepers and Atletico Madrid having a 7'8" striker that is unstoppable. It's basically like having Erling Haaland on Erling Haaland's shoulders. But enough about that. The intake was gash. We have 2 Polish teams still left in Europe, 1 in the Europa, 1 in the Conference League. They're both going to win them all. And that is coming up today on Building a Nation with Polish... No! It was stumbling for a while. I think we can all admit it was like that meme of the guy falling over for like 30 seconds straight on that ice. Eventually, yeah. I like the Twitch has censored you there, Sam, for absolutely no reason. It's like, how dare they attack our precious streamer? With Polish Krakow, do you know what it was? It's because the word Malta appeared in my head. again. It's crazy how we are that far removed from the Malta save, and yet for some reason I still keep wanting to say Sirens of Malta, and I wonder if it's just because it fits so perfectly. Literally, I was running through every hurdle, managed to somehow stay on my feet, and then the last one, I just went, fuck it. No point. Dear, I'm sorry, Andrew. If it makes you feel better, no, I don't know what I can do.
You've been on Poland for so long, but you've never been polished. That's
true. I've never been Right, Mr. Sheen. Jesus Christ. Thank you, James and Kathy. How are you both? I did see your DM on Discord, by the way. I'm sorry to those of you that haven't responded to Discord DMs. I realize how much that's like backed up now. I think I actually haven't responded for AJ for like a month, so I'm so sorry about that. Literally, it's all on my to-do list, and then I just keep finding new things to add onto my to-do list that bump things down slightly, and then they just never quite get done. Yesterday, I was supposed to actually start editing the Ely thing, and I got as far as putting some clips in a timeline because I didn't start until 4:45. Good stuff. Good stuff. Backfirst, thank you very much for the 61 months as well. I'm going to have a sip of drink. Yeah, it was literally nearly 2 years ago. And yet, here we are. I think it's just very satisfying to say, coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, Wisła Kraków requires my brain to like think of words that I wouldn't normally say.
You tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it didn't really matter.
Wait, was that 2
unless
resubs?
You predicted the outcome.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Postcode snuck in there. Thank you very much for the 26 months. I got confused for a moment there. I'm so sorry. Polish side Wisła Kraków. I could, but at that point, as you could probably tell, I'd kind of been stumbling for about the first. I had too many things to say. What it was is that I realized that I didn't have anything actually fully planned. Oh, that was a lot of no's. Until I got to quite literally the last part. With Building a Nation with MTK one worked the best because it was super easy to say because it's just MTK and it was another activity and that was the intro. And also, Arturjix, thank you very much for the follow. I don't think I didn't see that. Pakers15, thank you very much for the 2 months during the intro as well. And Brody as well with the 28 in there too. I believe that was all of them. Yes, love to see it. And breathe. Now, fun fact, unlike last stream, my heart rate isn't 1,000. Heat really does be affecting me in a nasty way. We're at a nice stable amount today, whereas I checked my watch after stream. My heart rate for the first 2 hours of Tuesday stream averaged 130. That's like zone 2. I was getting a proper aerobic workout just by being here. Whereas today, we're absolutely fine. That's just, Tuesday was an absolute average. That was the average heart rate for the first 2 hours of stream. Genuinely. It was unreal. Couldn't believe it. It's a lot cooler today, which definitely helps. And I'm in a fucking great mood.
Your intro was similar to Newcastle. Almost got there, but then fucked it and lost your mind to the better team. The Newcastle relegation army.
They have got a manager. That's the thing that's happened that I'm aware of because I saw it in my briefing this morning. James, thank you very much for the 68 months. So what did you do to your shoulder? Since we're discussing shoulder injuries, what did you do to your shoulder? Thank you, Harvey. I put some extra conditioner in my hair today and it's actually sat quite nicely. I've realised that since I added vitamin C tablet thingies back into my repertoire again, it's made my hair really silky smooth, which is quite nice. On the shoulder press. Yes. I did the same fucking thing. So that was fun. Yeah, no, to be fair, it's been playing for a while. It's there. Just below where, almost like I think we're a rotator cuff. I think it's like, it's been getting worse lately and I feel it kind of popping and cracking sometimes. I've got a bit of a dodgy left shoulder as it is. Ever since I had that injury from where I fell in that rabbit hole. This is going to sound like a cartoon character, I realise. But ever since I fell in that rabbit hole during that race a few years ago, my left side of like shoulder, back and everything over here has not been quite right. Not had an embarrassing pre-season loss. I mean, Fulham did lose to Norwich City. It's not completely, that's Nathan Allen's boys, but it could have been better, I suppose, right? Oh, I bet you will, Half. How are you, man? Hello, Rob. A schedule, that's awesome. Getting a schedule is great. Popping and cracking. No snapping, unfortunately, no. A distinct lack of cereal in the shoulders, it would seem. I'm thinking of probably, Paul reckons I should, because I saw this physio guy back in 2023 when I popped that joint in my back out. And bro was a genius. I think he was a physio at Palace and Charlton, and he has an office back in Essex where I used to live. So I'm thinking I might just make an appointment there again because he was a godsend. So I wonder if he could at least tell me what's going on with it, so I can figure out exactly how to go around it. But it really tweaked nastily when I was doing shoulder presses yesterday, and even though I tried to change my form slightly to try to mitigate it, it was like no. Right, fantasy points. this is they. Where we currently stand, we do now have actually a full one on there. Tomac, 10 points out in front right now. Paxi, though, huge game from him. Up 51 spots technically, because I think it was a brand new entry to the leaderboard as well. So we'll see how that one goes as well. Right, back on for me. Oh, put my shoulder. Oh my God, yeah. Well, this is why when you see like a dislocated shoulder with footballers and stuff, or it can be a simple little thing they pop back in, but it's the ligament damage that it does all around it, right? Get a massage, yeah. Can't anymore. Shut down. Things you hate to see. Oh, it sounds like a nutter. That's perfect. Like how Yasli has a reputation for being driven and obsessive. Like how he favours a front foot style of football full of running and pressing. Unlike how he's a dervish on the touchline. In your face and aggressive. All of this signals that while one right... Oh, hang on. While one right might be trying to back up, I'm just a huge fan of a manager being described as a dervish. But exactly, John. Why would you not... I'm convinced that the word dervish is never used on its own. It can only ever be accompanied by whirling dervish. Oh, is it Yasla? That would make sense. I haven't actually heard it said out loud until... Well, I still haven't, technically. I'm excellent, Smogfather, honestly. I'm having the best day so far. I mean, that I just mean that like I'm in a fantastic mood. I got a proper runner's high for the first time in ages. It was gorgeous out there, and I just felt so fucking good. And it was lovely. And now I'm back here. It was just, I don't know, just a blessed day. And hopefully it's going to be a blessed day for Glove Island and 2 Polish sides winning European trophies. Right? Can't go wrong with that. I mean, ultimately, what we need, though, we need to wait for the video that everyone loves every year where the players come out and pronounce their names. It's like an hour and a half long in front of a green screen. And I'll be honest with you, I have watched the entire things the last couple of years. Pop mine twice, that's like a possible rotor. It does feel like that's, from what I've looked up in Leprechaun, that does sound like exactly where the issue is. Because I notice it, I don't always notice it when I'm actually doing like lifting and stuff. But sometimes it's just random movements, I'll tweak it and it feels a bit odd. So yeah, I'm sure there's things I can do about it, obviously. But I will have to probably, I might just go and see the physio guy because it can't hurt. Because he'll probably be able to tell me for sure anyway. And maybe give me some things I can do to help it, basically. Because it's like, it's always my left side. It's fucking annoying, man. Before I do anything else and show you anything else, because we're literally on the same day as last stream with our absolutely dog water youth intake. I'll move to the left so you can see the glory of the youth intake. There it is. Look at all the glory. No, I mean, to be fair, physio was so good last time. I had a half an hour session with him. I told him exactly where the pain was, and he went, facet joint. Showed me on the big skeleton thing he's got. He's like, right, lay down. Pressed around my back for a little bit, and it goes, right, just hold there for a second. Went like that, and I felt this sudden like, oh, it was like when you crack your back, but like way more. And then he was like, right, we've still got 15 minutes left. Do you want some acupuncture? And I was like, yes, why not? So literally, I just laid there while he was doing some acupuncture on my back while we were just talking about football. It was fantastic. Would highly recommend him. I looked him up last night to see if he was still in business there. He has still got a 100% 5-star rating on Google, which is ridiculous, frankly. So yeah, I can see why he's as good as he is, frankly. Kept changing to pronounce that name for a laugh. That's a great... I reckon if you have a slightly off-kilter name that's like difficult to pronounce for English speakers, I reckon this is really good for like a Scandi name, potentially, with lots of different letters in it and things. Like someone like Nurgård, perhaps, could throw a few of those things out there. I'd love to just change it all the time. Yeah, you could have Solskjaer, you could throw all sorts of Solskjaer, perhaps even. I think I've run out already, in fact, but throw in an extra accent there. Why not, eh? Hello, Mushroom Man. Don't worry, it is still on my list. I have on my to-do list, clean out flask and ship for Mushroom Man. I promise it's on there. I feel bad every time. A fake pronunciation. True, yeah. A 6'6" Finn. Oh. Peik Puti. Hang on. I realise that Finns are going to be annoying because I don't know how to say Finnish names properly. It's the Peik Puti. Hang on. Oh, there's a double. There's a second I, Mr. President. Putiainen. I feel like he probably is just Putiainen, isn't it? But either way, there's a load of extra vowels that it would make a lovely Christmas present. When's your birthday, Mushroom Man? Better be April. Oh dear, we're getting a lot of youth intakes with Maltese players in these days, which is good. And honestly, from what Hadrian said, yeah, actually, Hadrian noticed this on the VOD. He probably is the best of the bunch in terms of actual attributes wise. I'm so excited for the idea of Montperuzzi as the manager for the next save, the idea of us getting a guy from St. Martin because of it. Interesting people. I've never met a Finn that I know of, honestly. it's one of my big regrets in life. I was really, for a while when I was a lot younger, I really liked Finland for some reason. I even tried learning several songs in Finnish by a band called Uniklubi, I believe they were called, and various other things. I knew way more about Finnish football. Like, other than England, I knew way more about Finnish football than I did about any other European league. It was very strange. This is back in the days when teams like Tampere United and there was a team called AC Vantaa, who were, I think, probably all liquidated sides now, but they were like up there as well. It was very strange times. Yeah, he'll stick around. He's... What's this? Well, obviously, it should be cold. It's Finland, right? It's not going to be a warm milk, is she? Come on now. Hello, J-Tux. Your braces put on as of 5 minutes ago. How do you feel? I imagine eating is... I don't know, because I've never had braces. Is it quite difficult to eat initially? Or do you have to sort of relearn how to do things a little bit in the sense that, like, your mouth is going to feel quite awkward, I guess? Now, I wanted to just look up for Jesse because he's a body for the time being and he wants to look at the English leagues. Because, to be fair, we're far enough into the season that there's likely to be some fun shit going on. Liverpool are winning the league. Okay, cool. Right. Arsenal are 9th, which is surprising. Southampton are getting better, annoyingly. Watford have fallen off a little bit. The gap, though, between the haves and have-nots is happening again. Before they fly off on internationals, they help in recovery. I don't actually know. I've been doing it after league matches and stuff. Dissolved in 2013, yeah. So this is, we're talking about, like, maybe 2005 is when I would have been there. Yeah, Oxford have been potentially on the slide, in fact. Their last few seasons have been... let's see. So ever since their promotion, they've been going better. Year after year, they've steadily improved under Gary Rowett here. So there's that. Recruitment focus is. So basically, the best way, I mean, I'll show you how to do it, but there's actually a video that basically explains it better, and that's Iron Owl's one. And I think !RF should still lead you to a video about it. It's from FM24, but the same logic applies. But I'll show you anyway. That way you can ask questions about it specifically. But I believe that video is what I'm essentially using. Oh, James is in chat. Literally, it's perfect. But basically, the gist, although James does it slightly differently to what I do, and his one is going to be more effective, I'm just lazy. Basically. Oh yeah, the save's not ending, just the, different James this time, yeah. I've once again, this time I didn't confuse you. I get confused with your Steam name, James, though. Area 51 idea. What was the Area 51 idea? I feel like that's something that my brain should remember. Oh, the Area 50, yes, sorry, you mean Laugh's one. I'm unsure. It does still find players, but I'm not sure it's finding anybody that the recruitment focus, the Iron Owl ones don't. But I feel like it's a nice addition to have, I guess, right? I love the idea of Area 51. That's a great shout. So basically, what you do with Iron Owl's ones is you want to be setting up, I usually use 4. So basically, I'll show you these ones individually because you can map them off this. So what it is any position or whatever. You then set it to an age bracket. So I have one for 16, one for 17, one for 18. So for 16, it's 15 to 16, 17 is 16 to 17, and 18 is 17 to 18. Then you name it whatever you want, but I use those names. Then you set the minimum current ability to the max grey star, so you usually have to knock it down a few to get to it. And then I usually leave that at 3.5 or whatever. Auto assign scouts, it doesn't matter. I set mine to ongoing, but that's not actually the optimal way to do it. I'm just lazy. And then make sure that you untick this box here that says include results from other focuses. Otherwise, you'll have you get too much like homogeneity in it and you get the same players in all of them. And then you do that for each of those 3 age brackets. Then the last one is this one here, which is the same thing, except this one covers the entire age bracket and it's sort of designed to pick up any ones that the others miss. And it does seem to, weirdly. So I would say it's been pretty fucking effective when we first turned it on. We've not really found anyone goated with it since then, but that might just be because we found the very best guys initially. But the players that we did find with it so far, there was, I think, 3 of them. One of them's already joined us, and he's insanely good. Where is he? This guy. Dimitar Volkanov. He was one of the players that we found when we tried it at the start of the season. He's a 6'7" Bulgarian teenager who, I mean, he's just the dream, isn't he, really? If he could just get a little bit faster. Yeah. Now, what James does is and also one thing you want to do is make sure you're scouting the in progress bits too. James is one he doesn't, I think you set them to high priority, right? And then you just keep restarting them. I find it's easier with me, at least, in this to do ongoing, just because that way I don't have to micromanage them as much. But I'm still hoping Bro can get to 6 for 8. If there's anyone that's got a chance of getting it, it's him, basically. He's not going to get any higher jumping reach. But in addition, it also found us, we'll go back to the English leagues in a second as well, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. We have found I believe this guy here, Thomas Gulbrandsen, who I haven't decided whether I want to sign him yet. Probably in the summer I will do, though. He was another one it found. It found this guy, Alexander Kozlenko, Ukrainian striker, at a somewhat unfancied side. But there was one really interesting player. This guy here. Fitsanurak Senluang, a 16-year-old, or at the time he was 15-year-old, Thai player. And I just would not have... Yeah, it just found these guys for us pretty much straight away, which was so sick. When my doctor was going through some do's and don'ts with the shoulder thing, he literally said, oh, heat pack recommended, burning yourself not recommended. Agreed. We've got this cool, it's like a heat pack that's also an ice pack. So you can put it in the microwave or the freezer, and it basically does the same thing. So it just kind of doubles up, which is quite useful. This was James's recruitment focuses. So basically these recruitment focuses that we have running in the background at all times. The iron out methods, essentially. Yeah, we haven't had a good Thai guy for a while, basically. So it's decent. Already know a crap. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Something I should do more of. In fairness, right now, you can see we've actually only got 12 guys on the scout priority list, which means that anyone we do look at right now, we're going to find out pretty much everything about them almost immediately. Now, that will change when the summer comes around and we do some mad shit, obviously, but we're kind of keeping our options open at the time being, mostly because the team reports have been a bit mid lately, although there's a couple of guys in there potentially. There's Danadu, like that. Tiger, have you got a better one? I bet you do. Fuck's sake. I forgot about this. Oh god. Still trying to sample. We're still going after it. We're going after Pitark. We're doing bits. It's great. A Vanuatuan superstar. Right. So that's awesome. Firstly, I found a Vanuatuan guy who was a 5-star PA player when I was doing a test save for a scouting tutorial I was making. When I did the first video, I believe it was, about transfer room in, before I discovered how to make it work really, really well, but I'd made it work pretty damn well at that point. In my first test for that, I found a Vanuatuan dude. It was unreal. And it's annoying because it wasn't a save I was using for anything other than for this test file to show people how to use that feature. I was gutted because I need to go back one day and actually lose FMRTE on that and see if it was actually any good or not. Great Big Net. If you want to know about Great Big Net, it's a bit tougher to explain, but basically, if you do !LAF in chat, it will take you to a video about that as well. Basically, it's quite literally, it's almost what it says on the tin. It's a recruitment focus that basically goes after 51 different regions all at the same time with loads of scouts assigned to it as a giant net to pick up anyone. It definitely does work as well, for sure. It's just another feather in the bow, so to speak. The thing I like about recruitment focuses, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is that at least they do sort of run autonomously in the background for the most part. They're just sort of there. You don't have to, like, baby them as much if you don't want to anyway. Yeah, I want to see your Vanuatu and Messi for sure. Right, back to England, just so I can quickly catch Jesse up on what was Guan in there. And Championship. Oh, okay. Looks like Forest and Fulham are heading back. Oh, that's kind of sucky. I was hoping Reading were going to do better. They were top of the league at one point, and they would have been a more interesting team to get promoted. It looks like Lorient are heading down. Hello, Lord Justinian. How are you, my friend? Return F27. You'd love to see it. That'd be good. I'd be glad to have you back in terms of content, man. And in general. AI Rare better. Oh. Solid League aside, helped to... Oh, my days. What makes this worse is obviously that you with your amateur Tongan side have just held Real Betis. It's the fact that it wasn't like they completely hammered you. Like, obviously, you got a little bit of good goalkeeping. How did you do that, by the way? But you actually had chances too, right? Alan wants to stay. To be fair, he changed his mind almost immediately, which is... He changed his mind the second we went out of the Champions League, which is really strange, because I'd have thought that was the reason to stick around, but fine. Sucks to be him, I guess. It's actually League One where things start to get a bit more fun, because the last time I looked, it was Aldershot and Stockport that were... Bloody hell! Wait, hang on. Stockport are in the Championship, aren't they? Yeah, my bad. League One. Aldershot are top of League One. And Dagenham and Redbridge are directly behind them, with Swindon in there as well. Okay, lads. Dagenham and Redbridge apparently don't want to get promoted. They just want to draw every game. Yeah, Filed up there as well. Daggers, to be fair, have been in the Championship already. They were actually in the Championship last season, so they've already had that little... Torquay as well, cutting about here. Boreham Wood. What if they sold that guy yet? That's... It's nice to see things are actually happening in this, whereas they don't normally. I'd be very curious to see what sort of stuff happens in the English leagues in my other save, because considering I've got the 9th tier switched on, there's loads more room for variety and stuff. Jacob John. I'm convinced the guy that I had was also called Jacob John. I don't think he was. What club did this guy come from originally? Or because obviously College 975 is Gibraltar, right? I'd be curious. It's probably the same club, let's be honest, right? Drop down the most. 17 draws. Wow. They're running that Thetford Town. But to be fair, Wimbledon also have 17 draws. But there was a team in the Polish league, which obviously way less games, a couple of years ago. I think Cracovia or Lega got 19 draws or some bollocks. They barely lost a game. They just barely won a game at the same time. Oh, Salernitana, as in the Italian side. Oh. Or is that like a lower league side? Either way, that's cool. Right. McDonald's top of League 2. Millwall down there. Wigan, they're heading down. So actually, that's probably why he's quite good, because he's got Italian youth rating. The reason I was so surprised at the guy I found is because he was actually at a Vanuatuan side, which makes the likelihood of him being good just impossible, basically. Maybe he wasn't even that good. I just had bad scouts, to be honest. I'll have to go and check that properly. Yeah, we're going to heading out of the Football League as things stand, sadly. Anyone else that's kind of funny? Wilston, up in nearly in the playoff spots, too. There are a couple of sides that you're expected to see higher up that are even further down here as well. With Vanuatu as well. We just signed for Mitty. Oh, I see. So he was a Vanuatu initially, but then... Right, okay, got it, yeah. Crawley top of the National League with Cheltenham, Gateshead, Buxton, Oldham, on the moon, of course. Scarborough, Yeovil at the very bottom here. Newport County struggling to survive in the 5th tier. But I know for a fact there's a couple of teams in even these ones. So Carlisle and Northampton, for example, both in the National League North. We've got anyone else further down. Usually once it gets to this point, they don't tend to fall much further than that, because the teams down here are really bad. They almost exclusively have grayed out players at this stage, so they tend not to have any ability to do... They're still better than they used to be, though. There was a time, if you remember on Outcast to Icons, where the English 6th tier was basically just... that was it Barwell that got like 1 point in an entire season? There you go, the Taunton method. Having a Waterlooville, Bath, Dorking, Oxford, Truro, Forest Green actually down in National League South. Sutton smashing it, in fairness. Yeah, Hemel in National League North is quite funny to me. Just distinct lack of Ely City. They are but 3 divisions away. I'll get them there eventually, maybe. Or, I mean, I better get them to at least National League South, because if I don't, I'm going to be running 70 kilometres. So, yeah. The less said about that, the better. Right. So, yes, that's good. If you missed it last stream, this game here is possibly one of the most frustrating football matches I've ever watched in FM. It genuinely made me want to throw my computer out the window. Because we did everything in this game and we just couldn't get... It was very fun. I mean, the recap is literally just going to be me cutting up that game from the Twitch clips. There's nothing I can say that's going to be any better than what actually just watching it was. Still in D2. Do you know what? They probably will be. It'd be funny because you see quite a lot of like movement, but there is always just the occasional side that will not switch. It's like, do you remember during that... I think it was the... No, sorry, there was 2 things. There was the Andorran team that didn't win a game or score a goal all season, but there was also, when we were knocking about latter stages of the Outcast to Icon save, we found that team that had finished 16th like 12 years in a row, every single season. They just could not finish 16th. So yeah, Walsall are still in League 2. Have they been out of it in the entire save? Oh, they have. They've got a... Wait, hang on. Yes, they got promoted to League 1, relegated from League 1, but came straight back up again, stayed there for a little bit, and then back down again. Yeah, I would love it if they did make it so that non-playable, or at least view-only leagues did have more managerial changes. That would be quite nice, just so it does keep things a bit more interesting. Actually, a question for those of you that have done more lower league management stuff. I noticed in my first season, obviously, you don't get a lot of gate receipts down in the 9th tier, obviously. But I noticed upon, let's just say hypothetically, I got them promoted to the 8th tier. I've noticed that the gate receipts and matchday revenue are much better in the 8th tier. And... or I just have so little wage budget that it doesn't actually matter. And I usually imagined in the past that you would be just hemorrhaging money when you're down at that level. But it seems that upon promotion, I'm actually managing to make money despite that, which I'm finding very strange. Maybe the game's got a slightly different and more niche balance of like lower league stuff, which is not too bad. I think you're probably right, because the season tickets... Put it this way, I went from earning like, I don't know, £3,000 a month in match day revenue to like 15 grand a month to £20,000 a month in match day revenue. And that is a lot when you consider how much players are being paid down there. Newsflash, it's £20. So it doesn't feel like it's, I was worried that I was just going to keep hemorrhaging money and would have to keep overspending the wage budget, but it looks like it might actually be sustainable. High fan confidence. So this is the weird thing. I thought it was attendances, but my attendances actually initially had dropped, which was really weird. Other than obviously the FA Cup, which is just the boon of all boons. My God, is the FA Cup an absolute godsend. So all those new plastic fans filling up our tiny little stand. Less travel costs. You'd think that, right? But ironically, in this hypothetical promotion, we actually got put in a Midlands league. Which I guess isn't the end of the world. Because to be fair, in the current league that they're in, there is actually some quite large travel days. Because there's some quite sporadic teams in it, in fairness. Right. Obviously, we're going to do a spinny spin for the goalkeeper today, because I actually can't remember what the last league game was, but I can't imagine it went super well. Let me just get the bench sorted as well while we're here. See who's actually available that isn't keeper. So Coffee's back. Volkanov is also back, which is nice. And that'll be good. The others haven't had their draws or anything for that just yet either. Start a club without a stadium. Yeah, so thankfully I did have a stadium at least. In fact, I nearly signed a guy who had the same name as my stadium. He was good as well. It wasn't the only reason I was signing him, but that would have been a nice touch. I also managed to use Transfer Room in at the 8th tier. And I wasn't expecting it to be that useful. Turns out, it's great everywhere. Other teams' debts. So, there used to be, on 24, Saz's skin had a way for us to see clubs' debts because we were very careful with that when joining teams. Hence when we found out that Lukaku had put Union Berlin into like £200 million worth of debt. And had we not noticed that, we may have joined them. But I don't know if FM26 displays that UI-wise, potentially. Yeah, it's a shame. It's the sort of things that would be nice if FM27 would do, maybe, you know, Mike? Just saying. Right, so we did that. I'm just going to switch back to the last league game and see who actually played in that game, because it might be someone staying on, but I don't... Oh, it might be actually. Wait, oh, was it Kim? Doesn't matter. I realised that Kim actually played the last league game, and therefore, with his clean sheet, he's staying in goal. Also, why did I just call him Kim? His name is not Kim, his name is Rim. I can't believe I'm putting him through this. Where's Rimmy boy? Rim? Rimster? Surely he isn't... Oh, he is down here. I like how he's a worse goalkeeper than an enormous amount of outfield players. There is at least a squad and a half's worth of outfield players that the game considers to be better goalkeepers than Rim Kum Song. And for that, it needs a slap, to be honest. That is unbelievable behaviour. Right, since we're back in the league, there's no point in me prioritising players that are older. I'd rather go, like, you think next year type guys, you know? With that in mind... Those guys will be okay. Cool. Leafy, thank you for the 59.
Hey, Matto and Chatter.
Hello.
59 months is crazy. Almost 5 years with the okayest streamer in existence. Pathetic of me, really. I need to touch grass and meet your geese friends. I'm watching a man who watches men run around. Homoerotic, really. Loving the streams like always. Keep it up. Wemp. Make sure to eat your greens so you become big and strong. XOXO stream nana.
You'll be proud of me, Leafy. Pog and I had paprika chicken last night. When I make a homemade like paprika saucy thing, and then just some like roasted garlic rice, but then roasted broccoli and roasted carrots, and I love roasted broccoli so fucking much. So it's like 150 grams of protein with the amount of chicken I had too. Club site. Oh, does it show that now? This is where Saz is to the rescue again. So, club site. Bottom left panel, second dot. But does that actually show debt or balance? Because to me, I mean, that's good. I'm glad we can see this at least. But this is their balance, not their debt. So, for example, they could have 5 million. I mean, they are obviously 5 million in negative, but they could also owe another 10 million pounds potentially that we can't see. But it's better, at least, being able to see that than you could do in the base game. But in 24, there was a way you could actually see their debt stuff, which was really fucking useful when it comes to... You think it's weird that clubs don't get to tell you that information when you're taking a job. You'd think that would be relevant, right? Rim Game C8. You're right, he has. You're absolutely right. He was Grey Stars at one point, wasn't he? Where are we? Progress report. I mean, the game is lying and claiming that he hasn't, but he was definitely Grey Stars. Because I remember someone saying, why have you got a grey star goalkeeper in a game? So 100%. I mean, to be fair, a clean sheet will do that to a man, right? 6.68. I mean, it's not the worst. God, Momba's had a season and a half, hasn't he? Club finances, debt and loan. So, okay, let's just go to Piaskovica. Finances. Wait, no, hang on. Summary. I'm not seeing an option for debt and loan. I can see... I mean, I can't even see their income or expenditure. I mean, I can see their recruitment budget, which is cool. From the drop-down. Which drop-down? There isn't a drop-down as far as I can see. Oh, in here. Because that's our finances, surely, not their finances. Unless that takes us to their stuff. Wait, does that take it to their stuff? Oh my god, you might be right. No, Jason's right. This is... Hang on, let me just check to make sure this is not ours. Or is that ours? No, that is ours. Oh, I actually could totally see the logic there. For a second. Let me just... Yeah, because this up here still technically just means our stuff, doesn't it? In FM24, that would have 100% been right. No, I mean, honestly, that even if you miss it, that still makes complete sense why that could be the case. Because honestly, this stuff should relate to their club, not ours. That's how FM should be. That's one of the things that annoys me the most about 26 is how you have to go digging to find stuff. It's all about immersion in it, right? Drops a save. Nice. Just had a player come and say he. All right. Looks easy for a no. Wow. Let him play for Afghanistan for the fun of having a good player. No, let it happen, man. Also, how's Jens getting on? Or have you already sold him? Right, okay, in that case, Kimmy time, let's go. Make it happen for me, baby. Absolute mess. Oh, shit, not this again. Who's the second one? So, oh, it's still Steinbergen. I keep forgetting how young he is. So, presumably that's because Sharpek's on the bench. Who's coming off then? Probably Paolo, I guess. I'll just leave the random spot there. Starting Segunda Volante. God, that's a name I've missed. I feel like the sort of borification of player roles. I understand why they've done it in 26, but I do miss having fun names for player roles like in the past. Now it's just like, Segunda Volante would just be, I'm a deep box-to-box midfielder. Oh, are you now? But you're not a Segunda Volante, are you? Right, good run lately. We're actually only a few points to go at the top still. But hopefully now that we're actually in charge of matches, that should go in our favour. No? Hello, Stoily. How are you, friend? Oh, fun fact. Do you know how I always get a bit like when someone sends something that might have copyrighted stuff in it? I'm always like, I just can't show it. Do you remember the other day when we watched that signing announcement video on TikTok for, I believe it was Antonio Silva at Bournemouth, might be wrong. That got copyright claimed on the VOD. So I've learned my lesson there. I logged in to get the VOD comments today, and I had this like weird notification in my YouTube dashboard. I was like, oh god, what's this? And it was like, content match. Sorry, who's the Gornik manager? I must know who the Gornik manager is. Who is that lady? There was a pink-haired lady with a bob who just shook hands with Vida Xenia. But it looks like a... I swear that it looked like a lady with pink hair and like a bob. I must know who this is. Oh, by the way, new kits in today. We've got Hadrian's Creations are in today, so we're mixing things up a little bit. New kits for the new us, basically. I hope these have worked, actually. Maybe I need to change the names on them. Go on, Johnny boy. I don't know if the 3D ones have actually gone in, but oh no, they have. I couldn't see for a second there. It could be. It's Oscar Bob. It's very Arsenal looking from a distance, isn't it? Oh yeah, the arm sleeves, of course. It's Vanessa from Accounts. It's someone called Baychan Erzbey. That just looks like a... That might be a new manager, because I don't recall them having a manager by that name, so they may well have changed coaches. A male regen manager? What? Do the male regen managers just look like women then? I mean, hey, it's 2041, right? That is a very... I was going to say, how is that not a foul? Fake FM. Yeah, so it got copyright claim because of a copyright-free piece of music that was used in the back of the video, basically. Epidemic Sound, ironically. Of course. Lucas, a drink. Thank you very much for the 2 months. I will have a drink. Right now. I don't have any Lucas then, unfortunately. But if they want to send me some. Yeah, was the whole body type. it looks like it's got the kind of the female body type one, or in like the coach selection screen. Female models very often. Interesting. I want to find out who this person is now. But it's the hair as well. Facing the game managers. Oh, great finish, Montparnasse. I'm guessing... Actually, I don't think there are. Because facing the game definitionally are regens that come through. So there might be some facing the game managers that become managers, but they don't generate as managers, I don't think. And obviously there'll be way less in my save because I only ever got about 20 of them. This is great again from Diabate. Just drops it off to Montparnasse. If it wasn't for Mompa this year, I'm actually not sure where we'd be as far as goal scoring. That's his 24th goal of the season. He is actually the best footballer alive. It's going to be, even when he retires, with how many seasons after that, regardless, I just don't think anyone's going to touch his goal scoring record for us in the league, at least. Male regen person. Right, now I'm very curious to see who this is. You have to remind me after this match to go check that out. Also, the upturn in form of Stefane Diabate since we moved him into the slightly different position has been groundbreaking. It makes a lot of sense now as to why he was struggling a little bit, considering how good his attributes were. Off the bar, he's just completely a new man. And the best thing about it is that Nozadze hasn't seemed to have suffered too much in terms of performance-wise by him shifting into a slightly different position that's more comfortable for him. Like, he can do the Diabate role as well, but he's got way better defensive qualities. Our possession stat here is absolutely insane. This feels like the type of game that Rim might be able to get through another one. Like, because if they don't have a shot or whatever, he's not going to have anything to do, but he will get a good rating still. Oh, that's a naughty one. The away kit in this looks really, really nice as well. Very much beat Gorning. Oh, I checked on that game, but it was 0-0 at the time. That sucks for them. I mean, it's 2-4. Oh, go on. Oh, good save. I like both of them, but I was hoping that Gornik could go a bit further. I mean, which competition is that even in? Like, I've lost track because are all the Polish sides now in Conference League qualifiers, or are there still some that could drop down further? Gets punished in Sim. Yeah. I didn't really think there was any way that we could go around that. Then again, some goalkeepers seem to get punished in the actual match engine, as we saw from Daiki Okamoto. Like, the fact that we play... And I know that obviously as a result of doing the Glove Island thing, like obviously on the recap, we will have people being like, well, you should have just played Okamoto for the second leg against Atletico, and then maybe that other goal wouldn't have gone in. He's made a save. But after what we saw in the first leg, is there any reason to believe that? A great save, though, from Rim. That's actually a decent stop. Well done, lad. How have we not scored a second goal in this first half? This is about as dominant as it could be. Experience fun. Yeah, I actually feel like if I'd have made that same type of decision and concept maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the response would have been very different, because I think I've just changed my brand to be more fun-focused. To the point where I'm like, oh well. Right, okay, good. Radomiak are still chasing us pretty tightly, which, if they could, like, ease off a little bit, because, you know, they've got other things to think about, like, say, winning the Europa Conference League. Although we don't know who they're actually playing in the next round yet. I don't think we do anyway. After they battered Breidablik. I had a look at some of the stats in that Breidablik game. They were quite lucky to win it by as much as they did. I was surprised. They did score 4 corners in their in the 7 goals, which was surprising. Rather than good. I mean, yeah, I'd like to think that, like, I am above average in terms of competency at FM, but only enough to be... I'm good enough at the game to be able to do silly things whilst also maintaining a level of not completely losing every game, I guess. And I'm fine with that. That's about as good as I want to be. Like, I ain't going to take it too seriously. Although I kind of am with the other save. I've been, like, min-maxing things like praising training and keeping track of players' form and things like that. And I've actually been paying attention to promises and everything. Nice little finish there from Al-Shankiti. Be nice if you could get to, like, double digits by the end of the season. Or... alternatively, here's my alternative suggestion, just don't get another injury. I think I just want El Shankiti to finish the season uninjured, frankly, as a sign that he's capable of doing it. That'd be nice. Paying attention to promises. Yeah, because I signed a new striker, and my other 2 strikers, one of them got annoyed at me about it, just as the other one got injured, so I was able to say, hey, don't worry, he's not going to take your place. Luckily, the promise only lasted a week, so I just had to make sure he started 1 more game, and I was all good, which was very strange. Go on, Azazé. Wait, I thought he was alone then. Go on, Georgie. Keep the run going. Maybe drop in your teammate. I feel like he used to score those. Yeah, min-maxing... This is the thing. I'm having to sort of min-max in a different way with the other save, because I'm having to make decisions that I would never make in this save. Like, for example, if I'm losing a game at half-time in the other save, I'm way more likely to make a raft of half-time substitutes. 1, to switch things up, but 2, to then limit my liabilities later down the line. Because a load of half-time substitutes means less running. XGs for individual shots. No, that was all the chalkboard stuff, unfortunately. What you can see on the player stats views, or one of them that I built, is the average XG per shot that a player has, but that's not really useful, is it? Because you're looking for an individual shot. But there used to be that cool feature that you could actually look, you could rewatch individual shots and it would tell you the XG on them. It was such a nice little feature when it came to analysing things. Go on, Christian. Let's have it. Nobody used it, I know, and then I realised how much I actually used it because I'd forgotten that that wasn't what I thought it was, typically. At tanking and funny. Yeah, like, although that being said, we still have had moments where things have been going wrong and I've been like belligerently sticking to the tactic, but I was vindicated in that when we were at Tenerife. That stream when it was going horribly for us and I would not change the tactic, and then the following stream we just started winning because I believed it was just tactical familiarity, pretty much. Praise his training because he expects to do well in training. He's not a perfectionist by any chance, is he? Because there are some players that you just can't. I had a guy who was training at like a 9 level, and I went, right, perfect, this is going to be the first experiment of this. And he went, the hell are you talking about? I think we have different standards. And I'm like, brother, what are we doing here? Like, you're in the 9th tier, calm it. But as it happens, he's training well. So things you like to see. Might make some subbies of my own now, though, since Rim is still doing bits. Oh, well, okay, looks like nobody wants to come on. So in that case, they won't. I'll just bring on anyone who does want to come onto the pitch. You're lost, lads. This does mean me making 2 centre-back substitutes. Okay, I may have to throw someone else on. Maybe go to Carlos on for Monperus. Even though he's actually having a good game for once. And I could have brought on an Eon, actually. What I will do is give Sharpak a run out. For probably Al Shankiti, actually. I feel like he just plays better there. Tracking stats on... That's a good point. It's nice though when like that information was there and then skins could like surface it, I suppose, right? People like play the game mostly on vibes. Yeah, I think it's always good to know what a lot of the min-max things are, because if you ever do get yourself into a bind, it enables you to sort of just min-max for a minute to get yourself out of it potentially. Like with the praising training, praising all that kind of stuff. It does have an impact, albeit only a little bit. But if you do it enough, it is going to give you that little edge that you might need if things start to go a little bit wrong in terms of form. But were it to be happening in this save, I probably wouldn't resort to it just because it would get tedious as hell. Me going, after every single match, going in and praising training, praising performances, but also having to like work out who's not been praised recently, etc. It's a faff. When I'm just sat there with my AirPods in and listen to a podcast not being filmed, technically, I mean, the camera's on, but I'm not filming, then it's fine if I've got all day for it. No, go on, coffee. Oh, it's a good save again. What about the same amount as a penalty, if not more? It's weird though, isn't it? Where you'll see a chance like that represented on the XG graph, but for some reason it didn't count as a highlight. I always find that chances like that tend to be blocked shots from close range. And sometimes the game doesn't register them as being good chances, and I don't know why. This is Patreon regen. I forgot that Gornick have got a Patreon regen up front for them now. It's Go to Hale. Praising Conduct 2 is... That's one I've not even looked into. How would you know to praise their conduct? As in, what is it that is the indicator that their conduct has been good in order for them to be praised? Because obviously you can criticise conduct as well, right? Or is it just that they haven't done anything wrong, I guess? 3 saves here for Rim. He may actually earn himself another appearance, incredibly. Also, we've got a 6-point gap now, which is nice. Serious spreadsheet. No, exactly. Yeah, it's... And I know that there's some things I do that to other people might seem min-maxy, but it's only because I've got it like ingrained in muscle memory, I suppose. Which is fair. Sometimes I do see FM a little bit like the Matrix. It's why sometimes I'll look at a player and I can't explain why I think I like them. There is a reason in there, but my brain has got it so like muscle memory ingrained that I actually can't even explain it sometimes. Sometimes it's obvious. It's like the best example recently would be that goalkeeper, M4. But I think that was a really obvious one where I know that I can be pretty much like 99% sure that the game is undervaluing that guy. And I do want to sign him to see if there's anything to him. Because he must have had some okay PA in order to have even got to the stage that he's at, I feel like. This is going to peter out of nothing, isn't it? Because the highlights already had about 3 different phases to it. Oh, look at the build-up. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Olafemi, that is glorious. That might be one of the best goals we've scored all season. Olafemi, John. This is unreal. We're not going to watch the entire highlight because it starts with us in our own half. But my God. Beautiful. Rim makes the saves. We get the 3-0 win. Love it. I mean, he's definitely making a comeback. If nothing else, he's definitely got some saves in this game. That was a really good performance from us, actually. for a transfer if I stop people leaving. Interesting. Well, just to praise morale in general. Okay. If they haven't been a bad boy. So what team it works is one. Oh, really? Oh, I see. So their conduct is just basically them doing things that are favourable to the club. Okay. I don't know how well that's going to work for me in the 9th tier. There's less sort of, there's less stuff like that where basically where I'm at, players just leave if they want to because they kind of just can. 7.4 rating. I mean, I like how all the subs, Volkanov actually got a really good, both of the subs actually got really good ratings. They were centre-backs. I don't think they would have got them. Maybe they got a clean sheet bonus, I guess, but I'd like to think they wouldn't do, but maybe they do. Right, get rid of that. Into Fantasy FM. I actually set this up yesterday. I knew I was going to be out extremely early for my run today, and I didn't know how long it was going to take. It took me an hour and a half. So I got back, jumped in the shower, jumped straight out, and was basically pretty much straight into stream as it goes. Hello, you know. Yeah, sometimes you see the cut. I mean, I think part of it is just seeing the colours for sure. That's definitely what I do. But then sometimes I misjudge players because I look at the colours and they're going to be in like attributes that actually are not as important, I guess. Sometimes at least, anyway. Right. Superb start. Rimcum Song is going to be in next game too. My guy. Great performance. Still underperformed our XG, as we do. Did you dry yourself? I did. I mean, I was drying my hair, and I just sort of tend to get dry while I'm drying my hair anyway, because, you know, if you're putting leave-in conditioner in, you've got to be drying it straight away, otherwise it's going to go a bit flaky. And then things won't be all silky smooth. Rim is doing a job for us. He 100% is. Raul Marty. Oh, they did drop points. Oh, no, they didn't drop points. They gained them at the end. Marabesi doing business. Also, fun fact. This somehow slips under the radar. Do you remember Ben Brahim? You're going to enjoy this for 2 reasons. One, because you'll see here that he's actually playing for Monaco now and no longer playing for Cracovia. And you might think, fair, that makes sense. Cracovia are crap now, they got relegated, etc. I'm sure they got loads of money for him. The next thing you'll note, though, is that he's moved from Saint Etienne to Monaco, not from Cracovia. Yeah. And do you know what the funniest part is? Ready? Oh, that's amazing. They lost him for free to Saint Etienne, and then a year later he's sold to Monaco for £23 million. Now that is sensational scenes. The fact that they've actually lost money on a player of that quality is just extremely satisfying to see. Oh, magnificent. They did get money on Saba, but they didn't get any money from Ben Brahim. Because I saw him basically playing against Wisła Kraków in that highlight for the game when I was recording it yesterday morning. And I went, oh shit, he's left. They must have got loads of money. And then I looked and he hadn't. Oh, you're right. He is German Scourge, isn't he? He came from Unterhaching, along with people like Stapelfeld and Krauser and the guys. Lovely. Right, let me just do a little resty rest here. Might have a little goalkeeper analysis moment here. It's a great deal for Saint Etienne. Particularly as they're in the Champions League anyway. So it does seem like a strange one for them, but I guess if they can get the money, right? Right. No, not all positions. Goalkeepers. And we want all of them. See if it's changed a great deal of things. I mean, it's certainly not going to have harmed him too much. In terms of, like, points per game, Okimoto has the highest. Kim does have one of the lowest of players that have played multiple matches. He is still fairly low on XG prevented. In fact, he is still the lowest. But it has improved from where it was. It was much lower than this, and now it's merely bad. It still doesn't look great for Malad, unfortunately, though. He's doing all right, though. In fact, only technically 3 goalkeepers have a positive expected goals prevented. One of whom is literally Manuel Hansen. And I can't remember, chat, if we decided that Manuel Hansen was going to step in for today's stream in place of one of the other goalkeepers or not. I actually couldn't remember. Or what the situation with that was. But either way, Manuel, then again, who am I kidding? Chat is going to pick him anyway, aren't they? Speaking of goalkeepers, one's just got injured. Things you hate to see. The dark side of... I mean, yeah. But think of the guys that didn't get to play as much. Nobody ever thinks of those guys, right? It's always about Rimcum Song and Daiki Okimoto and Orlikovsky, but no one ever thinks about Bacino and that Turkish lad who I really valued and who's turned out to be a disaster so far, unfortunately. Which makes me a little bit sad, because I think he was literally our backup goalie last year as well. Hang on, how can Diabate be showing pleasing progress more than he already... Oh my god. A star player for extra class sides at 19. I'm telling you, he's the next Monparoos, but slightly deeper. He is outrageous. He might be one of the best players I've seen since Monparoos in this age bracket, at least. Like, numbers-wise, let me just scroll across so we can have a look at his numbers properly for this year. Ever since I changed his position, I moved him from playing the role in our system that dropped to DM out of possession to being in the central one that stayed as a CM, and it's made him way better because he can't tackle very well. Even though the game says he can play DM, he just isn't very good there. But his output and numbers are just absurdly good. I think he's great. And I think a full season there as well is going to be huge. I wonder if I can actually show you this. Yeah, so basically, wow, we can see all of his matches. I didn't realize you could see all of them. Amazing. So you can see the first half of the season. Obviously, that's all stuff like... Jesus Christ. Thank you very much for the giant me. Jeez, God. I wore those headphones last night for the first time in ages, and I'd forgotten what it felt like having them on my head. It's very strange. Jesus Christ, take it away. So what was this? Oh, that was in the summer. So then we had the friendlies. Then... Wait, what the hell? Wait, all teams, specifically Wisła. I think, yeah, it is last 20 it shows. So you can see here, he was doing okay as a midfield playmaker. But, you know, he would get mid to low 7 sometimes, reasonably okay ratings. Those are obviously some friendlies as well, in fairness. And those are in friendlies. He was playing much worse when it was in competitive. But then we switched him over to playing as a advanced playmaker, and you can see that his average ratings have definitely started to trick in the right direction, even in better games. Obviously, he's had some tough ones against like Atletico and that, but I definitely think it was the right move for him. God, I wish you could see more data. That'd be so sick. Oh, cast a shine for the bombshell. Indeed, and that bombshell was Manuel Hansen all along. Oh. How's hours? Oh, just has it been an hour already? My God, I need to at least get through the other team's European stuff today, so we at least know we have a finish to the European calendar for the Polish sides, which hopefully culminates with them being in a European final. That would be the real dream. Was he not on? Oh, like I said, him on a bigger course. That's fine. Although in fairness, with only one game a week, if not less, it should actually allow us to speed through it quite quickly. Now, I believe they get their next round draws on the 22nd of April. Not April, March. Wait, what? Oh, no, these guys do. Sorry, the other ones already have their draws. But the draw for the quarter-final of this is on the 22nd, yeah. I do worry about what Piast are going to be able to do against Sporting, but then also weirder things have happened. For example, Wisła Kraków knocking out by Leverkusen. That certainly sounds like it. Oh, dear. I'm great. Geez, God, like, genuinely having a fabulous day so far. Dislocated shoulder. Things you don't want to see. See? Shoulder buddies. Once again. Lemaire doing bits. I'll just let him sign up whoever he wants out of those. I will... Did any of them get any updates? I think they'll likely update more once they're actually in properly, but I think that is an indication. Although, I must admit, our under-19 team featuring Polizia, Bellingham, Kukonda, the Robot, Zion. That's not an under-19 team. None of these players are under-19. How are we allowed to even do that? Jude Bellingham is 37 years old. Not great for the youth candidates there. They haven't exactly covered themselves in glory. But I don't entirely blame them at the same time. Right. Anyone down at the bottom here? I think this is likely for the time being, like you're just going to be Patreon regens. And anyone crazy in there as well? Oh, Medina. I know you're on the shortlist. I'm just ignoring anyone who's shortlisted so far because that means that they are either Patreon regens or they're people that we've already kind of earmarked for future transfer potentially. Rangers guy. Lennon Cairns. Wait. Weren't we already looking at a guy from Celtic called Cairns? I think his name was Stevie Cairns, wasn't it? I would quite like to unite the houses. Part of me does quite like the idea of bringing in a Cairns from both Celtic and Rangers. This is where we find out they're actually brothers, but they are, like, split on Glaswegian lines. I'm developing the storyline as we are... Wait. Favorite person. I don't know why I even looked as if that was actually going to be the case. Brothers separated by team. Maybe one parent is a Rangers fan, the other one is a Celtic fan. And they had a massive argument about who got to play for whom. So there's Lennon Cairns and Stevie Cairns. Right, I'm definitely going to add Lennon Cairns to the shortlist because I wouldn't be imposed, even though he's not that good, to conducting an experiment of sorts. I don't know what the experiment would be. We're going to cross rivalries and we're going to fix Fix families. That's what we're out here. We're mending bridges. Okay. Cheers for that, Jack. Oh, Gornick manager. We want to see who the Gornick manager was. So I can see if it's... Yep, that looks just like him. When I see this guy, do you know what I always imagine? A slightly portly woman with a bob cut and slightly pink hair. That's what I picture when I think of Bae-Chan Erzbay. He's my Bae, after all. Well, you're absolutely right. I'd not actually noticed that before, but it might just be because I almost never pay attention to what the other manager looks like in the beginning of matches, but it just threw me slightly. You've candidate signed. Right, so... They usually take a little while if they are going to adjust them slightly, but at most we're going to see maybe like a half a star move in either direction. Loads of people left out, including Sharp. I guess it's not entirely surprising, considering he hasn't played as much lately. That's a good point, actually, because Stefane Montperus and then Stefan... Actually, I don't think it's Stefane Montperus. Isn't his name literally just Stefan? I need to check where the accent lies on him. Because I remember calling him that all the time back in the day, and I think I may have been doing him a disservice. Oh no, it's Stefan. So it's Stefan. So his name's Stefan. Stefan Montperus, and then Stefane Diabate. God, he's got a long way to go to be as good as Montper, hasn't he? Christ. My guy. Wait, is he retired internationally? I don't know. It might say in there, and I'm not unsure. I hope he gets to 100 caps. He deserves it. I remember when he first got that cap for France, and we went, oh, we might actually have a proper baller on our hands here. Oh, dear. They were only born 25 minutes away. Okay. So one was born in Carluke, the other one's born in Airdrie. I see. I mean, maybe the parents moved. Was in the most recent squad. Excellent. I want him to get 100 caps. It feels like a lot of players are like wimping out of getting 100 caps. Oh god, my robot's hurt himself now. Baldacchino's back in the Malta squad though. Never let it be said we're not helping Malta. Classified as siblings. Yes, they can. Well, they could. They certainly could in the past. I actually had siblings in my last save. I think it was the last save, right? It was either Outcast to Icons or it was an FM24 save, basically. There was brothers that came through at Norgeland. It was amazing, and they were listed as brothers in their like favourite personnel profiles. One of them was really good and ended up playing for Bayern. The other one just kind of lulled about in Denmark for a while until we took pity on him and signed him. We are kind of still building Malta. I would love to know what Malta's like world ranking has been like over the course of this save somehow, to see if we've made any difference. So, as far as promises go, we've got Promise Joseph, Promise Musa, Promise Wighorn. Sorry, no, Promise Wigham. Clancy! This is incredible. Promise Wigham, who was poached from Newcastle as well. Oh, wait, please tell me he's a Geordie. Oh, from Darlington. Not quite. Promise Wigwam would have been even better. But Promise Wigham is pretty good. I guess either way you could be a chief, right? Meliga Promise. Promise Tachukwu. Promise Michael. I will. Promise Kelechi. Promise Yahaya. Promise Collins. Promise Collins sounds like someone who would write like fantasy novels. And I'd read them. Promise Ufasi, Promise Bakare, Promise Mndua. And then just straight up Stanley Promise. Wait, hang on. That means Promise is potentially an option. Because it's in the name pool for both first name and last name in Nigeria. Yes! Where's my Promise at, damn it? Stefane. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to show you this, because this is literally going to be like 2,000 people. If not more. Oh, 181 of them. Maybe there's not as many Stefanas as I thought there was. It's the promise of them. It's just, yeah, it's the Stanley Parable, the Stanley Promise. There isn't as many, there's Godo, which is a good name. Stefane Nana. Radu Dragashin. I can't imagine that Radu Dragashin is still playing. Given that, how old is Radu Dragashin in real life? Because we're 16 seasons in now. I'll have 100 points for that one. But I suspect it's very unlikely that he's still playing at this stage after 16 seasons. Even if he was like very, very young. Oh god, more injuries. Including to Sharpek. I mean, I suppose I didn't want El Shankiti to get injured. He plays in real life. Yeah, I mean, is he even really still playing now? Is he coaching? I don't know. So we have like a player lookup thing that people can do to... Oh, that's really bad. To do player lookups. Otherwise we would... Otherwise we'd get distracted and never make any moves. And only I may distract myself, as you know. Jesus, just injuries for days here, isn't it? Ohashi. Another... God damn. I feel like we see way more injuries than we normally would do just because there's so many players on loan and stuff. Legendary Karoo, I think you should do. Lady Manager at a B team. Ooh, maybe. Which tab, or is it going to have gone by now? Shit. I hate this news tab so much. Soshnoviak. Oh, I think it is, yes. I remember seeing something about that when I was looking through some stuff for the Patreon recap, I think. It might be a Patreon region. So if we go to Zagłębie Sosnowiec and then go to their B team. Oh, how do we see that? Because I can't click that, can I? Or can I? Oh, it takes me to the first team. How do I see their staff? Ooh. There must be a way to see their staff, right? Is it under here? Honours, club records, manager history. Like, it feels like it should be something you can do. But if it was news, it should show up, right? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, Leagues in Focus was just the king. Oh, Christ. What would they have even... Was it a cup? No, it's too late for it to be a cup game. There's no way they're still in the cup at this stage, are there? I don't even know how we would even get to their B team. Hello, Dazza. We're just trying to figure out how to look at the B team of another Polish side, but not the actual players, the team itself. Unless the game doesn't distinguish them like that, but they should do B Team League, but we don't know what B Team's league is. We don't know how to find that. That's the problem. Like, that's the first thing. I can click that. Affiliate. Oh, I don't know if they count as affiliates. I don't know if you can even see that. How do we see their affiliates? Is it under transfers? Affiliates. They have an affiliate agreement with Legia? Oh, here we go. Staff. Wait. Hopefully this is... hang on, this should be it. Because this should, in theory, show... Yeah, all the squads. Here we go. Nice. So... Schedule the second team. But even if we see the schedule, I don't know if that's going to... Sort by that. So we've got second team manager is Grzegorz Bąk. Called Binkowska. We sort by name. I'm not seeing a Binkowska. Ah! Different team. Right. That's okay. We can just look up Binkowska. That'll be easier. Or not. There's a head of youth development. There's loads of them, actually. So it's not players, is it? It'll be... Goalkeeping coach. Head of youth development. Head of youth... What the fuck? Okay, now I'm even more confused. Maybe she was a player. Watch it turn out to just be like... These guys here. Ah, it's a female... It's a ladies' team. Right? It's probably the B team of this ladies' team. I'm guessing. Maybe? Also, another indication there about FM. Like, why am I being told about that when there's loads of things that... there you go. Helena Binkowska. That the game could be showing us, but instead it's choosing us to show things like that. Right? This is what I mean when it comes to, like... immersion. It's nice to know that, but I wouldn't mind it doing those things if it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't showing useful things too. So you're actually still at crew, albeit only until the end of next season, but I mean, you've played not as many games this season, but you're up to nearly 460 games as well. Is she your niece? Maybe Vida's been cutting about doing bits, or I guess in this case laying pipe all over Poland, it would seem. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it's little stuff like that, things like that in the past would have been, I would click straight to the news page, it would show up there because it's one of the most recent articles, we'd then click straight into it, and then it would be there because you just click, done. It's actually wild. Right, I mean, Kim's staying in the team, isn't he? I keep calling him Kim. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rimmer. Anyone else that could maybe come into the team today? No, just keep it the same, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although maybe it couldn't hurt. I mean, we'll have to keep Steinberg in, otherwise I won't be able to do anything. But we could bring Volky in for a game. I want to leave Monperus in just because he's having such a great season, and I want to sort of see what numbers he can put up potentially. Do traits help development? Not really, no. A trait is just a thing that can help the player play better, for example, but it's not going to help the development of the player per se. It's more a case of like, you might have a player whose attributes really lend them towards, say they've got really good pace, for example, but their dribbling's not as good, then you can have them like knock ball past opponent and it'll allow them to beat their man. So it can make them a better player, but it's not going to make their like, so in a way, I guess you could argue that it does help their development, but it's not going to give them a higher CA, I guess, is what I'm saying. And you've got to be so careful with traits, because if you change your tactical style, you might be like, well, crap, this guy's now locked into it. So I do quite like blank slatey boys. It's just easier to work with. Oh. Wait, so that's why we were being told about it, potentially, because of Sven's hens. That suddenly does make a little bit more sense now. Shit, I didn't do the Christian Romero lookup. By that, I mean Dragoshin. I suspect that he's not going to be in the database at all, though, because I wouldn't have had keep history after retirement on him, and I imagine that he probably left quite quickly and just kind of disappeared into the ether. But we'll have a look anyway, because you need to check these things. Do we not have a goalkeeper on the bench? I don't believe we do, no. When do you ever need a goalie on the bench, right? I, to this day in 26, have still not had a single goalkeeping injury mid-match. Like, but I think the thing is, there is a lot of improvement for 27, sure. But I feel weirdly optimistic about it. I really do. And I know I have to a certain extent because of copium and whatnot. Wow, okay. But and I know nothing. I have nothing to base this on. I just feel quite good about it. Whenever I talk to Mike, and he obviously doesn't tell me anything because he can't, right? But he just seems really upbeat, more so than before. And I like that, you know? It sort of hints at good things. He's like the canary in the coal mine for us, so to speak, you know? Go on, Johnny boy, take him on. Get us that early lead. Or just go back as well. Oh. Rimkov Song is coming back from injury, yes. He's had a few little smaller injuries this season, but nothing can stop him from guarding the net for us because he is an absolute warrior. He's willing to play through injury if need be. Probably won't be in there. Oh, John's himself. I mean, the things I would want that probably won't be in there would 100% be like the flavor events, where it's like a new mechanic that's like an injury, in the sense that it functions in the same way where it can have an effect on a player, but it can have positive and negative effects. So it's like an event in that player's life that adds to storylines and adds to players' lore a little bit more, but it could also be a positive thing for them as well as a negative. So, for example, you'd have to be careful with what you did, but as long as they kept it basic and vague, you could change them and have packs that add stuff in the same way you could change injuries. So it could be basic things like, you know, birth of their first child perhaps gives them a morale boost, even if things are going badly for the team, for example. Stuff like that. Just little things that give them... Now, you don't have to have it limited to regens, presumably, in order to allow that. But it would just be fun stuff like that. Africa, like, oh yeah, of course. We've had like... also, Pixel Pinner, thank you for the 71 months. I just let that slip by when I didn't mean to. That's wild. But a goalie sent off. Holy shit. I don't think I've seen that in... I actually don't think I've seen a keeper sent off in an FM game that I've been playing in for... ever, maybe? I can't think of a time it's happened in a save of mine, genuinely. Right, I was taking John off, wasn't I? Because unfortunately, Johnny Boy's hurt himself, sadly. I barely even see keepers get yellows. The most famous yellow card I can think of one of my keepers was when Nwusu got a yellow card for handling the ball outside the box. And thus the law was born on him. Ooh, see, didn't need to say that. I mean, to be fair, with a bench of 12, it would be... You think, I mean, maybe you could just put a keeper on the bench, but I always feel like that slot is doing nothing if I have a keeper on the bench, because they're never coming on. So I might as well have an outfielder, because you never know I'm going to need that guy. Managing the remaining leagues. I have never managed in the remaining leagues, no. I've always wanted to. It's the sort of league that is definitely at some point just going to end up getting managed in as part of an Outcast to Icon save. Because, you know, during the last one of my rules, or what I tried to play was like, hey, I've managed in this league before, maybe let's not go back to that one. And obviously since Romania hasn't yet been a part of something like that, eventually it just likely will be. Same with Greece as well. I feel like they'll likely get something like that. So when we do get a chance to do that again, because I really would like to. I had such fun with that. It was a great way of... Oh! Yeah, Nathaniel Nwusu is a slightly different situation, I guess. South Africa about goalie handling outside the box. I did not know. Do tell. I'm going to top it. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you just port it over. Like, I'm porting my other save over to 27. Mostly just because I set a target at the end of the year and I have no choice but to port it over. But I think that'll actually be absolutely fine, to be honest. You both know all the teams and none of the teams. Yes, because it'll be like, I know this team, and then you realise it's not that team. It's a silhouette of a team that used to be that team. Scaramouche, can you do the oh, damn it. I was going to say Fandanchescu, but I stumbled over my words and now it's no longer funny. Love Legend Romania. I used to love signing players on Universitatea Craiova, mostly just because I like saying the name of the club. Who was that other team? There was Universitatea Craiova, Cluj, and one other team that we used to sign loads of players from, and it isn't FCSB, because they were always too expensive. There was another team that we used to get like your Karpanus and your Igor Donuts from. Metaloglobus. Oh, isn't that the theme tune for the wrestler guy that Alterbridge did? We found it. Mute before watching. Oh, I don't know if I can. I think it auto-plays. Oh, no, it comes muted. Okay. I don't know if I can even show. Oh, no, I can't show, obviously, because it'd be copyrighted. We got the goal disallowed. Shit. Right, so he's running through on goal. The keeper says, what the hell? The keeper's just picked the ball up. Farrell Costanza. That was it, yes. But why does... I mean, it's a 2-minute clip. I'm going to need more context. But from what I can see, the keeper just picks the ball up. Why did he do that? Wait, he thought he was in the box? I mean... That's wild. But he's so far out of the box at that point. Player with a history of concussion who was told to sign a waiver saying they wouldn't sue despite the history of concussion. That's not ideal. Yeah, that's really not ideal. I still think concussions aren't taken seriously enough. I mean, they're getting better with it, but still. Was it not offside? Brilliant. Is it the new World Cup offsides that just aren't? They've not had a shot on target yet, but Rim still hasn't conceded yet. Who's doing badly here? Mompa. He's having one of those Mompy games. Just as I said, I'll keep him in the team. He needs to do well. I'm going to throw on Eon. Let's do it. Inject a bit of energy into the team. Al-Shankiti's been bad, but unfortunately Sharpak's injury. There's a few motivated laddies on the bench. Volkanov's actually doing okay. Maybe this is the beginning of him starting to actually put up some ratings. I think I trust them in the second period, honestly. We should be better than these guys. I mean, Brookbet are a decent team, but even so, they're not martyrs, Brookbet, are they? Let's be honest. Clap the referee giving offside? Probably. One of my favourite misanimation glitches was when my favourite misanimation glitch was when, at the FIFA World Cup, when Aaron and I's player volleyed the ball into his own net from outside the area and then ran off clapping to celebrate with the other team. One of the craziest things I've ever seen. But occasionally you do see a player running along clapping in the middle of the play because it's triggered the wrong animation or something. It's brilliant. Oh, dear. No, yeah, that's the thing. With the box, with the I've confused by the box. I mean, he might have been, but like, at a certain point, like if the line was maybe a couple of feet outside of where the box line would usually be, then I could kind of give him... Oh, God. Okay, so that's not gone well. Volkanov, just as I was praising his performance in this game, has just gone and got himself sent off. That is the kind of energy I want him to bring to the team. Just not so much the being red carded part of it, you know? Right, move you to the middle. You to the middle. And I guess you're just staying like that then. It's good to have a proper Bulgarian bruiser that's going to just murder people at will. I guess that was a light murdering, obviously. It was 2 yellows. It wasn't like a full-blooded, first degree. That was manslaughter, let's say. Whatever the Bulgarian word for manslaughter is. I've just put Al-Shankiti at centre-back. You're right. I didn't actually take him out. I moved him there and then just didn't remove him. Cool. But maybe he deserves to play there as punishment for getting injured. Although he'd just find a way to dislocate another shoulder, wouldn't he? Or that's just the strategy we've needed this entire time. I mean, luckily, Jagiellonia are also dropping points at home to Lechia, so it's not actually the end of the world if we were to... I love that he wants to go defensive here. It might have been an L. I mean, he certainly pulled him down, that's for sure. I like that, though. I think we've been missing a defender with a little bit of bite like that in our team. Oh, good God. Wait, hang on. They've got their own mana, although I guess this is Mania. Got that double N. Uh-oh. I'll be honest with you, Rim is kind of cooking here. That is an unbelievable close range stop from Rim Kum Song. Off the foot from the last defender there. Brilliant goalkeeping. If he keeps a clean sheet, that was probably not 0.4. It was a big chance, basically. Opposition instructions, generally not in this save. I mean, they do exist in my tactics, but I have it set so that my assistant basically just does what he wants with them. Because I think you can get stuff out of them. And I do use them occasionally, but just rarely ever in this specific save, because usually we're dominant enough that you don't need to worry about it. If it's a lot more of a 50-50 shot, what I would do is often at half-time, I'll look at the pass map of the other team, and if there's one player that's potentially everything's kind of going through, it's usually a central midfielder or an attacking midfielder, occasionally a DM. I will type mark them a little bit more. But other than that, I tend not to touch them too much, to be honest. I find that often it can overcomplicate things, and you actually find that you end up dragging players out of position sometimes. Feels like it's -2. God, I mean, it's 25 in here apparently, but I don't think it actually is. I am breezy chilly right now. It's like, I was actually a little bit cold in bed last night, which was a very strange scenario for me, and I haven't experienced it for quite some time. It was very pleasant. I do think we might end up conceding off of this somehow, unless... Yeah, okay, so that one, that has gone in. Not really a lot that Rim Come Song can do about that one. It's fine. It'll be okay. That's why we have a lead of the league. For exactly moments like this. Right, I probably should make some other subs too, because other people are getting... You're apprehensive. No, Stefane, don't do that. We'll bring on Cabezas. And then we'll bring on... Oh, he's actually been really bad since he came on, but I don't really have a choice. My robot's hurt still, isn't he, really? I shouldn't have put him on the bench. Fuck, I'll bring Policia on deeper. And then who's left? Janishits? Santel? No, Santel's not registered. Fuck it, we'll do Janishits. Or not, because I already made... Oh, yeah, because of the injury, didn't I? Oh, he was suspended. Yeah, sorry. Got confused. I was like, why have I got less players? It's because we don't have as many players as they do. Rim has still not been that bad in this game. There is an opportunity that if he was to pull up like a 6.8, potentially he could keep his place. But I think he'd need to make another save for that, and I do not know if that's going to be likely at this stage. Hello, Pog. Just the man I was looking for. How are you, love? Okay. Congestion part of the new issue. Wait, when does that happen? It's been such a long time since I've managed in Norway. The congestion part of the Irish edition used to really do my fruit in. We would get absolutely cooked by it. It's okay, Poggy. It was nice to at least talk to you before you went to work today. Did you take a packed lunch? Because I saw your packed lunchy thing was still opened, as it were. We're still going to be unlucky to lose this game. Like, it's not for the want of trying in the end. That's frustrating. We actually got a lot better after those subs, but it is a defeat. And it is, unfortunately, the end, not the end of the road. I mean, the temporary end of the road for fucking Jesus Christ. Rim Cum Song. I think it was actually less offensive when I was calling him the Cum Sock to this now. I just can't stop. I keep thinking his name is Kim. Okay. And we'll whack those points in there. Not that there was likely to be a lot of them, I suspect. Wait, hang on. Oh, there was actually a couple of okay ratings in this game. Just no goals. 7 games and 1 cup game so far. Okay, that's, yeah, fair enough. It's one of the things I wasn't expecting or haven't been used to is when you jump straight into like English non-league and August, it's just like, hey, here's 2 games a week. Oh, and there's cup games as well. Enjoy the FA Trophy Vase Milkshake, whatever the hell it's called. No clean sheet. Presumably no player of the match award either. I imagine Driss Larache got that in the end, didn't he? Oh no, their goalie did. Of course he did. Why can't my goalkeeper do that? By that I mean make saves. Right, nice. And... we didn't... Oh, Dominic did win. The gap's still only 4 points. Rum comes... Do you know what? It's probably in the list of things that he will eventually get called by me at some point. Particularly when he makes an error. Not that he did today, to be fair. He did actually make a great save. But you need him to bail you out those other moments, and he couldn't do it. But it's okay, because it means someone else will get a chance. I'm hoping it's going to be one of the guys with 1 game this season. That would be the dream. Just to let them have an opportunity to play. It's international break next, isn't it? So I don't think I actually need to... When is on it? Yeah, 12 days till Motor Lublin. So in that case, I won't do the resty rest thing or anything like that. I just thought that we had a 4-star youth intake player there. I will just check with the under 19s in case any of them have become not shit. It would appear that they chose not to, unfortunately. They are still all ass. But time could change that. You know, we've got next gen coming up soon as well. So a lot of an opportunity for us to sign a lot of people again. I know how I'd like to do that. Right, now I'll quickly check on Dragoshin, although I think that he's... that's not how you spell his name, Matt. That's certainly not how you spell it either. Dragoshin. Oh, wow! Do you know what? Oh. Wow. That was a roller coaster of a discovery. So firstly, he did leave Tottenham, went to Brentford, and then to Leeds. And I was like, wow, he's a manager. We could sign him and bring him in, and now he's retiring. So he's basically just become a manager, never managed anybody, and then just dipped. Fair enough. Extra preliminary round. Yes. The extra preliminary round was... Actually, it was great. Because money. Getting to play against a 7th tier side away from home who had a big ground. Oh, the money in the FA Cup. I don't believe you can talk a player out of retirement if they're not already sort of under your tutelage, as it was. Wolf gets one over by Leverkusen. Hell yeah. Channeling that Wisła Kraków energy, I see. Finances, I mean, our finances are pretty good. Currently, at least. I mean, they're not as bad as... They were getting quite bad for a little while, but we made some big sales in the summer to sort of balance the books a little bit to survive FFP. So we've got about 160 mil in the bank now, and obviously a huge transfer budget because most of it went onto the transfers in order to get that there in the first place. Oh. It would be good if you could talk players out of retirement that don't even play for you. I do like the idea of that. I just do it randomly. Just going out to random players on the street, be like, are you thinking of retiring? It's like, who are you? I'm the ghost of future retirement. I'm here to tell you that you're making a big mistake. Oh, Mana's suspended. Wait. So Mana and Volkanov are both suspended for the next game. Awesome. You mean round one? Oh, no. Don't be silly. You're not even close to round one. You've got extra preliminary. Then you've got preliminary. First preliminary round, rather. And I believe, I might be wrong about this, FA Cup experts, but there are 4 preliminary rounds. So I think it goes extra preliminary, extra preliminary, first preliminary round, second preliminary round, third preliminary round, fourth preliminary round, first round. You got to get through them teams. Got to find some way to do it. Just think how bad it is with the Coupe de France. Round 1 is essentially round 6, I believe. It's either round 6 or qualifying rounds. That's a good point. You're right. I don't think it's as easy as even that. How does this pyramid work? Preliminary, then 4 qualifying rounds. So it's actually... So actually, Andrew, I was incorrect. Round 1 is actually round 7. I've misled you and I'm sorry. It's crazy. I wonder why. Is it because the FA Cup first round was always like a certain thing and it had X number of teams? And then when more and more teams started to enter, they went, shit. But wouldn't you, if you were smart, just move back that to round 1 and instead of having the 5th, we've suddenly got a 6th round then rather than the quarterfinals or whatever. You just stagger it back. But England were like, no. We can't possibly change our structure here. We are simply going to adjust things around us like this in a way that is extremely useful for nobody and makes no sense, especially for a non-native English speaker or someone who's not familiar with those leagues. Literally, the third round where the Prem teams come in is round 9. As with anything to do with national cups, the French have got it correct. It's the only thing I'll agree to that on, but they very much do have it correct when it comes to national cups, both in terms of the scope of how awesome the Coupe de France is, and also in the way that it is administratively handled, I guess. All of these guys are already on the shortlist. There is a different dude in there, though, but he's at Bayer Leverkusen. Kevin's already joining us. Ribamar. It's a goalie. Hello, goalie. I mean, I like those. Is he a tall boy? I do think we are going to have to get a beanpole. It seems to be the only option. Who's this? Marcelo Oh, hello. Not fully scouted yet, but my guy. And he plays for a team who's going to take me a while to say. I do like their badge, just because those colours do not feel like they should go together. Those team has home advantage. I actually do like that as well. Although, in the Cup, I'm glad it's not happening in England in places because you get a lot more money for playing away from home in the FA Cup, for example, if they've got a bigger stadium, because you get to have 50% of the gate receipts, right? Here we go, FA Cup schedule. So yeah, there you go. Extra preliminary round, 8 and 9. And obviously anything below that if there's space. Look at the amount of them. So this is where I've been entering in my other save. Needless to say, actually, to be fair, did manage to... Wait, first round? Oh, qualify. Yeah, I did manage to get there, actually, in fairness. Which is how I ended up facing Billericay. And got absolutely... I won't tell you, actually. Tahitian clubs win the Champions League? No. Unfortunately, there's rules that prohibit sides from overseas territories outside of UEFA from competing in it, I believe. I think so. I did think about a save where I tried to win a European trophy without playing in Europe, but... One, the FM doesn't have the coding ability, or at the time at least, to do that, and I don't believe that administratively that's allowed either, which is a shame, because again, I've always said this, they hate fun. And I am pro-fun, famously. It's my biggest platform. Third round draw days become... I think you're probably right, although, I'll be honest with you, this might be a hot take, probably not. I think I prefer the first round. As far as, like, big cup competition draw days and interesting things happening, I actually think that I find the first round of the FA Cup more interesting than the third round these days, because... You do get the occasional minnow that makes it to the third round. But even then, it's like, oh, they're a National League side, which is still very impressive. But I feel like you get more crazy bollocks going on in the first round, where you do get the occasional 8th tier side, or potentially that gets there, just through pure circumstance. And I think that's just a little bit cooler for me. So I love the first round of the FA Cup. Separate qualifying tournament. I mean, I guess they are, but ultimately they're still part of the same cup, so I feel like they're sort of making distinctions where they don't need to. They could just have it, but they're never going to change it, are they? It's kind of entrenched at this point, as it's fine. £1,000, it's, I got, I think it was £23,000 in matchday revenue from the away tie at Billericay. Actually, I can check. I think I probably had it in my notes, since my notes for that save are absolutely comprehensive, doesn't begin to cover the length of my notes. I want to check now. Billericay Town. Let's see. As if I didn't make a note of that one specific thing. It was a lot of money. It's the simple fact of it is it was a lot of money. Particularly as they had a wage budget of £430,000 a year, which was wild. I had a budget, basically zero. French Cup with the side from the French Guiana. It would be sick. That was part of how I was going to think about doing it, but unfortunately, even if you did, you would not be allowed to qualify for Europe through it, I don't believe. Because of the way that UEFA's rules... Oh, wait, I don't need to do that, do I? I can just do about that. Macclesfield, yeah, and that's the sort of the exception, but ultimately, my point wasn't that sides from those divisions haven't reached the third round. It was more just that I find the first round more interesting because there's more of that kind of thing. And by that I don't mean like 6th tier sides, I mean like 8th and 9th tier sides that sometimes do get to that round. I feel like it just happens a bit more frequently, and it does expose you to teams that are even sort of more obscure, right? I love it. I would love it if our local lads would get there, but it's tough. I don't know what their best ever FA Cup run is. Probably nothing of note. There's just so many different things at play, right? Yeah, so like I said, Andrew, on that, like, I like it, but I actually think if they implemented it in England, it would be massively hated because clubs would lose a lot of money as a result of it. Because most clubs that are smaller have smaller stadiums, which means that they'd actually get lower gate receipts, and therefore they would probably lose out on it. That's why a lot of sides want to be drawn away from home against big sides once they reach the third round or the first round or whatever, because they've got bigger stadiums, and they're likely going to get filled because it's a cool thing and they get TV money for it too. And because of the way that the gate receipts are split in England, the best thing you can really have is a away tie against a massive side, because you could get stupid money. The sort of thing that keeps a club afloat for years. You could buy home advantage. Yeah, I believe in Sweden you could, right? I think that happened when I was managing... Fuck, who was it I managed in Sweden? I've forgotten. There was 2 teams, wasn't it? Was it Örebro? And there was another team I managed in Sweden in the Superettan whose name escapes me. But I think you could in Sweden buy home advantage or something if you were one of the bigger sides. Or just a side. Oh, it's not very much money. Hello, Hayden. Under different confederations. Possibly. I think it's just that UEFA don't want teams from outside of UEFA essentially playing it. Serious. It was Degerfors. Degerfors was the one I was thinking of, yeah. I was being a smaller club and thought it was a good idea to build the grassroots. Oh, yeah, no. It's not that I think it would be a bad idea. Well, but I mean... But what does that do to build grassroots, I suppose? Because surely to build grassroots, you're going to need money, and you're going to get less money by doing that. So I just don't really know how it's... I mean, it's great for them to get the sellout stadiums and all that, but like, ultimately, what they're going to get out of it is less money. Unless there's some other way to do that, but I don't think there is. But yeah, I think it is Sweden where you can do that. Oh, to buy fake tickets that went to which was pretty cool. That's a cool idea. Martinique. Yeah, there's a few, because there's... oh, fuck, what is it? Is it Saint-Pierre and Miquelon? They're a very tiny island off the coast of Canada. I think that's a French territory, right? Wallace and Fortuna. I do love shit like that. Oh, it's Next Gen Day. Things you love to see. Invest into the EPL. So, well, they tried doing that. Well, I say they tried doing that. There's a thing called EPPP, which is a very complicated thing, but it seemed like, oh, we're going to invest some money lower down the league, but also it's actually going to come with all these strings attached to it that's going to do bad things possibly for us later down the line, and mean that actually more of the quality gets consolidated towards the top. No replays in the 4th qualifying round. I guess I can see the replays thing from both sides. because I find replays I feel like the fourth round, there's almost less teams that would even benefit from that, and everyone's just going to get fucked with the squad. Like, not depth, but just the sheer fixture congestion at that point. I wouldn't want them to get rid of it entirely. That would be bad. Right, okay, here we go. I'm going to go Georgia. I'm going to go Georgia, Wisła. I reckon it's Nozadze, just because he's had a better season in terms of his average rating than Diabate, but they've both got to be on there, surely. Extra time, straight to penalties. I reckon, just decide it on penalties immediately. Straight to penalties when the game starts. And... let's fucking go. Love to see it. Georgi Nozadze wins it. Stefano Diabate right in behind. And Mr. Polish Man, who I'm still not convinced I might sign in the summer anyway, is in there as well. Yeah, the Wisła player is an unreal talent. He's been on this list for like 3 years already. Every time we see him, we go, oh, still 72 million. Good luck. I'll show you in a minute. He's actually insane. Get a draw 100 League 2 team. Go where to replay such an amazing experience. Yeah, was that in the fourth round? Because I thought they'd only got rid of it from the fourth round onwards, or maybe they're pretending to continue to bring it further down. How they get the rest? Yeah, I know. It's just... I'm not really against it, honestly. I mean, put it this way. If Ely City were potentially in a situation to get a replay against someone in the FA Cup that meant they were in the first round, I'd 100% be in favour, and I'd be going, obviously. So, yeah. Wisła have a couple of crazy players in this. So, the first one, obviously, is Pedro Pimenta. I mean, he's probably going to be one of the best strikers in the world at some point. The fact that he's this good at 18, he's giving Elkin Blanco type vibes. Oh, was it first round proper? Oh, yeah, that's... yeah. I feel like if they made a cut off at like the third round, I could sort of see it makes more sense, but it's a release clause, yeah. I mean, he's very, very good. Runs with ball often, he's a dribbly boy, he's a fast boy. He's only 5'7", but he carries himself like a much taller man. I'm surprised he's been there as long as he has, honestly. Like, we have him on our shortlist, so if he does get a move, we'll know about it, but, you know, these are the kind of players that you don't normally get to sign in these sorts of... I'm still very on the... I like the idea of Jakub Kuczynski, even though we did try to sign him last summer by triggering his release clause and he chose to sign a new contract. His release clause now is 38.5 million. Has he signed another contract? No, it's the same one. Or is it? No, it's not. It's another new contract, isn't it? I'm unsure. It might be a new contract. It might not be. Either way, it's a lot. Oh, dear. Either way, I'm intrigued by him. Because he's a wing-back, obviously. And his Polishness. He's not going to have the German team, right? Right, we've also got this guy. Arslan Özdil. Very expensive. But obviously Turkey tax. Barcelona guy called Wasim... oh, I thought his name was Wilson Phillips then. Wasim Penios. Yeah, he's a bit alright, isn't he? Lamasia's doing bits as always. This guy we saw last year because he's on my shortlist. Phoenix Hatfield, of course. I love the name so goddamn much, bless him. But it'll be tough to pry him away from Newcastle, and then what, right? He's not even a player we could use. And then there's this guy, Zé Luis Trancoso. Oh, I'm not scouting him as much. He's the other Wisła guy who's also worth a fortune. Are these guys like... they're very high valued for Wisła dudes, frankly. He's actually the MP for Hatfield too. Just lives in the Galleria. I thought this guy's name was Morris Spaghetti. Morris Spagnoli of Birmingham and Chelsea, of course he is. Was that his original club? Fair enough. He's from Terrazzo. Apparently they do. But to be fair, in the last save, I think there was a Portuguese side, not one of the big guys, that had routinely insane intakes. Tiziano Pellegrini. Ah, yes. but of course, mein Frère, I am Tiziano Pellegrini. Obviously, Italian second nationality and entire body, it would seem. George Navarro, Francisco Dominguez. That's more like it. Ah, I've already scouted him. Hey, he's not bad. Does he not have PA or something? Let me just get this. Why can't I see him? Am I been banned? Ooh. CA might be an issue for him. Oh, he's already on the shortlist. Never mind. Straight into the summer. It's so tough to, like, ascribe sarcasm through text. I mean, there was a really good Rob Words video about alternative punctuation marks the other day. This is literally the nerdiest thing I've ever said, but it was really fascinating. And obviously talked about the Sark mark, which is one of the things in there. We do have Eon in there as well, and Eric, who's on loan. No, he's not. Wait, why has he got that symbol on him if he's not on loan? I thought that symbol means he's on loan. Yeah, got a bit of Eric Brizuela. We have scouted him prior, and for some reason I've been banned from seeing their actual attributes. Is he on the shortlist as well? He's not actually that good. He's fine, but like nothing amazing. Eon's in there. It's another Turkish dude, but he's a much cheaper Turkish dude. He's not bad either, actually. An estimate. It might be, but does that... Maybe it's because we have more knowledge of them, potentially. Oh, Flavio Enrique. I feel like that name comes up far too frequently. As oh my god, Flavio! My guy. League 2 away. Got a draw. Why would he not have the benefit of a replay? I didn't say they wouldn't have a benefit of the replay. I literally was in favour of them. I just said that, like, after a certain point, you probably do need to have a cut-off for when replays are going to happen. I think maybe the third round. I was agreeing with... Anyway, Daniel Selgin, thank you very much for the follow. I would absolutely want that to happen because they would get more money that way, right? More games equals more money. Flavio's interesting. I'm assuming he doesn't have any PA. Yeah. But he was born in... Wait, does that... Oh no, I thought I said born Jesus. So that's bomb Jesus, which you don't want to do either, frankly. Like, would not recommend. He's quite fun, isn't he? Pure attribute-wise. Like, his wages aren't crazy. Unless he wants some dumb contract. 3.3 million. He's got quite good attributes. And would be a really good loan farm player, if nothing else, to be honest. Been off the pizza car. Do you know what? I really hate that the EFL Cup, the EFL trophy seems to have lost any kind of... Because it was like, oh, okay, this is fine. But ever since they let the Premier League, like, under-21 teams into it or whatever, I just couldn't care less about it at all. Daniel Quezada, he's another centre-back, actually. Not so great on the heading, and he does cost a bit more money. But he's not bad. Don't know if I can spend money on both of them, though. I think if I was going to pick one of the two, I'd choose the other guy. He's a model citizen, but... Like... We've got them... I don't think he's, like, goated. Then again, the National League Cup... Wait, that's a thing as well? Oh, is that just for the National League and National League North and South? In the Pizza Cup this year, you hate to see it. If you're right. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd love it if he went to the stage where they could get into anything like that, frankly. It'd be cool. I mean, the ground is tiny. And it was always kind of dwarfed by the rugby crowds because the rugby team are in a much higher division. There's Aidan Latham here at Charlton Athletic. Technically, he's on loan from Saints, as always. Curtis from... I've looked at him before, haven't I? Wait, hang on. You're not one of ours, are you? Oh, you are? Oh, wait, is this the guy we signed? Ah, it's the guy we signed from the next gen from last year. Love to see it. This guy, however... Hang on. Waji Aisa. I'll tell you what. Waji's looking potentially all right. And should we just punt on Waji? I'm feeling Waji today. Yeah, for that kind of price, it's worth a little go, right? He's very agile, is Waji. He should be called Wagile. Or Agi? No, I don't know. I've got nothing. Help me. Get your ISA, yeah. I'm investing in... oh, wait. Does that mean I can't pay more than £20,000 for him? Or that I'm going to be taxed on it? This could be a problem here. Callum! With the raid! This is the perfect time. Because... Chat, !Slough now will take you to all the details about the charity match. And the reason for this, look at this perfect segue, by the way. Ready? Is because... Adam asked this in the VOD comments. As someone who is soon to come into more free time, is there a link for the details of the Slough game? Yes, there bastard is. And there it is. And there it is as well, in all its glory. I'm seamless. It's almost like I do this as a job. Crazy times. But that is basically all the details you want are under the Slough thing there. While we're here, actually, probably should do the rest of them. Do we need a third Scourge? Absolutely not. It would kill us. Because it would just make it so difficult for a Polish side to win anything. I think... Spain might catch them on their own terms. And there's still the other Scourge players that are like 26 in fairness. So there's that. Love the Mac and Yap, but you never know. Not even he knows where it's going to go sometimes. That's most of the time. I think one of the things I pride myself on the most is I will take a single chat message and I can pretty much riff on it for like 5 minutes because that's what streaming is pretty much, basically, right? And over hard eggs. Shout out to you, my friend. I'm a huge fan of the over hard eggs. I'm glad that I finally found one of my people. In this economy, I know. It can be done. There was a second Scourge, yeah. A sort of like a half-strength Scourge, if you like. Link in the description for the next few VODs. Do you know what? Yes, I will. Let me add that to my stream diary tasks. Add Slough link to VODs. God, I'm on it. I'm on the ball. I know it's somewhat ironic, really, that I started thinking before speaking. It's never happened. The Virtue trophy. The only thing I know about Virtue is that it's on that shirt that chat thinks I look like a bowling commentator or whatever the hell it is. I mostly just use that as a gym shirt these days. And the SIC League, there is an SIC League for club. There's like 120 of you as well. Obviously, the season hasn't started yet. I will check to see if the club link... Does exclamation mark club still work in this chat? I forget. It does. There you go. So that is actually how you join our league. There's like 120 of us in there. But yeah, you might have seen on the Shorts platforms that I did a sponsored thing for club, basically. I'm going to give it another go this year as well. And an agency reached out and was like, hey, we will pay you to talk about it. I was like, brilliant. I like doing that. Renew the FPL league. I haven't, but I can easily do that. No problem. All these things I can do as we come run up to the start of the season. It's not even the Virtue trophy anymore. Well, now I'm less interested than before. Hello, Callum. I'm honestly having a great day. Just a fabulous day. Got a runner's high earlier, the likes of which have seen, but not for a while. So that was pleasant. And then I started streaming, and despite the fact that we're not in Europe anymore, it's okay. It's Nemanja Petrovic. Does he know about the Petrova line? Is my question. Definitely worth a scout, a continuing scout, because it looks like I might have binned him off early. Top percent in the world. Wow. I definitely want to get back into it, because I've still got Gabriel, although he's got a major injury, does he not, these days? Rolf Hartig and Jacob. It's nice to see some Austrian players actually coming through these now. They were crap for a while. For a post-run off a run post-lunch, you'd love to see it. It's good. I've now found myself doing distances before stream that I would use as long runs in the past, and it's making me get up earlier, which kind of sucks, but ultimately it's probably for the best. Yeah, there's a guy in here from Drogheda who they've picked up from Diambars. How did we not find him, is my question. Watch them not be... No, they are in there. So Mohamed Niang goes from Diambars to Drogheda, where he's barely even playing. I mean, it'd be silly not to sign bro now, wouldn't it? Was there a Servette person in there too? Yeah, they took it... Oh. I only just joined them. All right, on you come. I'll Santa Baby him for the time being while we get an investigation of him. Have a shoulder injury. Callum, welcome. Welcome to the shoulder injury club. It turns out that there's a lot of us. Like 3 or 4 people in chat already today, myself included, and now you. Is it the left shoulder by any chance? Are we all just like massive left shoulder people here? Yeah, this is looking better than normal. Bit of Denise Castrader in there too. This is... I feel like the 3rd and 4th pages of these are... Wait, was the guy FC Van? Wait, where was he? Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, good. Come back to him in a minute. Mohamed Merksil. We know nothing about him at all, which is great. I love it when there's nothing about him. And then Edson at the bottom here. I mean, he's a Brazilian guy at Palmeiras who we've almost certainly looked at before. I'm not interested in him. I'm interested more in guys like Jukaj Vulic, who's got... wow, he's got physicals out the wazoo. Actually, his technicals aren't bad. Please tell me he's on Santa Baby. He's not. Okay. God, the summer is going to be cooking if some of these guys are worth a look. Giuseppe Gaeta, Jirimika. Right. We would be calling him Psycho, right? Oh, thank you, Limit Leprechaun. The reason I know how to say Drogheda correctly is because obviously when we did the Treaty United save, I tried to learn as many of the team names and local pronunciations of names as possible. Drogheda was one of the ones that was catching me up. It's a little bit like there's a side in Northern Ireland called Ballina Millard. But when you see it written down, I think it's pronounced Ballina Millard. But when I'd seen it written down, I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to figure out how to actually say this with the right intonation. But apparently it's Ballina Millard. Giorgio Psychosis, the psychiatrist. He's a proper techie boy, though. Look, techie, Parsy, Vizzy, worky ratey, flary. Can't take on to save his life. Nor... Fair. He could be punty. Do you know what? Is he punty? Yeah, he's punty. Damn. Can I get it? So now I'm all of a sudden just thinking of those Polish lads on the river when I went punting again last year. Still one of my favourite core memories. 1.8 million is absolutely fine for a bit of that. A PCL, well, you hate to see it. I must admit, my right Achilles did get a little bit sore on the run today, but then I remembered Achilles. That's the one. That's the injury that you've got to punish, not rest. You punish that bad boy. You slap him until he's well again. I go to some very strange doctors. I don't know if you can tell. So this guy here is an Armenian in Armenia for the 2nd season in a row. I don't even understand how that's the second season in a row that we found an Armenian on the next gen list playing an Armenian side. Oh, it might be a name fix thing, potentially, yeah. I haven't... when was it? I can't remember the last time I installed the name. It's probably with the big update is when I put the name fix in. Yeah, kurwa, indeed. One of my many Polish words that I've learned. You've club this season. Yeah. I put a link for it in chat a minute ago, Hayden, but you're probably still in it from last year, right? And if you're not, then it should be able to be rolled over. But if not, I can ask Tom, and we can sort that. Because I kind of do want to get back into it again this year, since they were... I say they were nice enough to reach out and sponsor me. Technically, an agency did. And that was the one I was convinced I was talking to an AI the entire time. To the point where Pog and I have now started referring to the person on the other end as Charlie.io. So, but, I mean, ultimately, it actually did go through in the end, which was surprising. But it was fun. I've never done that type of integration before. Paul Black. For some reason, I thought that was a Danish team for a minute. It's Paul Black from Scotland. Actually, tell you what, Paul Black is actually quite a good player. He's half Northern Ireland. Yeah, the one with 126 people in. God, I can't believe it was as many as that, but I guess that was like the first brand dealy integration thing I'd ever done, actually. The only reason I stopped doing it at the time was just because I didn't feel like the commission sort of, what's the word, structure of the way it worked was as... I felt that it wasn't quite worth it for the outcome, if that makes sense, compared to some of the other things I'd been offered at the time. Because I do really like it. Amarildo Elezi. This is aggressive. Oh, it's Bill Murray. This catches me every goddamn time. Actually, yeah, but Elezi might be pointable. We've got to catch him first, right? But actually, for that price, yeah. Why not, right? It's quite a high wage, actually, for it. I guess they all kind of want that. They know our wages are. This is the way to Amarildo. Yeah, it is. For 170k, I'll do that. No problem. Good. Do you want to get the second division team? Stromso have played a few matches of the home teams. Wow. I didn't know about that rule. That might be a new one. There's another Armenian in here, Mr. President. Ah, speaking of Farrell Costanza as well. Drogheda. Ah, yeah, it's just because, well, to be fair, if I was pronouncing it phonetically with an English accent, it would be Drogheda, because that's how an English speaker, native English speaking with an English accent would probably say that phonetically. But I know that it's like Drogheda because of... We had a whole load of memes about Drogheda because their pitch was always flooded, basically. Alexandru Mauritian, I want to scout him because he's an expensive boy, but he does look kind of goated. Good hair. I mean, you could rest your beer on the top as well, which is always nice. We've got... Oh, I see how you're doing it, Legia. Forming their own bloody loan farms. Naughty. That affiliate agreement's really coming up nicely. That's why they're in the playoffs at the moment. Sweet Shankiti. I mean, that's where we got him. Right, there's also this guy, Petra, a second... Armenian. He's not even bad either. The Armenian national team is going to be very good in a few years. Or at least very better than they are. This is incredible. That's 3 in 2 years. Oh, that's... Okay, I didn't realise you had hands. Fine, I'll give you the $1 million. Since you are so nicely, and by that I mean demanded immediately. But he's got reasonable attributes as well for an 18-year-old. Probably doesn't have the ceiling, but loan farm. Ooh, Algeria, let's go. Khalid Kenduchi. Might even be able to tackle him. I might just give him a bit of a scout just in case, since he's a new one to this. Another! Oh no, we know about him. If I recall, he had no PA. That's an okay amount of PA, but he was way too expensive. He is on Santa Baby. In the summer, if we get a shitload of money, I might potentially just go after those guys. Mauro More's on here. There's an Uzbek dude. There's an Uzbek dude. Wait, that's an... Uzbek man at an Uzbek club. I thought it was a Turkish side for a second. No, it's Bunjikor. Look at the badge. I mean, he's bad, but he's obviously well, he's really expensive too. Not only is he bad, but he's expensive bad. But when do you ever get an Uzbek on the next gen list, right? Jesus Christ, that's actually quite a lot. It's like, bro, chill. I'm trying to think who the other big Uzbek club is. It Paxtakor? That's the one I usually see. We go back to this guy again, actually. He is quite cheap, to be fair. Might be worth just punt right now. Paxtakor's one I always think of. I always forget about Bungie. Mostly their badge is some... It's giving Microsoft Word clip art, and I'm here for it. 105k? Love it. As usual. I'm not going to sign anyone from the next gen list. Signs everyone on the next gen list. Amazing. How many was that? Like 4? Game just freezes now. Oh, that was way more than 4. Hot dog. Oh, we actually did spend some money on this guy, didn't we? Shit. Fringe player. Oh, he's going to want annoying money, isn't he? Oh, okay. Oh, he is kind of... Oh, he's Brazilian, though. He's never going to get Brazil caps. Actually, screw it. Just because of that. Enjoy your 8 years. Nice one, lad. Yeah, clip art. I'm showing my age again, aren't I? He says as if he isn't always showing his age on account of, you know, looking his age. Right, time to get your ISIS out. So to a different continent. Honestly, no. Simply because most continents don't have a comprehensive enough coefficient system to... I mean, it's one reason anyway. To make it worthwhile. Or if they do, FM does a really piss poor job at modelling said... I've got to be careful here. FM does a really bad job if they do have one of modelling it properly. Like, for example, in Africa, they do technically have one, but it's a bit sketch, and FM doesn't really do a very good job of it. And in addition, unfortunately, just saves outside of Europe don't really draw the audience as much as I'd like them to, and I have tried. The interest just, unfortunately, for the most part, isn't there. Doesn't speak Korean or Portuguese? Exactly. I barely speak English. Build grassroots, you need grass and seeds. I mean, this is true. I suppose you could pay for... Are we back on the grassroots again? Because I'm here for it. Oh, another raid. Christ, the second one of the day. Dave, thank you very much for the raid, friend. Welcome in, everybody. Shout out to Dave, of course. How are you? We were just signing some random people off of the next gen list, including, but not limited to, 2 Armenians and an Uzbek. I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere, but I wouldn't want to specify. Let's see. So we're getting a guy called the Psycho. We're getting the Psycho. And here's one of the Armenians now. Youngster. 3-year contract. Oh, shit in hell. He actually wants stuff. Like, how dare you come in here with this kind of attitude? Oh my god. No wreck. I mean, nah, he's annoyingly good enough that I might actually have to offer him stuff. But what he's also going to 100% get is Armenia caps. Tell you what. You get 30 club games. I'll give you 10 grand a week. How about that? Oh. I guess you didn't want them. Sure. Enjoy no money then. How much are you getting paid there, buddy? £140 a week. Enjoy. What was he? I was going to give him like a couple of grand a week, and bro's like, nah, don't do that. Very, very weird. Oh, weird is good. I like weird. Show me. It would be English. Nah, this is where you're wrong. It would actually be like, you know, when people play records backwards and it gives you like the details of the devil's address. That's actually what would happen if you slowed my voice down. That's why I can't do it. The Catholic Church has forbade me from speaking slower, lest I give away the details of Beelzebub's lair. You know? It's actually in Coventry. They're going to have me now. My throat. It's gone. The albino fella from the Da Vinci Code is going to come and get me. I'm mixing up a lot of things here, and I'm kind of glad for it. Making a big melting pot. You can pick that apart yourselves. Travis Sport. Well, this is the thing, Limerick Leprechaun. I find it interesting, but at the same time, the Turkish teams do have a reasonable pull as far as, what are these wage... I can't sign these guys. They're going to ask for stupid money. I mean, I have done now, but I mean, it's league games. He ain't going to play them for us, is he? But that's still a wild amount for a guy who's literally playing in an Armenian team right now. Dan Brown's new novel. Angles and Demcoms, the Ely City story. Let's do... Reject that. There's more? Oh, Uzbek man, of course. Are you going to be silly about this? Yes, you are. What is with this? I'll get rid of that. How about that? I mean, you won't get them, but it's just frustrating that they're even able to ask for that kind of insane amount. It's like, you do know I'm doing this as a joke, right? Maybe that's the point. They're like, if you're going to take the piss... But yet this guy, who's actually good, wants like a reasonable contract. How very bizarre. Maybe it's because I'm asking him to move quite far, potentially, whereas he's only got to move from Algeria. That's basically round the corner from Poland. It's a suburb of Warsaw. Berlin's the size of the... Europe is the size of the Eastwick Mall. We can walk to Berlin from here. Famous words. We won't accept the loan back on him either. Sick. Well, 4 out of 5 Europa... What, really? Oh, in Europe. I thought you meant you have 1 4 out of 5 Europa Leagues. That'd be crazy. Lose to Falkirk and Dundee United. That seems to be a universal experience, I think, in 26. The amount of times that we've been absolutely cooking in the Champions League, only to be dropping points in games that I'm not rotating, to teams like Lechia Gdansk and stuff. Holy insane centre-back. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. No, he's actually unreal. feel like I don't seem to find many players that have that kind of attribute breakdown as much for some reason. As Raji, don't want to form you again. They're releasing some players. Lopez is lead. Okay, good. One through the door. Level 26. Yeah, true. I feel like in 26 is actually better than it was. I feel like you don't get screwed, TM, by the game as much in 26 as you did in the past. But I think it's not that you don't lose those same games, but I feel like the game does a better job of showing you the way that you've lost, and you sort of go, fair enough. That does kind of make sense as to how that's happened there. Not always. See, for example, sometimes that Atletico game, that's the closest I've been in 26 to being like, nope, this game is dead to me. Coffee's running with ball often. Why are you all running with the ball often? That's suspicious. The two players that are not being mentored have just got the same trait. Have we got one really influential dude who just loves running about with it? Because I'm starting to think that's might be what's happened here. Young player of the month for you. Good work, lad. Also, just occurred to me, we should have the draws for the other tournaments potentially by now, right? So, to be fair, sometimes you just want a centre-back to do centre-back, right? Baffle how I do. Yeah, please do. Tamale. I'm pretty certain I actually just saw a dude in this save with that. Or I was reading chat at the time. I definitely was reading chat at the time, but it's probably been reading out of that. There's Damali Morrison, Jamali, and Damali, but no tamales. Which is a shame, because there's no tamale. Disappointing. I'll give you points back. That was 25 minutes ago as well. Christ, sorry about that. 4 against Mourinho's Chelsea at half-time to throw away the lead and draw 4. Sometimes you can just feel it going against you. Like, that game against Atletico, I was convinced that we were not going to be allowed to win the tie. Whatever we did, we were going to get very close to it, because you always do seem to get really close to it. I mean, I think I predicted 4-1, but we won 5-2. Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Crack on. One to the FMing now. Oh, I wish I could. We've had a couple of games like that. Like, is this going to be a bullshit offside? Right, I'm here for this.
Actual state of that.
Why can't I scroll down? There we go. Just adjust the sound a little bit, just so we get the right sound up. Forgive me that I'm hiding your face with my face. I can't move my camera to the left on this screen properly.
Surely he's offside.
Wait. Is this going to be one of these ones where, because it's come off your defender's header or something?
Surely he's offside.
But it claims they... Yeah, so that's the one. It's because they claimed that your defender's headed it when he definitely hasn't, or rather the match engine's done a piss poor job of actually showing it, right? So it thinks that underneath in the code that it's one of those literally it would have been offside or it's onside in 2D type shit, you know? But yeah, if they gave an assist, that is crazy then, because like it's therefore acknowledging that it didn't, right? Once again, one of FM's double mechanics that don't speak to each other type beat. 9 concern, that's too much. Can it be offside from a goal kick? True, but you surely can be offside from the flick on of a goal kick, because at that point the ball's in play. Like yeah, if the ball had gone straight over the top from the goal kick, then fine. But obviously it's gone via another player first, so therefore the ball is in play at that point, so you can be offside. It's like if you throw it from a throw-in, for example, you can't be offside. But if you throw it to someone who heads it onto someone who's offside, then they are offside. Let me just check the Europa League, because I don't know if they've played yet. No, they haven't. But we do know who Radomiak are playing, and it's Brøndby. To be fair, actually, they're probably on the better side of this. Mainly because they avoid Watford. I reckon they could go deep. There's a chance they could get to the final here, which means I'm going to have to start pressing spacebar a bit more. Kept so because the defender's leg grew 3 meters long. Oh, the old stretchy legs. I've seen those. I get them in the highlights when I'm recording them sometimes, along with the tracksuits and other various shenanigans. We had a goal given for us, actually, earlier. Polish just put 8 past someone there. Oh, it was Liechtenstein. Hans just grabbed 3. Because the defender stuck his leg out and it played it into our player who was offside. But because the defender's just trying to block a shot, but the game claims that that's a pass. And it's like, well, does that mean the defender's not allowed? I do find that rule with the offsides with the deliberate action nonsense a little bit annoying, because it's like, well, surely if they're defending, everything they do is a deliberate action. They're not accidentally defending, are they? Mateo Zayx, or Zayx, thank you very much for the follow, nevertheless. I hope you're well today. Who do you support? Let us know. Thank you for the follow. We progress. Injuries at the time. Oh. You do see some very strange things, right? Defender intentionally playing the ball. But if he's defending, that surely, what if you're not intentionally playing the ball, what are you doing on the pitch? I always find that stuff so strange, because how are you like, if you're defending, if you're just sticking a leg out to try and block a shot, of course you're defending, but it seems stupid that you can just be onside because of that then. It's just odd. It gave me the memorable moment. I just find that those kind of goals are so annoying. But in real life as well, when you see some of them, just like, how is that? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Dave, thank you as well very much for the 3 months. That's very kind of you, sir. I'm sorry that happened to you, though. I appreciate that, friend. Oh, Johnny Boy's out for a while, which means more Nathan Allen. Oh no, how horrible. What's the promises we got in there? Well, John's not going to be getting the appropriate amount of game time here, is he now? Zinsberger, she is managing... Is it Radomiak? Yes, she's managing Radomiak, which does make sense. She's absolutely chefing with Radomiak. Has a 67% win rate compared to the previous manager of 40. And then obviously Dembele is a caretaker, which doesn't really count. Oh, you can't hire caretakers anymore. 28% for Fatty Tekke. And then... They've not really had a good manager for ages. Jesus Christ. Zub was kind of good. But yeah, Zinsberger's absolutely chefed. I mean, great in Europe, great in the league. She's finally got them playing to the level of club they actually are in terms of their players. But she's the latest of them. Particularly because I don't believe Zinsberger came through us in any way. She was just appointed at random. Well, not at random, you know what I mean? Like, there was no, like, nepotism from our part, I guess. Delete him that. Those are all on the shortlist. There's a few in there now. Oh, there's only one marginal knowledge guy. Oh, it's the guy that's really signing for us. In that case, because I've had at Eintracht Frankfurt, these are definitely going to be sort of recruitment-focused type players, then I'm guessing. Can't we see it? Yeah, it is. So basically, anyone who's either on a shortlist for later, or they're players from there as well. Ousmane Dembele was their assistant manager for quite a long time. In fact, up until very recently, in fact. So every time they sacked their manager, Dembele would take over as their manager. And he has now left because he's now the new manager of Schlonsk, Wrocław in the second tier. Yeah, the Israeli-American guy at Real, he actually came through at Real Madrid's academy. So he's been scouted a few times. He's quite good, but I think he plays in a really awkward position, or he has attributes that don't fit the position. I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, he's doing real things now with Schlonsk. I don't know how well he's doing with Schlonsk because it happens, but it's no longer Renan Lodi's Schlonsk. Also, how's it going, Fry? It's finally someone else's Schlonsk. The Schlonsk has passed the torch. How's he got them doing? Okay, I'm going to be honest. It's not going great for him. They are literally second... Fucking hell. Do not get them relegated. The new Stal Mielec manager's doing all right, though. Cracovia are probably not going to get promoted as well, which is good news. His record isn't amazing thus far, is it? 50% win rate. How many is that, though? 4 wins, 3 losses. He's doing okay, I guess. Cracovia, I think, were second. Yeah, they started really badly and pushed it up quite a lot. For Schalke, ooh. Okay, yeah, he's quite good. Schalke have a fantastic time in this save because they were... Was it Schalke or Victoria Pilsen that were really bad that season? It was Victoria Pilsen, wasn't it? That conceded like 40 goals in a single Europa League season. Just in the league phase. I think 9 of them were to Schalke. And I think they conceded like 8 to... Was it 12 as well? I've got to find this out now. This is, again, Matt trying not to be distracted and then immediately gets distracted by the first thing that comes from his head. I can't remember exactly what year it was. Or was it that one? No, but they also did do very badly that year too. They conceded 8 against Anderlecht. Good lord. It was this one. Yeah, this year. So they lose to final to get into the Europa League phase. Lose 9-0 to Schalke on the first day. Then 2-1. Then 6-4 to Brighton somehow. Then they lose 3-2. Then 10-0 to Hajduk Split. Then to Viking. Then after Christmas, 6-0 to Newcastle. And then 6-1 to Besiktas. Sorry, 2-1 to Besiktas. We have no idea. They had real players in their squad. I have no idea what happened. It was the 35-36 season of the Europa. It was one of the craziest things I've seen in ages. This one. So they finished bottom with 9 goals scored and 40 goals conceded in 8 games. I mean, that is biblical levels of badness which they were inhibiting there. Okay, Johnny Boy, in you come. Out will come Johnny Boy. And also Mana because of his suspension. And Volkanov... Sorry. I can't help but feel like, what? We all did see the last game, right? Volkanov did get sent off in that match. Is there not a suspension for getting a red card in Poland if it's a second yellow? Because he definitely got a red in that game. And yet he's available for this one. But yet his teammate who got a booking isn't. Maybe they only... Like he's... Different competition? No. I don't think it was. Oh, maybe it was the cup. No, it was definitely the league. It was definitely the league. Oh, you're right. Maybe he did. Maybe he served it. That'd be quite funny, actually. He just snuck around. That's wild. Yeah, he should be allowed to do that. Either way, if it means we get to play Volkanov again, I'm totally here for it. So we can get sent off a second time. Who's coming on the bench? I need 2 people, which will be both of you lads. He was Kieran. God, that's a throwback, Leafy. I enjoyed that. Kowalski's a bit tired, actually, isn't he? Might be an opportunity for a bit of robotics. Oh, no, he's knackered as well. Cool. Right, wheel time. Because, unfortunately, Rim Come Song didn't exactly do badly in the last game, but it wasn't quite good enough, which means we are going to be spinning it for a new keeper. So anyone except number 11. If you'd like to step forward, Mr. Wheel. In all he glory. 75% of Swans League wins this season. So actually, sounds like he's doing pretty well. Watch them get promoted next year, finally, after all these seasons, and it's because of Ousmane Dembele. Right. Anything but 11. Okay, we've gone past 11, so that's good. Ooh. And it's Manuel Hansen. Okay. Brilliant. And it's Manuel Hansen. He's going to get more games for us than bloody striker this season. Sorry, as a goalie than he is as a fucking striker, isn't he? Where is he? Oh, man. Well. Oh, don't tell me he's... Oh, no. He might have aged out of... Oh, no, there he is. Never mind. Don't know what I was even thinking there. There he is. He's still there. He was one of the good ones. I'm so used to looking further down for goalkeepers. Rough season so far for you guys. I mean, the season hasn't started yet. It definitionally can't have a rough season yet because it hasn't begun. So honestly, I'm really looking forward to the start of the season. It's just nice to have it back, to be honest. Are you blind? Yes, actually. And my seeing eye mouse. It's because whenever we're changing these keepers, I almost instinctively always look at the very bottom here because that's where the shit ones are and that's usually where they are. Oh, I'm a blimp. I am a blimp. I used to be blimp, but then I lost a little bit of weight. As a keeper now, oh, terrible. I mean, he's still an absolutely awful goalkeeper. But that's not the real twist, is it? What's the shirt today? Today, this is the Curacao away shirt from the World Cup. Still haven't got my Belgian one. I wouldn't even say it's been a rough summer. It's actually been quite positive for Fulham. Like, obviously, losing Silva was one thing, but Oblo I'm excited about. And we're actually making transfers early in the season for once, right? Which is unlike Fulham. Very much so. He's got good one-on-ones. Well, he's got goodish one-on-ones. He is at least tall. So that's half the battle, right? Okay, I'm going to have a quick wee and grab myself a beverage, and then we're going to crack on, because I've been wasting your time with my dalliances. I'll be back in a minute, Frenchie. Right, he's back. But he's back in voice form only. Because, well, I wanted to get to that point so I could then switch it over to the leaderboard. So you can see, I mean, Andrew didn't win it for once. He didn't win it for once. I mean, he'll still be top of the leaderboard, but he didn't win it for once. So thank you for preventing the inevitable. Maybe I'll reset it at the start of the season, perhaps. Andrew's AFK. Oh, yeah. Sure. Still got one, though, didn't he? Shoulder did it? I see. What you're saying is we have to collectively take him down. A horrific Slovak journeyman. That's the beauty of it. It's like when you got trapped on that Uzbek dude during the World Cup one. Right, back we go. Ah, dear. Totally off topic, but I bought a reservoir from the running vest because I realised that I was getting through way too much water. Or not way too much, but not enough in a way. So I bought a reservoir thingy that goes in the back. Even heard of them until 2 hours ago. I hadn't heard of any of them. Mateo! Thank you very much for the 300 bits. That's very, very
Keep
nice
up
of you,
the
my
good
friend.
work,
Wow.
67.
I will continue there. Right. Okay. Run around a reservoir every day. There you go. It's probably a little bit bigger than the one I've bought because mine fits in a bag. I bet yours doesn't fit in a bag, right? Okay. Haven't eaten yet. Yeah, you probably do want to have food at some point. I signed up for a half marathon to run around I think it was a reservoir. It was Rutland Water, which I don't think actually is a reservoir now that I think about it. That was a hell of a result, Fry, by the way. I saw that. I was like, damn, okay. Hello, Cam. Yeah, we got... Some of the Uzbeks and the Jordanians did definitely stump a lot of you during the World Cup. I mean, thankfully I don't get to compete in it, so I don't have to show my lack of ball knowledge. I get to merely display my superiorness at... I mean, it's better than the old Wiz quiz, let's be honest. This one's way more fun. It has been a good year, James. Thanks for asking. The GNR. Oh, the Great North Run. Is that a half marathon or a marathon? I actually don't know. I think maybe at some point. I mean, put it this way. I'm going to have to end up signing up for some kind of mad race at the end of this series regardless. I'll have to see if I can find one that fits the inevitable end distance, of which obviously I do not know the end distance yet. So, I mean, the minimum it could be is a half marathon. Realistically, it's not going to be a half marathon because there's no way I'm getting 8 promotions before December. Just no happening. It's just not happening. Right, did the lineup. Got the new goalie. Lol. In he comes. Love to see it. Paxi, this is exactly what happens. It's, for once, you now get to feel like I do whenever I make a slight misspeech or something. Whenever I misspeak or something, chat are like, right, cool, here's memes. Like Beng, for example. Yeah, indeed. Beng being Wemp. Although Wemp actually we've worked. Who's this Miss Peach? That's Josh's missus, right? God's sake. I don't make it easy for myself. I'd make a rod for my own back, but I wouldn't even be able to fish with it. Is that the name? Farty gas. Farty gas. It's perfect. It's perfect. Plus, think of all the different teams in like Eastern Europe that you could sign in for that would have some kind of gas. You could, or just straight up the Gas Boys, for example. I just took the lid off for absolutely no reason. Or the Beng story. So basically, this was MTK. I don't know if there's a clip specifically. And this is one of these things where when I tell you, you're just like, why did that become a thing? And I'm like, because chat are relentless. Essentially, we had a Greek midfielder who we used to call Effie from Skins. That's a whole different thing. But he scored an absolute worldie for us in a Champions League game in the early stages of the MTK save. And I was trying to say bang and bend, I think, at the same time. And as he hits it as the replay, I just go bang. To which chat, yeah. Oh, everyone skins. It's the same way as how the Wemp came about, because we were in a Champions League final against Juventus, I think, and I tried to say wimp and weapon at the same time. When you speak as fast as I do, you're going to make mistakes from time to time. I make them a lot. My time is now. Oh, speaking of mistakes. Oh, what a save. You're right. That's how it ended up being Beng, because this was back when, someone just made like a silly one in probably mid-journey back then, because this was like 2023. And obviously back then, like, it couldn't do letters. So it just made it look like boom. Hence why the meme emote says that. Yeah, we're just not using away kits, apparently. We don't do that here. We are the Curacao of Polish football. Oh, we're playing in red. So I'm trying to think what other teams we come up against that play in red. There's not actually as many as you think. Leggy or don't. Lecky or don't. Mistakes that basically... Oh, I love those two so much. I was listening to Joe on another podcast. It was quite an old... Well, I say old. It was a few months old, but it was in my feed. So, like, I'd finally got up to listen to it. He's a really fascinating guy to listen to. I remember Pog and I used to watch Joe's... you know the Mad Lib Madness thing he used to do with his brother, like, 10 years ago? It was just peak old school YouTube. I love that stuff so much. Rakov, yes, that's probably the only one. And even they've got a bit of blue on them. Maybe we'll get, like, I was going to say, maybe we'll get a European game, lol. We don't do those here. For some reason, I thought that was in the net. I used to do, like, recap. I say recap. It's basically like clip compilation videos at the end of each game cycle. I will do that one for this one, because we've got plenty of them. It's... I just feel like 26 in some respects doesn't... I don't know, actually, no. The match engine does seem to throw up some crazy shit sometimes, too. Wait, have they got a guy called Blanco as well? Also, how is Marcy on a 7.1 when they've done... No. Manuel's making saves. And he was one of the keepers that was having a decent record of it so far, although we're not doing a lot. Monperusi's having another one of those types of days, unfortunately. We did play in the Bang.com arena as well for the end part of that save too, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty certain that certain parts of, like, the sub thing on Twitch for this channel are still Bang related or something. There's a menu inside Twitch that I changed a lot of stuff to do with Bang in it, and I can't remember what it actually changes, but I think it's for new tier 1s. It says something like, join the company. I can't remember exactly, but I can't also look at it from the other side of things. But I definitely think that's what it still says, because as you know, I don't change things very often. Been using these same overlays since the start of the Tromsø save. Got an event tomorrow, some big content creators. Ooh, that's awesome. On a boat? Oh, they've nowhere to run. That's the right kind of attitude. You can't outrun me. I'm Fry. I'm here. And I'm going to pester you about content, as you should. Like, as with always with those things, I mean, whenever you go to these kind of events, just everyone's just a person that's at the same exact event, and like, wow, groundbreaking news there from Matt. What I mean is just like, I've always found that with these kind of things, because I've been at various events with smaller and larger content creators, etc., and you sometimes build things up in your head before you get there, and like, oh my god, there's this massive creator there or whatever, and then you get there and everyone's just like a dude or a woman, right? It's just like, they're just there, and they're just normal people, obviously, because I remember when we were at the Holy Party, and Cutsy and I got chatting to this dude, and we were just talking about content or whatever, and we was like, so what sort of content do you make? And he was like, oh yeah, I do like DIY stuff. Oh, cool. How many subs? 1.5 million. Ah, you know, obviously. It's cool though. If a man is related, I mean, most of the longer clips from those compilations are generally just random things. Because I think you're probably right to a certain extent. I think sometimes you sort of need a bit of level-headedness to actually get to certain levels, because it means you're easier to work with people, right? Cat content creators in the mud. To be fair, we also met this person that made horse riding content on Facebook at that event too. It was fun. V3 in Liverpool. Yeah, exactly. Pog. John Terry got to meet Pog at that event. Like, that was a big deal. Oh, dear. Is he announced? His headshot sponsored eventually signed. I mean, hey, whatever sweetens the deal, right? Right, Strikers have not done that well, but I'll give him another chance. Motor aren't a bad team. I do mean John Terry got to meet Pog. It's true. She gave him the opportunity. The opposite was someone they're a streamer, but none of like 12 years old, hard not doxing them sometimes. Yeah, I imagine my friends are like that sometimes when they're in chat. Like, to be fair, they do a very good job at not calling me by what they actually call me. Because it's a slur. No, it's not. It's just literally my surname. But for the longest time, I've always been known by my surname because there was 11 guys in my year called Matt. Watched 10 years. Oh, James, it was great to meet you, man. It was... And it wasn't just you. There was loads of people we met at that event, which was sick. And the fact that a lot of you came to the after party too, which was sick. Did you leave the room? Oh, mate, like... I mean, obviously, I know he does. He was nothing but pleasant to me. But it was funny because Pog absolutely pog-mogged him because we were waiting outside the arena. I think James was there, actually. And there was a queue for people to meet John Terry. And Pog just happened to be standing near it. And John was like, do you want a picture? She was just like, no, I'm all right, thanks. Just absolutely sent him into the mud. Incredible. still have school. I am very lucky to still have school friends. Absolutely. I realize how, as someone in their mid-30s now, to still have a close circle of friends that I know essentially all from school / sixth form college, essentially same thing though, because I didn't change schools or whatever, is rarer. I think a lot of people, when they do make those friend groups, often do it at uni. I didn't really do that. I've pretty much lost touch with everybody I went to uni with. But my school friends, yeah, this is the same group of friends. It's like just 6 or 7 of them, and that's fine, you know? And then obviously the group expands because you get wives and girlfriends and boyfriends and stuff. But, you know, they all feel part of the same thing. My friends message Pog more than me these days. Sorry, yeah. You criticise me for doing that, chat. Yeah, you're the ones that always make it alerted to me. Playing Arsenal at the first goal, I was like, no, Enforcer, we are Arsenal now. Just wait till you see my set pieces. Let's go. Oh, that was such a good strike as well. Was it actually the 67th minute? Oh, nearly. Tell you what it was, Hayden. It's a weird one. This is Fortnite saved my friend group because this was actually just prior to COVID. But Viking and Twazok, who some of you know from chat, started playing Fortnite together randomly. And so they were like, oh, well, you've got, you know, it's free to play or whatever. You've got a PS4. Come play Fortnite with us. So we made a group chat because of that. We didn't have one up to this point. And then we would just play Fortnite sometimes. And then slowly but surely, we'd be like, oh, we should get the others into this chat too. So then you just started adding more of them. And we get the goal in the 67th minute too. And then over time, that just became the thing that was like the anchor point, right? And actually played Fortnite last night with them as it happens, just because I haven't done it in ages. 30 gigabyte update. What is that about? And it still can be difficult though. Just trying to, particularly when you're someone like me or yourself that's more of an introvert. I'm not I don't like organising stuff, right? I'll sort of throw things out there, but it's just not as easy. Luckily, what every friend group needs is that one person who's incredibly proactive, who just does stuff. The person that goes, right, we're sorting this. This is what's happening. I'm sorting this for you. No problem whatsoever. We're doing this then. Be there. Don't be there. I don't care. But you're coming anyway, so who cares? That person, it's... Oh, yeah, exactly, Hayden. Same here. I've got better at that, I must admit. I think that's one of the things I've actually done a lot better since the diagnosis and stuff, is that. Being a bit more forward with myself, I guess. That makes sense? People to organise my life. Yeah, literally. I can't do it. But you all need a Daddy Sam is what you need. He will sort things for you. Like, we'll all just be in a room. There'll be like 15 of us, and we'll all just look at him like, well, come on now, what are we doing? You know the plan, obviously. Couldn't be friends with someone like that. Oh, no. I mean, hey, each to their own, right? But I love him to death. He's one of my best friends. He's a person that will fix things for you. And he gets shit done. I feel like you need a mix, right? If everyone's the same personality, it's not as fun, is it? Stay in touch with that pro club. There you go. It's the same kind of thing, isn't it? Exactly. Soon after the one of the play. I would read out the name of our Facebook group chat, because we still have one on Facebook. Don't really use it anymore. But the length of the name was like... It was just... I think at the end there was like 7 closed brackets because of the amount of different brackets that were in there. All I know is that Glitterhoof for Emperor was in there somewhere too. But that's how it is, isn't it? If your group chat doesn't have a heinous name of some form, are you really doing it correctly? Oh, it's Alan, isn't it? This song's kind of a vibe too. Maybe Sharpie for a little bit. Oh, I brought Cabezas on. I could probably... Can I bring on Eon there? Bring on for I suppose he can play all over, can't he, really? We're at least now winning. I'll save the last sub just in case. 23 players, none are very good. That's a lot. Yeah, 23 is... 23? It wasn't first season by any chance, was it? Because sometimes the game glitches out first season and claims that your youth players from the previous year are intake guys. Never met him. I'll call you what I like. Sometimes I say things like that just in case he's in chat that day and he'll just like summon himself. He's a good... He is the owner of the Leslie King Patreon player. Awful shit. Oh yeah, of course you did. Comes with full-on law. Yep. A fanfic type story. Of course. It's just one of those things where you need that kind of balance to... Because everyone's got busy lives and stuff with jobs and stuff. But only one of my... Well, technically 2 if you count the 2 of them, obviously. Have kids. So it's always a pleasure when we do get to see them. Because obviously, it's, you know, with 2 small children, it's very difficult to arrange things and stuff. I think I actually seen one of them on the weekend because I think we're probably going to go fishing again. I mean, over 20 years later. I mean, to be fair, if they were toxophobic back then, they were likely going to be the same now, right? You filter those people out fairly fast, I suppose. Oh, it's a save from Hansen. Go fish. I will. I might have to renew my fishing license because, as Pog has unfortunately told me, she, and I quote, will not go fishing with a crim. So... the ultimatum has been set at this stage. I think actually the reason we were planning on going fishing this weekend is because my other mate's fishing license is running out soon and he can't be asked to renew it. So. Dobbed in by Pog, yeah. Captain Pogwash has finally done me. Oh, it's a goal from Eon. Love to see it. That went to West Ham, really? Okay. It's to be an edge team. Yeah, absolutely. It's, what I always say, and this is not a me thing specifically, is that like if you can't look back at who you were before and cringe, then I don't think you've grown as a person, right? But also, I think it's good to be able to look back and cringe because I feel like people aren't afraid to be cringed as much these days. I feel like we're missing that, right? And I understand, I was talking to Pog about this the other day. I think it's partly because people that are younger now, like I'm talking young Gen Zers, have grown up in a world where there's far more things that are being filmed constantly. And I feel like there is sort of this element of worry that they're being filmed all the time. Whereas I feel like growing up as a teenager for me, that was never like your thing. Like you'd have pictures and stuff, but it wasn't quite the same level of scrutiny that you'd be under. I think that people are sort of less, almost hide themselves a little bit more these days because they have no choice in respects. So they don't want to be ridiculed for it. And I kind of hate the fact that people are less cringe. Bring back cringe, I say. It's time. Yeah, it probably is time, isn't it? There you go. Not afraid to be cringe. You take it. Indeed. If anything, I'll do it more. Also, I have no idea what's even happening in the game right now. Did we just score a goal? Money Gamer, thank you very much for the follow.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to
well,
get
and also where sometimes, you know, you kind of oscillate, right? Also, time for newspaper chats as it always comes through today. This is the most sort of if you were to pick a sports article for where I live, this is what you'd expect to see. Club's immense pride in rowers' achievements. Ah, yes, it's an article about the local rowing club, don't you know? And that is that. Nothing about the brothels, unfortunately. No updates on the brothel chat yet. Some horse girl shit. No, not around here. That's more Newmarket. In fact, that's not just more Newmarket. It's emphatically Newmarket coded. Around here, it's not very horsey. It's more boaty. We're a very boaty place, which I'm not opposed to. Pog and I were actually looking at boats the other day. Not because we could afford to buy one, because I have no idea of the concept of how much a boat costs. And so I was like, well, go on then, Pog. Show me some boats. So she did. And I'm like, ah, yes, I see. I cannot afford that. Hansen's done the job. He kept a clean sheet. He did the business. He's staying in, baby. And he's earned it. Bless him. He made some saves in that game too. It wasn't like he was there on pure vibes. Only 90% vibes. Boaty McBoat place, yeah. Prime Joe trimming patch. Nah, I mean, honestly, Newmarket is so very horse-coded, it's actually outrageous. I would like to go to Newmarket races one day, maybe. Just to say I've been, I guess. We've got friends that live up there. But around here, it's just really boaty. Because of the river and whatnot. And also it's a tiny fucking place, so there's not a lot to really do outside of that. Other than, you know, the giant cathedral and whatnot. Which I still, every time, I make a beeline past it, even when I don't need to. Because I just like looking at it. Swansea City Joe unveiled. Oh! Accept all. I will, for you, Swansea City. That is freaking lovely. Oh, I'm a huge... Hang on, just want to see if there's any other pictures of it. Or was it Scrolly Boy? That's so nice. Is that not... I mean, AG1 is a sponsor, damn. The vloggers are getting out. If you're... Honestly, Hayden, yeah. I still prefer the Fulham one, but, like, honestly, that is freaking fantastic. Palace here then... I get it because of the colours and the stripes, right? But I still think it... I don't think it... I think the colours are wrong for it to be Palace. Just... It is more Norway than Palace, honestly. But it is very, very nice. It's certainly more Palace than Palace's kit this year. That I will agree on, for sure. That might be one of my favourite kits of the entire year so far. Like, I love the new Fulham one, but that is... To actually to put the points in properly for you. Might have got distracted by that absolute beauty of a kit. And I did. Nice. Right, okay. You're going to see the ultimate of keyboard hittery, keyboard spacebarery from me from now on, because we have got European... We haven't even got to another European game for the other teams yet, because I don't even know when those matches are, but I'm going to have to instant result a few games as a result of that. Oh, I've broke me spacebar again. It's typical, isn't it? The second I say, I'm going to be doing some spacebar smackery, and the game's like, no, I don't think you will. In that case, let me just continue and let me get my spacebar back. Room of the EFL. Oh. Yeah. It's not great. My god, that Sirens music. I used to love putting that instead of the other intro back in the day. Oh, is it still broken? Shit. I mean, hey. I don't know how Aaron did it during FIFA 8 that he didn't get through more keyboards, honestly. I wonder if that'll come back with 27. I'd like to think so. Not that I feel like we probably would be involved. Technically, we are still the England esports team for FM. There's no one else has been avoided, so I guess technically that is still us. We've just gone into dormancy like a volcano. Goiko's training extremely well. It's his height, you see. Most of the training is just picking things up off of shelves. Napoli 100th anniversary kit. I like it. But isn't this the one that's got the two different versions where you can buy like the Temu version and it costs a fortune, or you could buy the non-Temu version and it's going to cost you a mortgage? To me, that is like, it's clean, but it's like fine, I guess. Did you guys see that thing? This might not be true at all, but about Como saying that if you don't turn up for a couple of games, they'll like sell your season ticket to someone else. Or some bollocks. I think it was that. Although it might just be, as usual, me misreading a tweet. I'll do that. True enough. Oh, is it actually? Oh, no, I don't have a season ticket. 3 straight games. Yeah. Every club should do that. I mean, they can do that, but they can't pretend that it's about like, oh, we've got to have the locals. And what it is that we can make more money out of this. And fair play to them, right? Sampdoria, well, I mean, oh, but what about Parma? Parma during the Parmalat days. They had some shirts. Italy just had some shirts, didn't it? Because they all kind of looked a bit like that Swansea City one, honestly. In a very nice way. I love that almost not every club, but a lot of clubs are doing these retro type ones. And the best ones are the ones where they're doing it right. Where they have the retro logos for the sponsor, if there's the kit manufacturer, and if they've got a club retro logo too. There's nothing worse than seeing a retro looking kit with a modern logo on it. It looks dumb as fuck. But I'm so glad that Fulham have got even more retro this time around. Let me just check the Europa League. So that game is on the 11th, and presumably this is also on the 11th. Yes, okay, sick. At least we've got something locked in now. His mum was buying tickets from the same computer she was buying her ticket from. And how dare she? Buy a second computer, Manchester mother. I assume that's her nickname. Like, come on. Simply buy more computers. Yeah, Hull's one is quite nice too, actually. Because I believe Hull are the only team in the Premier League with that specific kit manufacturer, right? I saw a breakdown of the different ones. Obviously, Adidas dominate it, as always. But I also think that Fulham, over the last couple of years, have moved up, because apparently there's different like tiers of agreements with these kit companies. And if you're a tier 1, you get way more control over what the actual kit looks like as far as weird designs and stuff. Yeah. And I believe that Fulham, as of last season, were a tier 1 with Adidas now, which is why our kits last year were so like out there and banging, frankly. So what you're saying is we want to stay exactly where we are, but not go any higher, because that's the unit with the real goppers. Excellent news, because this year they've kind of chefed. Although I've heard rumours that our third kit might be some lilac monstrosity. So we'll see. To the club, someone can say, yeah, I believe Fulham have a system like that as well. Like they have an internal system to sort of ensure that it does go to Fulham fans in theory, because with Fulham being based in London, anytime one of the big teams are in town, you do find that there's a lot of tourists and home end type thing, or just away fans in general. But it doesn't help, obviously, with the Riverside stand being what it is. Fulham have AEW written a huge font on it. Well, you mean like that, for example? Oh, sorry, I've waited for that moment the entire... I'm so glad you've done that. Wow. That was like the ultimate fastball up the front of the plate. That is Fulham's third kit from... Hang on, I'll show you. It's Fulham's third kit from last season, as in the most recent season we just had. But it's the women's kit. So it's Fulham's women's team, which was the 4th tier of women's football, I believe. So it's part of the Women's National League, basically. And they had AEW as a sponsor instead of SPO Top. So, was it 3rd tier? I think they're 3rd tier this year. But either way, they were selling them at the end of the season because I didn't know they did the men's cut version, because for a while they didn't. They only sold it in the female version, which was kind of annoying because I don't really have the figure for it. 25 quid at the end of the season, and I loved it. Someone in chat put it in that a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I'm getting one of those. It's brilliant. Oh, they're sponsoring themselves. It's the same way that a lot of companies do it. It's the same way that City do it, I think. And also Sassuolo, I think, do the same kind of thing. But it's just a really, really nice shirt as well. But I refused to buy one with the gambling sponsor on the front. So I just went with, yeah. So I really wanted the women's one. And it's sick. Plus I get to support the women's team too, which is cool. Tickets were actually making moves. Wait, is that guy back up to being 5-star PA? Not quite. He seems to oscillate depending on whichever scout looks at him, but he's always around that kind of level. Yeah, that guy's not as good as I thought he was going to be. Yeah, we're not getting around it. Obviously, they're doing all sorts of other things now. Fulham versus YouTube FC. Is it? Are we in the same league as Hashtag this year? Fictional South African hydration brand. I mean, Fulham were... I mean, every year there was usually some kind of hit piece, rightly so, or an expose written about Fulham's weird relationship with some kind of either Vietnamese or like West African-based betting company that didn't exist or something. West Ham Circuit. Oh... That looks like a training top. And like a blurry one. It looks... Okay, stay with me. It looks like someone's analysing a virus under a microscope but can't focus it properly. And this is the result. I'm not a fan of that. It's like, hey, I'm forever blurring bubbles. I'm sorry, but that might be some of my best work. Oh, yes. I realise that I don't exactly help myself when I parade around the room upon knocking a joke out, right? But sometimes you've got to. You're lucky I didn't take my shirt off. If I pull out a joke like that and pogs around, I will literally take the shirt off and go around the room like this. Oh, it's up there with Glove Island, frankly. It's not going to get better from that, is it? Ah, oh, so insane. The face behind it. Oh god, yeah, it looks like a cartoon character. Not well off. Oh yeah, I mean, I could do all sorts of things, you know. I'm my own man. I need to press the intro button there. Bloody hell. Okay, I might insta this one just so we can actually get some progress going. Yeah. I mean, Hansen stays in anyway because he was a big boy and didn't cry or nothing. Oh, it's the cup. In comes Sharpie.
I hate forgetting to cancel my direct debits.
Happens to the best of us, Dazza. Thank you very much for the 6 months. I was just showing off my comedic chops. What the fuck I'm saying? Oh, dear. So I told you I was in a good mood today. My stream notes thing has just gone, hey, Matt, do the VOD comments. I'm like, hey, way ahead of you there, my friend. I've done them. And there's the thing there written about Salah. Oh, that's bad. We did just lose the cup final to GKS Katowice. I forgot this was the final. It's not the final. It's fine. We didn't lose the cup final because it wasn't the final. We better hope that Lechia Gdansk are going to be winning it. Because we do not need GKS Katowice in Europe next season, as I don't believe they're even going to be in the league next season at this rate. Oh, no, they might do. Lechia, lads. Please. That's all I can say. Europe is going poorly on account of us no longer being in it. Unfortunately, we were knocked out by Atletico in possibly one of the most... Oh, he's had an absolute stinker there. A 5.8 from Manuel. That's bad. That's not going to do him a lot there. Unfortunately. I don't actually see the stats there. Yeah, unfortunately, we lost to Atletico. Their big beanpole of a striker dicked us in the first leg. And then in the second leg, we absolutely battered them. And still only won 5-2. I mean, when I say battered, I mean absolutely... like the siege of something. Yeah. Oh, dear. See, if Rimcom Song would have been in goal, actually we probably would have lost by more goals, to be honest, but it is what it is. Did we get man of the match? Don't be silly, Matt. No, they did. How many goals did he actually... Yeah, he did concede quite a bit there. That's not ideal. He did have to make some saves, and he did make a few of them, but more were needed. I forgot they got Redondo in this team. He's actually still technically on loan there, I think. I don't think he actually is a permanent signing. We're not seemingly under pressure from the board right now, although not winning the cup is not likely to help us too much on that side of things, in fairness. I think because we... actually, are we? No, I still see. I mean, we have failed that, obviously, because if you get to the quarterfinals, it's okay. But because we, didn't, we will win the league likely, but we are not going to win the cup either, which they don't care too much about anyway, thankfully. Thankfully, they're satisfied with that. To be fair, the only things they really care about are the league and the Champions League, and as long as we win the league, we're okay. If we were to lose the league, then that might be a bit more problematic for us. No, never been sacked in Build a Nation. The closest probably was when we did actually lose the league title in the Tromsø save. Rosenborg put on this unreal season and won the league, and it was close. The board did fully get antsy with me and said something along the lines of, like, basically, don't let this happen again type thing. But that's the only time it's ever happened that we've managed to not win a league title. Like, the closer it comes to actually happening is a good thing, because it shows that the other teams are developing to a level where they can actually compete with you. Like, we're actually only 7 points clear here, and I've had a pretty... I mean, you can see the biggest issue basically is we're conceding more goals than we should be. Who could have predicted that, eh? Right, but Thursday is where it really matters, because Thursday is where both of the two remaining Polish sides in Europe, which is what we actually care about, lol, are in action, and Daiki's making a positive improvement. I care about that as well. I feel like it's going to be tough for anyone to dislodge him from next year. He's worth £100 million now. But to be fair, when we needed him most after a really strong Champions League performance, he absolutely shat the bed in that first leg against Atletico. And it's those moments. Now, my only concern with Daiki is, when do we find out if he's got big matches? In the summer. This summer is pivotal, because if he doesn't like big matches, we're still kind of cooked on him as well. But if he does, then he definitely gets the job. Unless, obviously, someone else somehow comes out of nowhere and wins Glove Island, which could still happen. I mean, it's unlikely, but you never know. Weirder things have happened. Not recently, but they're there. I mean, yeah, Rimcom Song could win the spin for the wheel for the next game against Polonia. He could play the last 6 games of the season, keep 6 straight clean sheets, save 1,000 shots on target, and win it. But it's going to be a toughie for him. I mean, the one player that could have potentially challenged him for it, in all honesty, was Manuel Hansen, of all those things, despite him not even really officially being in the competition. But I think that result right there might have just cooked him. In fact, yeah, it's pushed him to 0.36. The only other two that could still potentially... I mean, Olikovsky could still get back into it. They're not done yet. Just need a bit of luck. 6 games to go. Can they make it happen? Yeah, so you only find out... This is one of the weird things that the game doesn't tell you, and I have no idea why, but the game won't let you see a player's big match attribute until they turn 22. The second they turn 22, look on their profile and it will appear, but it's not there until then. It's one of those things that's just like It's like, I know it, but I didn't know it until I did, obviously, and it was never really talked about, ever. And to the point where I mentioned it in a video I was doing, I think, earlier this year, and people were like, really? But like, yeah, it is. Right, okay, so it's Europa League and Conference League. Not part of Glove Island, because he was almost too good for it, and he keeps getting injured. But the main reason that Jeremy didn't get a go is, it's because Jeremy hates big matches, if I recall. Yeah, so while he's good... I mean, I'm happy to run him as an option for us next season as well, potentially. For sure. But he hates big matches. Well, doesn't hate them, but he doesn't like them, and that would cost us later down the line. Although he does have very good aerial reach. Has he ever had a consistent run of games for us? He actually hasn't. I do wonder if maybe he could get a go for next year, maybe. Oh, Freda, that's very kind of you. I'm afraid you don't have to do that. That's very nice of you. Honestly, I'm just repeating things that other people tell me and show me. It really does take a lot of the time. Someone in chat will just go, hey, do you know this? And I'm like, no. And then we find it out. Usually it's Taylor or Hadrian. And I'm just the messenger a lot of the time. Right, I want to look at Europa. And I've already dodged it a second time there. Right, Europa. Show me the goods. Oh my God. Sure, why not? Piaskowitz 3, Sporting Crystal Palace 0. I mean, and also, crucially, Saint Etienne are beating Arsenal, and that's who they would likely play in the next round. So if they were to get through, it'd be brilliant if it came at the expense of Arsenal, because then there's a great shout at a final. I mean, and Southampton are beating Villarreal, which is bad overall, but probably good long-term, because Villarreal... Maybe I'm misjudging Villarreal. There's a lot of badness for Spain, basically, in general. How deserved was it? Probably not a... I mean, maybe it was. Oh my god. How did they do so badly at the beginning of the league phase? They've absolutely annihilated them. I mean, to be fair, there's a guy called Yannick Hub, who's Portuguese. How many caps has he got? Slugs! Thank you for the 48 months. That was a little hubcap joke there for the wheel cover enthusiasts among us. That's funny, quite good actually. It's a good name though, Yannick Hub. Just straight out Portuguese. I've never seen that as a kind of from Estoril. Literally from Estoril. You've only just joined it on a free transfer, no less. I mean, they've absolutely killed them there. Okay, Edwin, don't make me change my shirt. What I did want to look though was the Conference League, because this is where it all goes a bit wrong, because Radomiak will end up losing to Brumby or something. What are we doing? Why are we doing that? What was the meaning of this? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. To be fair, they did only have 21 shots, 5 of which were on target for a 2.1 XG in a game they've lost 2-0. Where a guy called Jensen has just scored twice. God's sake. The worst thing is, that was the away game as well. This was the one. I still think they could probably turn this around, but 2 goals is a lot. I mean, they've battered them. I mean, they haven't battered them. They should have won the game. And to lose 2-0, that's just bad. I can foresee an awful situation where, like, the second leg... Oh, Christ, loads of injuries too. Including Stasiak. Wow. Where even... Oh, is it Vidjev? That's bad. That's what I was thinking. That Sporting will win 5-1 in the other one, and Radomiak will pull out a proper, like, Breidablik type result against them. I can see Actually, no, it's probably even worse, where Sporting will win the second leg 5-1 and knock out Wisła Piaskowice, but then Radomiak will play like they should be winning 7-0 or something, but will still only win the game 1-0. Or they've got a 1-1 draw where the opponents only have 1 shot in the entire match. That feels very like them. I don't think we're cooked yet. We're certainly not for the other one, but we need both to be pushing a bit further than that. Radomiak, it was their year. It set up perfectly for them. They won the group stage. Bear in mind, they won the group stage ahead of Juventus. Yeah, we've got to spin that wheel again, though, because Manuel Hansen has absolutely shat the bed. I think I might have to change the bench again. Hang on, just make sure the bench is set up properly. I think all Mana can come back in now. Volkanov. To be fair, I might just give Volky the rest of the season. Because it's an opportunity for him to get some football under his belt at a time of the year when there's less pressure on him, right? And the football he gets now could really help him for next season. Do I just stay without Shankiti? To be fair, we did lose the game when I dropped him, so maybe I will bring him back into the game. Yeah, we'll let El Shankiti back in. Others will kick off anyway. Right, wheel time. So, the only person it can't be is Manuel Hansen, which there's a very low chance of it being him anyway. See you later, Smogfather. Have a lovely rest of your day. Okay. So, unless it lands on Hansen again, which I guess it can technically land on Hansen again, I might veto if it does. In the interest of interest. Hello, Hans. We could give Jeremy a game, yeah. Or the youth team goalkeeper from the intake, whose name escapes me because I have already cast him aside into the annals of history. Now listen. So that's gone well. Right. Okay, chat. Do you want Jeremy or youth intake goalkeeper? These are your choices. Hansen up top, maybe. Maybe he should at least get to play up top. Good shout, actually. We'll put Hansen instead of Gomez. Jeremy. Oh, this is a tight one. I don't know who the youth intake guy is, actually. He might not be available for the game, to be fair. There is a chance that he might not be eligible for it because of youth team matches. Was it this dude? It was, wasn't it? Mateusz Zborowski. I think it's slightly heading towards youth. I would do a poll, but it just takes time to run the poll. We'll go with you heard him. I know he's in here, and I'm sure I'm being blimp again. I might just drag him. This could be easier if I just drag lad. I mean, Gomez has got nearly as good many stars as he does. Gomez is a better kid. I mean, maybe there's a Sven Mason there. I like him. How to get as many players on loan in teams in your league as possible? It's just a question of... I mean, transfer him out is massive. Affiliate loans too, but less so, because that doesn't really... That kind of papers over the cracks a little bit. But it really is just a case of constantly offering them out, pretty much. We go till about 3, Harvey, although it depends, because I want to go till... we want to at least know what's happened with the other Polish sides in Europe. Like, I don't want to be leaving it on a cliffhanger, because obviously next stream is transfers and stuff. So that... I want to get that part wrapped up. Even if the league doesn't finish, that's absolutely fine. I can do that after. But I would like to get as much of that done as possible, just because of, obviously, Glove Island. So, Zbrowski, my guy. That should be fine, right? Masterclass incoming from the young lad. I can feel it. Maybe I should have given Jeremy the chance, but I think Jeremy is going to be playing next season either way. Okay. Well, that's gone well. Masterclass there. Unfortunately, how much longer do I live for? I mean, as long as possible. To be honest, if things carry on at this rate, I'm going to be absolutely ripped by the end of the year because I'm now obligated to the running and the weights. So I'm just going to be a fucking Adonis by December. Christ. I'll be doing all sorts of sit-ups. I mean, we've shat the bed again as far as our ability to score goals. I do blame Manuel Hansen a little bit for that, but he didn't even do that badly. Montperouche let us down more. Due to tearing of that, I've been very good thus far. It's actually weirdly maybe more purposeful with running. Like, I'm paying more attention to being specific with things so that I don't end up injuring myself, because it's the last thing I need. Obviously, you can't, help when that does randomly happen, but thus far, things have been good. I think doing that crazy long run on the Saturday has sort of broken a mental barrier for me, where it's no longer scary to do these half marathon plus length runs that aren't races, because I'd never done that before until Saturday, and I didn't even think I could do it. And I've got another adventure coming up this Saturday too, because this fucking wheel hates me. No, Saturday did okay in that game. Oh dear. I think we might have, we've lost far too many games like this, but Montperouche, considering how good he's been this season, he is really not finishing the year in great nick, is he? Bless him. Oh, and now Diabate's going to miss some time as well. But the youngster he was in the team. That's all we can really say. Yeah, it turns out I should be evicted from Glove Island, and I would agree. I think XG on the beach is firmly on the cards for next season for sure. But again, as you can see, that our opponent's goalkeepers and getting man of the match happens far too frequently. Like, it just does now. The amount of games where our opponent's opposition keeper reboot. Oh, back. I was looking for my Windows shutdown button, which apparently I've taken off of my Stream Deck, and thus is not even relevant anymore. Did I take it out of this entire thing? I think I did. Oh no, there it is. It's in there. It was still in the overlays, it just wasn't on my Stream Deck anymore. Oh dear. But that just means that we're going to have to think of all of the different reasons to sign strikers in the summer. Now, that's going to be a more difficult one, just because we obviously do have strikers, but we need a fourth choice striker for next year. Because I think one of our biggest problems this year is rotation, when we've had the inevitable injuries, has just been Sharpek. And he's basically been starting a lot of games. So that fourth choice slot, particularly with 2 strikers, is going to be up for grabs next year, and they will get way more game time. Maybe we'll let it so it's league only for that or something. But regardless, tall boy, small boy, heading boy, work rate. But yeah, like a unique thing about them. Funny name boy, etc. And it can't be players that we already have at the club, unless someone crazy comes back from loan. But even then, I don't think that would be fair. Oh shit, I've just realised. There is a chance, albeit a bad one, that Elkin Blanco could return due to that injury he got for Lechia. I really hope he doesn't. But that injury is long enough. Oh no, he should be okay. 3 to 6 weeks. Yeah, I think he'll be back before... Oh, that's touch and go. Hopefully he's fully healed his injury before the loan window. Oh, speaking of... Fucking hell. This is why we're going to need the fourth choice striker for next year, because El Shankiti is quite literally the sideshow Bob stepping on rakes, but of injuries. I want to see if he's actually got... I want to check his loan club. Yeah, so his... Wait, hang on. His loan expires in 19 days? What? Why would his loan expire on the 6th of May? Well, so he is coming back. That's just happening. He has a 4-year contract. No, his contract's got 3 years in it. I extended it a couple of seasons ago. That's weird. Well, I mean, we could always sell one of the others. Get some money in for someone like Gomez. Or, I mean, I'm not putting El Shankiti on the scrap heap, but... Yeah, that is usually the reason, is it? But I've definitely extended his contract. Yeah, fucking hell. Oh, he's torn his tummy, bless him. I mean, hey, Blanco is a different type of striker too, because I believe he's got a bit of height about him, does he not? He's more of a lofty boy. It's Atletico striker. Nah. Do you mean that one? We can have that one. I miss Alshinki. God, look at the state of him. He's 6 foot. What? God, he's fucking outrageous, isn't he? It might have been. Yeah, that's frustrating because I don't think that's not a loan I can. Actually, can I offer an extension now? I thought maybe I might be able to offer an extension now, but unfortunately not, because yeah. To be fair, when I'm doing the usual extensions on the 2nd of June, technically that's outside the window as well. But you're right, they probably wouldn't do. That's frustrating. Okay, I would be tempted into selling Christian Gomez in the summer, maybe, if it moves. Because what's Gomez looking like these days? I mean, he's very good, obviously. Yeah, he's actually a bit absurd, isn't he? 2 years left on his current deal. But were I to get, say, over 100 million for him, like well over 100 million, which I absolutely could get over 100 million for him, what does he look like compared to Blanco right now? Better crossing. Blanco's better in the main actual finishing attributes. Slightly better heading. Slightly better marking, but like, who cares about that? Better passing, barely. But also, crucially, 6 years older than him. Better leadership, who cares? They're more closely matched than you'd think. He's slightly faster. In fact, he's a lot faster. She's very good in the air as well. They're very closely matched. Honestly. Where's he? He's left-footed. What is Glove Island? Glove Island is our quest, our reality show even, to find a new goalkeeper. It's going swimmingly so far. Potential. Oh yeah. No, Blanco has like, well, from what we know at least, has obscene potential. Like, full-on, continues to be outrageous levels of potential, in theory. And he's still only 20. Because he's had a couple of seasons of massive development out on loan at Lechia, where he's been putting up numbers. On the loan list. Because originally when he joined us, he was probably put on the loan list. And as a result, he just sort of never gets taken off of there. Although I probably should at some point, which would... Actually, that would be a wise thing to do now, because sometimes teams will put in these stupid like loans with an option that aren't very good if they're on the loan list. So I probably should take him off of that. Just for the time being. He's probably been for a very long time. Volkanov's making improvements. Not that we can see him properly, but they're there. Go on, Dimmy. I assume we've got him training quickness, right? Yep. Figured I would have done that. Okay, so it's Friday. We've got our answer here as well, by the way, as far as what's happened in Europe. It'd be easier if I just go to Piaskowicz's page, wouldn't it? Oh, they did lose. Quite unfortunately as well. They've done very well in the away game too, and we're pretty unlucky to lose this one too. But they are through. So that's all that matters. Better intro the song. Yeah, it's up there. August Burns Red, Whitewashed. That's a banger of an intro. That's the only other one that comes to mind just because I do love Whitewashed. Elshank's injury history. I don't think there's enough paper on my screen to print that on. It is obscene. There's another Elshank there. I'll swing back to the other one, don't worry. It's under here, isn't it? Fitness and then injury history. To give you an idea, it's pretty much from there. Yeah, literally here. So that was August of the previous season. Then, once June comes around, 5 days, 11 days, 5 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 days, 3 months, 6 weeks, 5 days, 7 weeks, 2 months, 2 days on the current injury. The amount of time he's missed is outrageous. He's already missed 51% of this season. Guide for the good at big matches to bad at big matches text. Basically, relishes big matches, I believe, is the highest you can have. He's not injury prone, no. Incredibly, he's not injury prone. But yeah, Relish's big matches is the highest one, and I believe the lowest one is Dread's big matches. I think. I mean, he is injury prone in the sense that bro can't stay fit, but he's not actually technically, according to the game, injury prone. Maybe he's just clumsy, which is not quite the same. Right, Radomiak, come on, please. Just fucking get in. And with a red card. Dread's big matches, yeah, it can happen. It's pretty rare because you have to have like 1 to 3, I think. Transfer business, I think it's great so far. More needs to happen, but I definitely think we're heading in the right direction. We're being linked with good people. They got a red card after 11 minutes and just went, nah, we've got this. From 2-0 down as well. I mean, they deserve to win the tie. That's amazing. Okay, so they're both through to the... is it the semis or the quarters? Either way, they're chefing. This is great. Yeah, semi-finals. They're playing against Genk. Niakate is actually extremely good. Wait, Watford went out? Watford are out. Watford are out. It's literally, if they were to get past Genk, Utrecht or Toulouse in the final. They've got a real shot at this here. That's amazing news. What about the Europa? Other results there. Okay, so they've... Arsenal turned it around. I guess we kind of imagined that would happen, but... Ooh. And Southampton also went out too. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is tough now. They have to get past Arsenal, and then it's a Spanish side no matter what. That's a tough one. Lives for big matches. I believe that might have been on older FMs. I'm pretty certain that Relish's big matches on 26 at least is like the highest level of it, I think. I don't know the exact text for them. There's likes big matches, loves big matches maybe, Relish's big matches, and I think on the other side there's like doesn't like big matches, and then there's another one in between. I think there's only 6 different text pieces, I think. But basically, green good, red bad. And Relish is the one you really want, but anything that's in the positive is likely to be decent enough for you. Oh, that's amazing. Right, when are those games being played actually then? So we know when we actually need to see. So we're done because we'll at least have a conclusion to this. So they're playing on the 2nd of May and the 9th of May. Cool. Above average injury susceptibility. To be fair, injury susceptibility is usually caused by... To be fair, he is susceptible to injury on account of him always being injured. So I think that's the reason that says that, because it's above average, but that's due to like his... I think that's to do with like match time and things like that, but ultimately he shouldn't be getting his injuries as often. Statistically, he shouldn't be getting as many injuries as he does, unfortunately. He just seems to get them. I don't really want to do anything with Santelli. Is it Thrives? I haven't seen that one. Maybe that's the top one. I don't know if Thrives might be above Relishes because it's super rare. Maybe you have to have like 20 or something on that one. I might just leave that for the time being. Lukaku going back to Anderlecht. Part ownership. Okay. Just don't make him head of youth development or director of football, as we've seen in the past, and it should be okay. That'd be fun, actually. I do like players going back to like old... Did he ever play for Anderlecht? I'm assuming he did. Oh, well, they're all still good. Wow, we didn't even get an upgrade on any of them this year. That's how bad they've been. Okay, so Zbrowski is very much not it. But how are we to know that? That's not on us. We'll get Policia in for a bit since Diabate is going to be dead for a while. Alshan Kiti is now going to be out for a while, which luckily means we've got Sharpie to come back into the team, and unfortunately it is the end of the road for the time being at least of Manuel Hansen. Get you out of there as well. And I'll put somebody onto the bench. Oh, get rid of these guys. We've got some outfielders that can knock it. Oh, Mana, of course, yeah. I feel bad for him actually, but there we go. Backup goalkeeper, really? I mean, to be fair, a goalkeeper with that text, that sounds like the exact thing that you would want. Okay, so we know it can't be Zbrowski. Everybody else is still in play. I'm getting better at this wheel stuff. Gaz, less so because obviously with the back two, and he's had some injuries that have kept him out. Yeah, Federico has played a game. There's a couple that have got one game. 9. Who's 9? Thank you, Nox. It is, isn't it? 9 is... Oh! Well, it's funny you should say that, Chris, because that is in fact him. Bacino is going to get his chance right here. A second chance, admittedly. Game show host. Oh, give me the sparkly jacket and I'll be right in there. If Daichi hates big matches, then we've got a problem. Yes. I'm really praying that he doesn't. I mean, I could always bring in Arnold here. We probably do need at least one solid defender in the team for this game. Particularly as it's Corona Kielce when they do actually have some okay players. And we're not technically... Wait, what? Oh, did he go onto the bench? Ah, cheeky. Did not see that. Fuck it. Would have played the game anyway, right? It seems like he has a bit of potential. The one game he did play thus far, he wasn't amazing in, which is part of the reason why he was immediately out again. But, you know, give it a chance. Maybe he pulls off a blinder here against Corona Kielce. Or we lose 3-2, which is our usual setting. Oh! Okay. I mean, he stays in. It's a clean sheet, which means he's guaranteed a good rating out of that. The question is, how good was he? 3 saves, 0.93 against. My guy. That's more like it from Federico. Just needed to warm up a little bit, get that second opportunity. That's a nice little one in his direction there. Sharpek and Gomez have absolutely cooked. We've won a game, I know. Legend has it that it is in fact possible. That's very nice. It will certainly push him up the rankings, if nothing else. The positive thing is that because he'd only played one game, he has less sort of a hole to dig himself out of, so to speak. Because some of them that have played 2 or 3 had got into some very severe XGs prevented negatives. He will not have that issue. Sharpek's just absolutely chefed again there. I feel like I'm almost holding him back at times because he has... I think Sharpek might be our best striker goal scorer this season as far as those go. Is he actually? Technically no, but he's right there with Gomez, and crucially, he's overperformed his XG, and he's done it in less games, and he's still got the same number of assists off of nearly an identical amount. So, also notice Saturday with 13 goals. Shout out to him, not many assists, but that's okay. He's kind of chefed. Blind date one. Well, I mean, you've got to build up the partnerships, right? You keep playing them together till they get that green link, and then you ask them how they actually feel about each other. We need to get some bar stools in and some kind of divider. I'd have to borrow the floating bar stool that Pog and I have downstairs that we just use randomly whenever cooking is happening or stuff. Pog just likes to sit down a lot, which is great and all. I'm glad she's comfortable, but it is annoying because I have to try to get into cupboards a lot. So we've got a couple of weeks until those next games. Shank has not got a lot of goals this season because he's not been around. I think he's got maybe 10. Yeah, 10 so far. And that's not great. Like, obviously he's missed games. But when you compare his minutes to the others, it's not that far beneath the others. But he can never get a consistent... 3 of those goals were against Atletico in that second leg of the Champions League, where we kind of fucked it. But his last few seasons... I mean, you could look how good he was here. 44 games that year, 44 that year. Last year, 19 starts, 5 off the bench. This year, 21 starts, 5 off the bench. He's basically halved the amount of... He's missing half a season a year at the moment. A Sillerwick? I mean, I'm pretty close. All I need to do is be a male regen as a manager, and then the game will just make me look like Silla Black. With Elkins, hopefully. Maybe I do just pull the... Thing is, the problem with... So if I was to sell someone like El Shankiti, which I wouldn't really want to do, because I do think he's great. He's a Ballon d'Or winner. Then again, so is Gomez. Is that if you do sell him to someone else... then someone else has him. And you know that he would absolutely terrorise us for years. I think if anyone was going to be sold, it would probably be Gomez instead. Oh, good. Now Jeremy's hurt himself. Is he injury prone as well by any chance? We do need more people to back him up. But luckily, XG on the beach is going to give us plenty of opportunities to do that. We'll have a whole host of them. No, Sharpek is the sole backup. The only way... Yeah, Saudi could maybe make that work. But, I mean, if they came in, I would be tempted. Potentially. Hello, Comrade. How's it going, friend? I wonder how Agapong's actually getting on, since he's on the shortlist still. To be fair, in the Premier League... No, he's still got 12 clean sheets, and is putting up decent-ish numbers. I mean, the thing is easy, like, it's a view-only league, so it's tough to know how good those things actually were. See, for example, Ayapong relishes big matches as well. There's really nothing about this goalkeeper that suggests that he should have been as bad for us as he actually was. It's wild. Oh, he's got more language too. He knows all the words. Whole team meeting? Absolutely not. Don't you tempt me with this fate. Oh, dear. What the hell? Ran a bit... I think something just flew into my mouth. Yeah. with strikers, there's more like viable options. With goalkeepers, it really was, hey, this guy's kind of good, this guy's kind of good, and now some memes. They fully are, Lucas. Like, we've just not managed to find anything that's consistently worked. The only goalkeeper who's done anything resembling decent enough for us was Ibrahima Sané, and I'm convinced that that was only because, oh, hello. Oh, now then. You're all seeing what I'm seeing. And I'm convinced that was because it was a short sample size. Spat out his microchip shit. They've got me. There's a guy here called Gregory Paris from Anderlecht. Now then. And he's Belgian. If he's a striker... Oh. It's Gregory Paris, though, who's from Molenbeek. Is it aspirational? Good old Greg Paris. Well, he's definitely getting added to the shortlist for later anyway, because I have to keep an eye on my Gregory Paris. He's a tiny man, too. Certainly no Eiffel Tower's coming out of him anytime soon. He's brave, though. And you have to be brave to be called Gregory Paris. Oh, is that going to become my new vocal stim after Marco Quarto? I do like him, though. Hello, Harvey. How are you, friend? Orgy's now a Polish citizen. What a news headline. You all thought you thought you didn't want it, but now you do. Wait, which orgy is this? Oh, it's Good Luck Orgy. Of course. Sayonara. Indeed. He possibly could be really good, old Gregory. I'm guessing it's because he looks like he might be from this year's intake, too. Speaking of, now would probably be a good time to check in on the focuses, just in case there is any like newbies in there, potentially. A few matches. Real Madrid, Palmeiras, Flamengo. Hey, lads, have you considered looking outside of Brazil? Great Big Net, anyone? Union Saint-Gilloise. Few nearly matches. Couple of in progress. It's Barcelona, of course. 16 in progress. Oh, hello. Florian Fabian. That's fine. Man City, Matthew Scott. Not quite Tom Scott. Speaking of Tom Scott's latest video. Absolute peak. Loved it. Harvey as well. Thank you very much for the 3 months at tier 1. That's very kind of you, man. Was that Kelly? I think if that... Was it a Brazilian guy called Kelly? Because if so, he's actually already on the shortlist, I think. It just doesn't always show it on this screen. Non-league side. Wait, really? On which one? On Great Big Net? Or... There's Punic doing there as well. Oh, this guy here. Hector Toshi from Deportivo Madryn. Which sounds like... Wow, he's worth quite a lot of money. I have him for a while, Rogera. This is... But I use the Iron Owl ones just in the background. Plus, we've got another one that we've been trying out as well. Yeah. I'm glad you spotted that because I would not have seen that. It might take... Oh, hello. It might take a little while for players from this year's intake to start filtering through for these because obviously they've not been looking at them directly straight away. All that's the same guys before. Nobody in that one at all, apparently. A few nearly matches, a couple of in progresses. Pegswaller. I reckon, though, by the time the summer rolls around, there should be some good guys in there, potentially. In a Real Madrid guy's tab. If he was a Real Madrid, then that's annoying because we may well have lost out on him then. Because there was a guy called Kelly, I think his name was Kelly Kanda or something. A fine Brazilian name. Name's going to be missing for a game, but that's okay because I guess Janicic. I feel bad for Santelli that I haven't got him registered, actually, but such is life. Right, you come out as well. Is there anyone going to be left by the time this next game rolls around? Shank is technically available. Right. Player exchange. Offers always get rejected. Generally speaking, the best time to use player exchange is when you've offered a player out through transfer room out, but the club declines to make an offer. Often, if you then try to use player exchange to give them that player, they very often will accept it. But you do have to be careful because you then have no control of how much they're paying you, and sometimes they can pay you a lot more than they should do. We got into this trouble with Sweetie last time around. Right, so Bacino stays in the team, doesn't he? Because he actually cooked. It's his moment. If it was that Kelly guy, though, then he is on the Santa Baby shortlist, which is absolutely busting at the seams for next stream. 3-1 win. Polizzi with a brace. Nice. But is that enough for him to stay in the team? That one goal conceded could have been... It's not the world, not the end of the world, but it is still slightly unfortunate. He made 3 saves. Still probably wasn't quite good enough. Can I scroll this down enough to the point where... No, I can't. Cool. Actually, what I'll do is I'll do that one, and then I'll add an extra little bit of rating for Janicic's one because it's easier than adding a goals. Any polls left in Europe? Yes. Still, we have polls left in Europe. We've got Europa League with Piasklevica against Arsenal in the semi-finals. Not easy. But they did knock out Sporting to get there, so you never know. And we've got Radomiak in the semi-finals of the Conference League against Genk, or Ghent. And that one has really opened up for them, because it will be Toulouse or Utrecht in the final if they were to get there. There's a real shot at it finally happening. Cabezas, no clean sheet, player of the match award. And I'll add a little extra cheeky point on for Genk. Yeah, exactly. If I say Genk, then I can never be wrong. Or always wrong. Where is he? Janishitz. I'll add him a single solitary point, which he deserves. My guy. For all of you Janishitz enjoyers. Good. Sharpik does business again. Montpellier actually does a good thing in a game for once. There wasn't a penalty, no less, either. Wow. Okay, so Bacino's going to drop out for the next one. But that's okay. He got a couple of games in there to help his numbers slightly. And that first... Oh, I've broken spacebar again. Bro! One thing we actually didn't look at, which I do need to check, is the coefficient itself after that round of fixtures. Because we presumably will have gained some more points. 21 on the year now. Jesus Christ, Germany... Oh, do they have no one left, do they? There is a chance we could still catch them, you know. There is a non-zero chance that... I mean, to be fair, this year already, there is 5 teams above 20 points, which is mental. Like, most years you barely get 2 teams, maybe 3, that get above 20. This year there's already 5. That's wild. And Spain actually have more teams left than England do. Spain are set for a big season that's going to cut the gap even further. I mean, it's down to 6 already. Spain have still got teams left. Hopefully they do well in the Champions League, since they might as well do. But the important thing is, we're only now 1.5 points behind Germany. They have no one left. Everything we do from here is gains. I wonder if there's enough, if Radomiak were to win the Conference League. That might be enough by itself, potentially, to overtake Germany and go back to 3rd this year. So we name all the same. Exactly. I judge all football teams like that, Sean. Oh, Ocampo. I assume you mean Docampo, but just in case, I will... I guess that's probably the correct one. But Docampo, as far as I know, is still at Tottenham. He doesn't like being there, but he is there. He's been asking to leave for a very long time. He's listed now for 27 million. I reckon his wages would be the issue. Oh my god, they're not. I can foresee a situation where if that drops a lot more, that Docampo might come back. But then also he doesn't like big matches, so we're kind of stuck in the same exact problem as before. Best players in Europe at the last screen? I don't know. Which screen was that? That would have been showing that. Christ, what was that? Oh, was that you guys? Oh, Jesus. He Scourge too. I don't know. Yes, he was. Technically 2nd tier. So it's like... Scourge adjacent. Basically. The Europe screen. Oh, in that case, we probably can get back to that. Yes, they do. Naomi Vorpalin. Oh, she's actually 25, but has no caps for either Switzerland or Nigeria. Maltese and the Doctor. Yes, I believe so. Those guys got signed up a while ago. Basically, anyone that was... I just signed whoever my Doff said. Kelly Cador. Yeah, that person's definitely on the list because I like their name. And they had good PA too, if I remember correctly. So yeah, Naomi... It's weird that at 25 she has no caps. But yeah, it's considered one of the... Is she really? Oh, it's a transfer. It's not top player. She's just a transfer. Things like Hadrian's. I wouldn't even know where to find the women's rankings for that. So I guess it's on the same screen, isn't it? I guess if I go to World. Look at him. He's actually using the World screen. And then women's... No, that is the one, isn't it? So, I mean... Japan, but the Japan are really good in the women's game, aren't they? There's nothing immediately stands out to me there. Italy are quite low. Portugal are quite low. Belgium are quite low. I mean, are they though? Scotland are 30th. South Korea in there. China, Serbia. I'm not seeing like a Papua New Guinea type thing. Mine's all looking quite nah. I think mine's actually fairly straightforward, sadly. No, yeah, that is fairly low, actually, I suppose. It's not quite Papua New Guinea being at the top of the list, though. That would have been somewhat more of a surprise. We got a complete... Oh, yeah. I was going to say, we got a week off here. It's because this is where the semi-finals take place, and that's usually where the cup final is. Neither of which we're competing in. Scholars announced. These are not they. That's just a guy who's 22. I'll do one last little check to see if there was any upgrades to them. Nope. They all stayed at 3-star CA. Some quite bad personalities in there as well, unfortunately. All those trials have finished as well. Kokonda's got himself hurt again, unfortunately. Low to go with CA and PO when signing players for Loan Farm. I tend not to bother with CA a lot of the time, unless it's later stages. For me, if I'm saying I'm looking at amateur players just to fill the farm out, 4 stars my cut-off, generally speaking. Because you can find a decent amount of like 4-star amateur players that you can get on freeze, obviously, because they're amateurs. But most of the time now, for example, with the Loan Farm, we're never really signing on the only players we're signing specifically for the Loan Farm are just kind of like random dude that looks a bit good. Most players we're trying to sign as like, hey, this is a guy for us, but could end up playing in the Loan Farm anyway in the meantime because he's got to develop. There's always a phase in the save where you want to be spamming loads of amateur and non-contract players to bulk out the Loan Farm because some of them are actually likely to be good, but we're past the point of that in this save now where really we want to be concentrating on the sort of 10 clubs at the top that can actually like make the progress. Guys like Lekia with Belkin and Co. What am I going to say here? Don't want to cause problems. Does he realise he's not registered for the squad? I literally couldn't play him if I wanted to, nor can I register him. Yeah, the volume initially is great. And once you've got that consolidated, which ours was a bit messy because of the Spanish Scourge stuff, unfortunately, which I think at some point will come back and will help us eventually. Because it's helped the Polish side to a certain point, but because everyone's got those players, it's tougher. But once that one starts to burn out a little bit, they'll still, in theory, have good players because of the Loan Farm, and they'll start to sort of swing in their direction a bit more, I think. That's my hope, anyway. Because it is crazy that we've had no Polish sides have won a European trophy yet. Like, not even a Conference League after 16 seasons is wild. Considering how much better. Yeah, it saved us that initially, but I think it's costing us now because everyone's better as well. But it definitely made the Loan Farm easier in respects because it meant that we could get players out of them because their squad strength was way better. So Atletico versus PSG, and in the other one it's Barca versus Napoli. Wow. Certainly not quite the days of Dinamo Zagreb getting to the Champions League final, is it? Unfortunately. A 0-0 draw. Typical. I kind of hope Atletico do go on and win the whole thing now, just because at least we'll feel a bit better about the fact we lost to the eventual winners. Oh god, more mentoring, my favourite. What insanity have they given? Let me guess, is it runs with ball more often? It's going to be, isn't it? Tries first time shots. Oh god. Why? As good as you are as a player, I don't want you having that trait. Stop learning things. Be a dullard. That's all I want from you. Whatever Polish for dullard is, I need it. It'd be nice to have Yenzi back in the summer as well, though. That'll change things a little bit. That's literally all. Oh, every single player on here is. It's because we've opened up so much space now for the summer when we do loads more scouting. There's just so much space now. Oh, what for Wizard? Wow, holy shit. Thank you very much for the 1,000
Just
bits.
for the hell of it, celebrating legally being able to retire early now. Yes, it's my 55th today.
Why didn't you say so? I mean, you have now, so in theory, that question is kind of moot. But ultimately, chat, can we get some BBs in chat for Watford Wizard? That's very kind of you, friend. You really didn't have to do that. To retire when they got to leave your club. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, thrives on playing in big matches. I've so rarely seen that. So that must be above relishes then. Because I feel like I see relishes more frequently, which just based entirely on confirmation bias suggests that that's the case. Wait. Kazuki Suzuki can't speak Polish. Oh god. That does catch me out sometimes, actually. Hard to read. Indeed, yes. And the way I sort of staccato said it. That's true. He's ended up on the wrong side of his Instagram reels. Oh god. Alan's injured. Arnold's injured. We're going to have to sign out the guy from Norwich. Forza Juve. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Next year's Build a Nation save. It is 99.9% HB Kyrgyz with Denmark. I want to sort of go back to the original, very first Building a Nation save I ever did on YouTube. I've sort of been working my way backwards because Poland was the second one, technically. And Denmark was the original series back in 2016. So 10 and a bit years later. What kind of relishes? Oh, well, I mean, wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, a big send-off potentially was with the idea being potentially that from then on I'd try something a little bit different. Who's the 0.2%? Well, it's not really another team. It's just that something could get in the way. But I'm pretty much set on it being HB Kyrgyz minus something, an act of God, so to speak. Like a volcano opens up in that specific part of Denmark, swallows the team up, and we're like, you know, will SI reflect this in the upcoming game? I like to always keep my options open. Just in case. Also, the first legs have happened. And it's the final today. In fact, tell you what, we'll just see what happens in the final because it needs to be Lechia. Otherwise, we are going to look real freaking silly. Well, I mean, it seems to work for the moment, Inferno, which is the most important thing. I'm Danish. Love to see it. You could be one of the many people that will teach me how to say things in Danish because I will struggle with the Danish pronunciations because I'll be pronouncing everything as if it's Swedish or Norwegian. And EDC Rise through the Pyramid. Do you know, Hayden, if you are interested in something like that, well, you're going to love what I've got coming up on YouTube. Do we get to see the final? Oh my god. They won on penalties. That very nearly could have been bad. But it wasn't bad in the end. Oh my god, it took a 92nd minute winner. Yeah, it is right, yeah. Because obviously local, I figured that'd be more fun. And also 9th tier then. Added time equaliser, winner on penos. Morrison in there. Fuck yes, that's sick. But yeah, the reason I chose them for was obviously because I figured if I was running around there, having it be the local side as well on top of that would make more sense. Still yet to come. Yeah, it's going to be... The problem is, at the moment, because I'm still recording loads of stuff for it, the episodes will basically... It won't be like a season is an episode. It's like either there's a natural stopping point with a cliffhanger or something from the game stuff, or it's a cliffhanger with regards to the running side of things. And yeah. No, I'm not pre-recording a lot at once. But because it's such a big project, there's just a lot of stuff to go through with all the extra footage and things. I'm like midway through the second season at the moment. That's all still part of the first episode, basically. But until I can start piecing it together properly, I won't get an idea of narrative structure yet. And then once I've got that, I should have an idea of exactly when I want to make the stopping point. Basically, I need this thing to hand me something absolutely heinous so I can use that as a stopping point. You know, oh, just do a marathon. Sure. But that's the plan with it. Plus, I'm taking my time over it because I want to edit it to be as good as I physically can with, like, building custom graphics for it and all the stuff that I think will just make it a little bit different, you know? This is what I'm committed to now. Committed through to the end of December with this, so expect me to be an absolute 100k run. Yeah, well, potentially it could be. Because that's part of the rules of it. Every promotion I get knocks 10k off of a 100k run. And the maximum I can get is 8. Which is not likely to happen in the timescale I have, because obviously the timescale is limited by how many runs I can do. So if you lose 3 games in a row, congratulations, that's your runs for the week. And you've made no progress. Unfortunately, no Areolas. He is gone. He is tittyless. I'll front points for that one. Play my local at some point. Cambridgeshire, if you're referring to that team anyway. Sort of the Fens, basically. So like Cambridgeshire, but when they get promoted, they often end up in the Midlands leagues because of we actually weirdly far north, even though it's still the south. Right, Europa League, probably not but later up the leagues they might do potentially. Depends what league your local's in. Right, Radomiak, come on. It's sketchy, but they have won the game, which is good. I worry a bit for the second leg. They are going to need to be a bit better than that, but they've got a lead to take to the second leg, which is something. I don't have, however, the same level of optimism for Piaskowitz against Arsenal. Okay, once again, I'd like to retract that statement. How have they not scored more goals? This is the problem, though. They should have won this game like 3-0. You've got to take your chances. And if they put 3 past Arsenal here, it would have been tough for Arsenal to come back even with a good performance. The problem is they've now only got a 1-goal lead, and we all know what's going to happen at the Emirates. But, I mean, to be fair, if there's any goalkeeper that could stop Arsenal, it's Dominic Chunga. This guy is unreal. He's one of the best goalies in the world, honestly. Although he still only has 3 caps for Colombia, which is wild to me. Juric did let them down, which is such a shame. But if nothing else, they've both won. Which is good for coefficient. But I still have a horrible feeling that they could both lose the second leg and go out. Because they should have won by way more than that. Oh, God. What does that do for coefficient, though? It's more wins, which gets us ever so much closer to Germany. Yet again, not that much closer, but a little bit closer. Yep, we're now within 1 point of Germany. There's a chance here. 21.5. If they were to both win the second legs, we'd get another 0.5. They might actually, even if they lost the finals, if they got there. We've also had, officially now, I think this is our best ever season in the save as far as coefficient goes, because I don't believe we had... There might have been 121 further back, but I don't think we've ever had a 22-point season. This is insane. I just have a horrible feeling that oh, great, now Toby's hurt himself. How are we in Europe? We are not in Europe, unfortunately. We were knocked out of the round of 16 because Atletico Madrid have a jolly green giant that is unstoppable. Now that I think about it, I actually think that he was stoppable. What I should have done was change our defensive instruction to stop inviting crosses and cut the crosses off at source instead and force teams inside, because that would have, in theory, prevented them from actually putting the crosses in that he was scoring from. I think if we do have to face a team that does that again, I will actually change that part of the tactic just in case, because they were just unstoppable from crosses in that game. Now, they probably still score them anyway, but that's probably the one thing I could have changed that I didn't think about at the time. And when I was watching the highlights back to capture them, I thought, wait, Aguirre? Oh, no, he's not returned, has he? No. He always scares me like that. There are a few that are looking to end, unfortunately, though, which is frustrating. In fact, I believe that means that Blanco's now back, isn't he? Alan's more, but he's in progress. Is he? Jesus. It is cool to see that just Ellis's success in general. It's just nice to see that he's become like one of the big football channels that does that sort of stuff. It's just cool. Because he's one of those people that you just go, yes, he deserves it. Oh, okay. So, have we even got another game in between now and the... No, we don't. There's literally no other game. Oh, no, there is. No, there isn't. We'll know what happens with the second legs before we even get to our next match. Oh, please. I really, really want to be doing 2 finals on Sunday. It would set up so perfectly. Recap on a Sunday is sensational times. It just means it's just a good vibe for everybody. And if we could get a double European final, particularly as I could see them both being winnable. Especially the Conference League, if they get there. But ultimately, they'd be playing, what was it, either Alaves or Stade Rennais in the Europa League final, and the other one. A couple of Jukaricki dudes. Where's Gregory gone? Oh, there's Gregory Puri. So fully scouted now. Oh, only a C-, but that might just because of his value. I'm intrigued by Gregory Paris. A lot of these guys I don't have the good knowledge of yet, so I'll send them around again. That's a guy, Gamba Osaka. Yes, please. Shortlist with you. Tell you what, we could get some really nice like loan farm signings in the summer. If we've got a big enough budget, which we should do. We're absolutely looking at, did it? And exactly, if they've beaten Arsenal, right? I just find that super strange suspect. It's like, I think, as you say, it's crabs in a bucket, isn't it? It's like, why wouldn't you want the guy to have, like, happiness, ultimately, right? Weird. And he's a lovely, lovely guy. Scout amateur players. I tend not to do a lot of scouting them on at all. Pretty much with amateur players, if I'm doing loan farm stuff and I've got the money, I don't really even scout. I scout them enough to see this to PA. That first time I see their PA, if it's 4 stars, they're in. Pretty much. People do enjoy, but they do. I try to be the opposite. Like, I'm an altruistic vampire. Like, I thrive off of seeing other people happy. It's just nice, isn't it? Parasocial nonsense. It is, yeah. I feel like somehow we avoid that here, and maybe it's just because I'm not a particularly large creator, potentially. Yeah, Barca have only just narrowly got through, and, well, you know what? They deserve it. Although the absolute beanpole of a man did score again. God, the sooner he retires, the better. 6'6", but he's got 17 pace. And to have that level of height, but also be agile like his Simone Biles, is not fair on the rest of us. Shouldn't be allowed. You're right, it's definitely different with FM because the audience does definitely skew order, but I think that might be changing slightly, just because I think that with the console stuff with FM, it definitely has changed the audience demographic so far, but I think it depends on the type of content you make, because I'd be willing to bet that rebuild type content, specifically, probably does skew slightly younger, if I was to guess, anyway. If you do all that, I drop down the stairs every day. Is that why my back hurts? I knew it. Right, moment of truth. Thursday. Sometimes it spoils it by showing it in here. But it didn't, which does make me wonder if it only spoils it when they win. I'm going to check Piaskowitza first, because they're the one I'm least thinking they're actually going to win. And that, my friends, is why you win the first leg when the opportunity is there for you. But Arsenal have absolutely hammered them. Took extra time, admittedly, with Andrew and Brown there. But that's why you need to get that second. So, does that mean they get a coefficient point because they went on? It only counts after penalties, doesn't it? It's great, but they needed to score 3 goals in the first game. They had the chance there. Arsenal got the red card. They had the opportunities. I noticed that they didn't even play Juric in this game. He didn't even come off the bench. They dropped him as a result of that. Ah, dear. They might get a draw point, potentially, yeah. I like they've got a right back called Marcel Trojan. And he's got a mustache. You can't be called Trojan and not have a mustache. Score at 90 minutes. Is it? I thought it was only draw at, like, before penalties. But either way. Right, well, we better at least have Radomiak through. Yes, my guys. Come on. Marabese penalty. They gave up one to Taleb, but it doesn't matter because Zinsberger's boys are in the Conference League final. It's good for Poland. We're still catching Germany. Unfortunately, it's a draw after 90 minutes, but they did beat the Genk. Let's go. It sucks that Piaskowicz did get through, but the fact that they nearly beat Arsenal in the semis, it shows the levels that we're now achieving. We had both the teams in the Champions League group as well get through, and Vichester knocked out by Leverkusen. First time we've ever had all 7 sides qualify for the knockouts in a season. It shows. There is development here, right? What does this do for us? Oh, I don't know if it's enough. 21.929. We are literally 0.5 and a bit behind them. It might not be enough. I don't think, even if they win it, I don't think it's quite enough to overtake Germany this season. Because if they win the match, they get the match winning points, and then they also get a bonus for the win, but I don't know how much it is. That sucks. Well, I'm going to say sucks, it could be good. Oh. Penalty shootouts do not count. Coefficients are calculated to 1,000, they're not rounded up. The compilation... Oh, wait. This feels new. During extra time, 1.2 defeat in regular time or extra time. Okay, yeah, so it is after extra time, basically. So you have to have got to extra time to get the extra one. That's okay, though. They do. So there's a chance next season. Yeah, you're right, actually. We instantly gain 4 or 5 points on them at the start of next year. So realistically, we're likely to go above Germany the season after anyway, back into 3rd place. Because we literally have worse years than them every single season up until this year. In fact, Germany are going to continue to fall away from us for the next 5 years. I think what this has done, if nothing else, is it's pretty much established us now as part of the hegemony in that top 4, probably for the rest of the save, because it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get back above us again, both them and France, because they haven't got the consistency here. France they're going to lose some bad seasons, but they'll need to be good in the meantime as well, which is awesome. So I was hoping we'd get them this year, because it just speeds up the progress by another season, but as long as we get into the top 4... that's what matters. Also, Spain are now only 4 points behind England and still have teams left in Europe. Yeah, watch us shit the bed next year. Speaking of, what is actually our league form looking like? So, tell you what, though, that's a really, really strong set of teams for the Champions League. Jagiellonia, who obviously consistently have done well. Being 2, 3, 4 is basically the same. Yeah, we just want to be 5th. That's the thing, though. We don't want to have 5th catch us again. Because that does matter, because we've not managed to get 3 teams into the group stage, even though we could have done, as in 3 extra teams, since moving down to 5th again. Radomiak, obviously, they're good enough to be in here for sure. They got to the Conference League final. Having them in the Champo next year under Zinsberger would be goated. Lechia, albeit without Blanco, is sucky, but maybe they'll take him back. Korona Kielce, I don't want that, but I don't think there's much chance of that not happening. Arca are back, which is fine. Piaskowicz are okay. Realistically... if Brookbet or Piaskowicz, I'd want Piaskowicz to be in there. So would have 5 been above 4? Which table? Hang on, which table are we looking at specifically? 5 above 4. 4 is very much above 5. Or was there a different table I was looking at? National teams. National teams? What? Forgive me, I'm a bit confused. National team. Are we... I'm unsure. Oh, coefficient. Oh, yeah, sorry, hang on. That's because... I think this is where the confusion is. It's because... if you meant the coefficient chart, sorry, yeah. The reason that 5 was above 4 is because I hadn't got it sorted by... So if I sort it by that, that's the current coefficient chart. But this one, the one we're actually using, is the one that gives us like the on-running total for if the season finished now, what the points would be like for next season. Which is why it's good to know. We use this one more because it shows us where we're likely to be next year. So ahead of France, crucially. Not by much, though, to be fair. They've had a decent enough year as well. In fact, nearly as good as us. Is there any chance we could catch it? No. No, but Spain are well ahead of them now. Wow. What a season. Łódź have been... I feel like they haven't gained a point in ages. Also, fun fact about Legia Warszawa's season. I was looking through the stuff to prepare things for the league tables. They got 17 points from their first 8 league matches this year. They then proceeded to get 2 points from their next 12 league matches, including a spell where they didn't score for 5 games. Then, new manager comes in, they win 5 in a row and 6 out of 7, and pull themselves all the way back up again. They went from being second to relegation zone to back in the European hunt again. Wild season. What leagues? Just Poland is the only one that's loaded to playable. The others, the big 5 essentially, and their second tiers, and England is lower, are all set to view only. Germany have been really bad. They lost 2 teams in the group stage of the Champions League, and also their Conference League team didn't make it into the group, which was the biggest thing that's killed them. John's just got injured again. He hasn't even come back yet. He's already injured. Any other skins? To be fair, it's got nothing to do with the skin. The skin is irrelevant to that. The reason it's displayed like that is because I specifically clicked at the top to sort them by what I was trying to show, basically. So by default, it will show that. But obviously, this is the one that actually matters, which is why I sorted by that. But the skin doesn't touch that at all. That's true. That second... Oh, they didn't get one, did they? It was only Spain and France got a little one, didn't they? But not like a particularly big scourge. And obviously England didn't get one at all, which is good in a way, because the last thing we need is them being any better than that. Daiki's making even more positive development, incredibly. Could you positive develop, please? He's got very professional. I mean, he's good in it. Hello, Jerry. How are you, my friend? So we've got 3 games to go, but all that's now sorted. I mean, a third scourge coming. I think if there was to be a third scourge, we would have had it by now. Given the... I don't know if Hadrian can remember the years of the respective scourges, but I think if there was to be a third one, it likely would have shown up by now. A scourge. Basically, sorry, I realise I say this quite a lot. There's a weird glitch in F126 where, specifically, it affects in this way. If you turn a league to view-only or playable in the middle of a save, it has a habit of generating loads of high PA players in that division for the teams that it's adding, that are way higher than they should be in terms of its PA. To give you an idea, I did a test save where I tried this with Spain. They went from having like 87 players with above 170 PA to 800, which is obviously a far too many and completely unbalanced as a save. But it even works in smaller leagues, just on a smaller level. So for example, with Norway, I did a test with it where obviously there was 0 players playing in the Norwegian league above 170 PA. When I switched this thing on, it added it to, it was like 40 of them, which is obviously mental for Norway. But what it does is it floods the database with high PA players at amateur and non-league sides, meaning that they just get picked up really, really cheaply, and it just completely... this is the chart. Here we go. So you can see here, these ones were the original Scourge players. So you see it started there, although some of these you could attribute to that. But... 339 of them with above 170 PA. There should be less than that in the entire database overall, probably. So this is from save file 61. And you can see that it affected France to a little bit of an extent, Germany quite heavily, England not at all, and in Italy to a certain extent. But you'll note when it happened again, it only really affected Spain, but to like a half the level of the others. And a lot of them were concentrated more at big clubs, which is a bit more realistic, but still far too many, basically. Hence why Spain is catching England, basically. And how most of the Polish national team is Spanish. Yeah. I would have thought that it would have likely happened, because there was a 4-ish year gap in between them before it started happening again. And if it was on some kind of weird cycle because of some glitch or something, then we would have started seeing them by now, because they're about 24, 25 currently. In fact, we can look, because it's people like anyone with an S in their name, basically, on our squad list. Not in this team, of course. No, that's goalkeepers. This guy, Medina. So yeah, 23-24. So I think if it was going to happen again, it probably would have happened. Happened to us. I mean, well, yeah, it did in this save. That's what that data is from. But it will happen. What causes it is basically turning any league set to playable or view only in the middle of a save. If you have the league switched on at the start, it's fine. But if you turn them on mid-save, that seems to be what triggers it. The point is, it doesn't happen in the actual divisions specifically that you switch on. So if you turn on Spain down to the second tier, which is what we did, the players are generating at the third and fourth tier sides that aren't actually in playable leagues. That's where it becomes more of a problem. Because in previous FMs, this sort of worked at the same level, but it only did it in leagues that you actually had turned on. Now it does it the leagues below those. And yeah, that's where the real problems come in. Unfortunately. It's certainly made this save... It's made it more easy, but also more difficult at the same time. So that's why we won our first Champions League, because we weren't aware that it was happening, and we'd signed them, obviously. But then it's also made it harder, because one, we got rid of them, and two, the entire database is now flooded, which means that all the teams are insanely good. Everyone's kind of bumping right up against the ceiling of what's possible, so it really does require small margins in order to get the results, which might be why our goalkeeping situation is so weird because of that, potentially. Oh, Watford Wizard, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you, friend. So I don't know that one season window where it's already overpowered. Maybe. Although, I did a test, I think, where I went 5 years into the future with a Ferenc Varos save to test it, and it still did it. So it's... But yeah, Spain is by far the worst. And England seem to be completely impervious to it. And I wonder if it's because of the way that B teams work in England. Or the lack thereof, I guess. Whereas I believe Italy, Germany, and France all have some kind of... Yeah, I've not had it happen with Brazil because I haven't switched them on, but apparently that can be even worse. Basically, the higher the youth rating of the country it is, the worse it's likely to be. Belgium won't be quite as bad because of their slightly lower youth rating, but it will still be pretty bad. I suspect. If I was getting guys when doing it with Norway that were like I think it was 45 of them, that should tell you everything, right? It would be a fun way, actually, to just really overpower a specific nation for absolutely no reason. Like, you just turn on Kosovo or something, and it's like, hey, we're back. If you did it with Tuvalu, you might get, like, a guy, potentially. But they'd obviously have to be in a league I will switch on in mid-game, which obviously is only the base games ones. Those two are both not available. Federico does not get to start in goal today, so we will pick another goalie. How many students qualify for each nation in Europe, as I'm struggling to find it? Ah, yes. Un momento. If this is the screen, I believe you're looking for... So, if you go to Europe, and you see this one here, click the actual box and not the leagues within it. And if it takes you to that, then you go to this screen, and that it's way more hidden than it needs to be. And the fact that it displays them as separate tabs is a pain in the arse. But I think this is the one you're probably looking for, right? So it shows us, for example, 3 there, 1 in the qualifiers, and then with the Europa League, it's 2 straight in, and the Conference League, it'll be 1 in the playoff. Sorry, 3rd qualifying round, in fact, which is a bit of a pain. Not that we've suffered from it, but it could have caught us out. It used to be a much more usable screen on FM24, let's put it that way. Oh, big teams buying really good players. Just say no. It sounds dumb, but that is most of the time the answer. Just say no. They can't legally steal your players. Now, obviously, they can stick around. They could be unhappy, but that's okay. Wrexham are currently 11th in League 1. Moved to Sweden for school. Oh, sick. Let me guess. University of Uppsala. Or, I don't know, I'm just guessing. That's so sick, that, man. What are you going to be studying? Yeah, obviously, if the board sell a player out from underneath you, that's why we put boat clauses in, but even then, they can still go above your head, right? Is it always Uppsala or... Wait, was I being correct? Imagine if it was, and I just pulled that out of my arse. Wrexham moved to... Imagine. KTH. KTH actually sounds like an abbreviation for a Finnish team. My brain just completely spazzed out there. I've just realised what you were saying about how they've moved to France, because I said Ligue 1, didn't I? Yes. Aldershot, by the way, are promoted to the Championship. They're up. Love to see it. Dagenham and Rubbish likely going with them. In fact, they are with them. Hell yeah. Going for 1 semester. Oh, that's cool. So it's like a semester abroad type thing. Hell yeah, man. That sounds sick. I never had that option at uni, mostly because they cancelled my course in the middle of it, which was fun. Hello, Gordo. We had to get some random nation to win the World Cup. Find a nation with lots of lower leagues. Leave them off the switch on. Possibly, Gordo, yeah. The video will be, can I manipulate the game files to win a World Cup? I don't hate the idea. I'll add it to the list. At the moment, basically, every day that I'm not making a recap video, which is obviously tomorrow's a recap day, I am working on the EDCC thing because I'm just like so like committed to it at this point, and that's a good thing. That's what you should want, right? But it will go on the list. Maybe I was going to say maybe it will still be there next year. I really hope it isn't. That would be very bad. How fix the scourge issue in Spain? Maybe, but honestly, the Spain league system is not really the issue. It's the coding of the game, pretty much. Like they shouldn't have to. Spain shouldn't have to change their entire league system for this. Right, goalkeeper. Let's go. So it can't be number 9. Although we had a nice little run. He's had 3 appearances now. Ooh, get a lovely little breeze off of the wheel here. Kungliga Techniska Högskolan, or Högskolan. I like it. Sounds good to say. Just rolls off the tongue. I thought it was going to be Manuel Hansen again. That's technically 9. It's actually the little flippity gibbet thing is actually in the 9 one. I'll have to do it again. Usually drop. Tough to say, but likely it would be. I mean, if it follows the same pattern as the others, then you probably get betas usually late October, and then full releases usually early November. There was one year where it was late November. Okay, this is getting stupid. And he was trapped here forever trying to pick a goalie. Pacino has been feeding things to the wrong people, I think. They're all secretly number 9. I've got a weighted wheel. To be fair, it feels like it's weighted because I still have never actually landed on the free hit one for Matt on the actual time when I need it. Hey, number 10! It nearly landed on 9 again. Yeah, I mean, if you get it 3 times in a row, then maybe you can get it. Okay, so close to him, but not quite. Let's see. Who is 10? It's Goiko! It's Mr. Tall Beans. Fuck it. We'll watch Mr. Goiko in this one. This is probably the last game of the stream anyway, so we might as well watch it. They're not fit. Let's go. I feel like maybe I'm just cursed. I mean, ultimately, it's good for content if it lands on the ones that punish me more. I also don't know if it's going to be a great thing. I was running along today talking to the camera and being like, yeah, no, this is actually really awesome. So apologies to all the Matt Sufferer enjoyers. Carlos, Janicic, Arnold, my robot. I'm trying to think who I'd want to start this one here. Maybe we'll start Eon. No, I'll leave Naeem in the team, actually. And that's probably about it, actually. I want to keep Steinbergen in alongside Volkanov. This is season 16, right at the very end. I do not have 3 and 4 leagues in Poland, unfortunately, no. When we started the save file, there wasn't an extended database available yet that added the 3rd or 4th divisions that would also have been compatible with the slight database tweaks that we needed to make. So as a result, we unfortunately had to use a version, the base version edited by Hadrian to add the little things we needed to tweak. In hindsight, I wonder if I maybe could have held off a little bit more and perhaps, but I was just kind of eager to get started, honestly, given the excitement around it. Jagiellonian plays tonight. Nice. They're in the Champions League for us next year. Who are they playing? I should know this, really. I'm a bad fake poll. Rangers. Oh, okay. Fair. Oh, speaking of Jagiellonian, I forgot we were literally playing them right now. And technically we aren't actually champions yet. We just all basically are. So we're actually going to likely win the title today, he says, expecting them to actually do something other than lose this game. Would have held on. Yeah, true. I think you're right. Because we waited a bit longer with Malta to ensure that we were going to not have any issues. Ironically, we still did, but that's not anything we could control. One, we had that finance bug thing, which they fixed, which ironically broke it. And then obviously there was the finances issue, but there was nothing we could do about that. Not finance, player values essentially. Oh, that's a really good pass actually. What a block! That's a great block from Volkanov. Who needs a goalkeeper when Volky can just get on everything? Volkanov's performances, other than the red card, have actually been fairly competent in this team this year when he's come into play. I think another run of being the backup for us next year where he'll get a decent amount of football, he could start to creep into that sort of 3-star CA type level where he actually becomes more usable. Because eventually Mana's going to age out this team. And I'm looking for a Volky... Good save. Sort of a Volky-Steinbergen pairing would be quite fun. Although, can't forget about Gareth, of course. Yeah, the thing where we had to... oh, mate. The anxiety I had when I realised that the finances thing with that bug that they'd fixed that then broke everything was crazy. Because I was just like... If we'd have carried on as it was, it would have been so easy because of the sheer amount of money we would have had. And I just thought to myself, this is not great. Considering all the work you had done and everyone testing the database for that to just happen. Oh, we would have done it all. Because it was just so easy to get money. Good save. By the bar. But I was glad that people were on board with the solution we found. I think actually worked out perfectly, and the fact that you were actually able to go in and program the future transfers to make the same signings. Admittedly, the players weren't always going to be exactly the same because of the way that those players were, but still, like, it cost us one season, and I say cost us one season. It didn't cost anything in theory because I just played it off stream and got us right back up to date again. Imagine if that had been like the 4th season. That's when things started to get a bit more problematic, but that was a bad time. I remember when I realized what had gone wrong after that stream, and I saw all the money, I was like, shit. I was laying in bed in like a ball watching Free Guy. And then Pod came home and was like, what the hell, what's wrong? And then I had to sit there and try to explain this to her in a way that was like, that anyone would understand what I was even jabbering about, basically. Affiliate Club in Europe, no. Our affiliate side aren't even in the top flight. They routinely mess it up. They get in the playoffs almost every single season and are just never quite able to get it over the line. They did get promoted one time, but then they had a generationally bad season in the top flight. Whilst weirdly, because FM26 is a bit broken, we'd never lost our affiliate with them. So they stayed as our affiliate even in the top flight. Even us sending them as many players as we could wasn't good enough, and their goalkeepers pretty much, they had a goalkeeper, an American guy called Bill Smith, who had like plus 12 or something XG prevented. He like prevented 12 more goals than he should have done, and they still got relegated. Understands we should honor that. Was the thing. It's like, if I could explain to Pog about this, then in theory I should be able to get it across. That's Volkanov! What I did, if you remember, when I actually did explain it to chat during that Malta stream, was I sat there and I talked to the camera for like 3 straight minutes on stream without missing a beat, went into YouTube mode, and then we just clipped that as a highlight and just turned that into, it probably still exists as a command actually. It's in there somewhere. Or was it the situation? I probably got rid of it. I did do a load of cleanups of commands the other day, or like the other day, meaning like last year probably. I think you're right, it was the situation, wasn't it? I'll have to go through and click some of those. Fuck, how dare you? You mean SI fuck up. And by that I mean they fixed their game. They fixed the bug that we were exploiting to make the game better. Oh, that's good, didn't it? I don't really even blame Stefanovic on that one. He's made the save. He will be punished accordingly. But the XG might be such that he's still technically above his, like... In fact, they've had a lot of chances. He's done quite well in this game, to be fair. We've been the ones that... We did get a finalist. We got a Radomiak, and we were this close to having a Piaskowitz finalist as well. They won the first leg against Arsenal, and then took the second leg to extra time. Got battered, in fairness, so they did deserve to lose, but they should have won the first leg by way more goals. But the fact that a team like Piaskowitz can take a team like Arsenal to extra time in the semi-finals of the Europa League is a really good sign. And now Gomez is hurt. Awesome. In comes Sharpie. Things you hate to see. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that it was exclamation mark situation, and I deleted the command. I went and tied it up a load because we had some crazy ones that were from like the original OTI days during the COVID era. I think there was one in there to do with Blame Ruiner or something. Sharpie was already in. You're right, he was, and I've just moved him across. That is the Football Manager equivalent of moving deck chairs on the Titanic. Hansen isn't on the bench by any chance. Right then. It looks like Montparousse is coming on anyway. He can technically kind of play there. He did quite well in a game once for us up front, if I recall. Well, I mean, Sharpek's now scored a goal, so... He just got confused. I'm yelling instructions like, get out there! And he's like, I am out there. What are you talking about? Oh, after. There we go. I don't think the first change had even gone through before he did that. Just as well, really. It would have confused the hell out of the poor lad. Oh, forgot Molski's playing for Jagiellonia. Hopefully not too frequently. Or frequently, and just don't play in this game, buddy. This is going top bins, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, dear. I mean, Jagiellonia have been good in this game, in fairness to them, and I think they'll still be below their XG for this game, which might mean that Stefanovic... Nah, he's on a 6.7 now. He's going to need to make a couple of saves. I need a 6.8. Yeah, I needed a picture of him holding up a newspaper, really, as proof of life. Oh, nicely done, Nathan. I'm still not opposed. There's a lot of players I want to sign in the summer. I really hope our budget is going to stretch to it, because I've genuinely got like £100 million worth of transfer targets. And that's outside of XG on the beach as well. Go on, Polizia. Oh! That might be offside. I don't think it is, you know. I think it's actually another goal for McLaughlin. O'Loughlin has done all right this season for what is essentially a very expensive backup player that we've bought. But his numbers this year have actually somewhat impressed me. More than than João Carlos. How was he onside there? Oh, no, he is actually. It was the other player. Oh, actually miles onside. think he's going to get close to like possibly even 5 goals. 9 deals. What you mean? Yeah, we could go Gareth Arnold on it, I suppose. See what happens there. Ability to implement tactical changes instantly rather than having to wait for the ball to go out. Exception of subs. Oh, another one, really? But if you think about it like this, how would you instantly... how would you, as a manager, instantly change the tactics? Because the players wouldn't be able to communicate with you in a way that would enable them to know what the tactical change is without having to be stopped, like say a break in play, for the players to even be told what the tactical change is, right? There's no real realistic way that a player could know what the tactics tweak is. Yeah, they have kind of cooked us from corners here, which is annoying when Volkanov's in the team. Stefanovic is getting punished for this, but I don't really blame him for it. I might get Arnold on, actually, for Staney. Mr. Expensive. And Joao. And Cabezas. Just leave it at that. Oh, dear. That, and obviously, it does need that, but even in real life, right, it would be a tough one. I guess you could use codes, but even then, the code would still have to be communicated to it. Moving players in different positions, for example. Yeah, but again, how would you, as a manager, be able to tell the player to change to a different position without being able to communicate with the player? Like, there would still need to be some kind of break in play in order to communicate that information. The manager's not going to be telling that to a guy in the middle of open play because the player's busy focusing on the game that's going on around him, right? And if that was the case, then the manager would only be able to do that for players that are within like 15 feet of him. So like, maybe he could yell at this guy here, but is he going to be able to say anything to a guy on the other side of the pitch? Probably not. I think that would be like wildly unrealistic to have that be a thing. Also, it would kind of be at odds with actual football, which ultimately is what the game's trying to simulate. Go on. Oh. Okay, I don't want that goalie. Prearranged tactics to change between. Yeah, but then how do you communicate to change tactics? You still need to have somebody and an opportunity to tell the players to change tactics, which you would not have in open play. Because again, you wouldn't have the opportunity to communicate that information to the players without a break in the play. Even if it was a prearranged thing. That was probably not... Whoever he is, he's not winning Glove Island. He's immediately booted off of the island, sadly. 5-3 is a very strange scoreline in this game. But we're winning, and that's the main thing. Go on, one more. Let's have a 6th goal. Really bury him. Starter's pistol. Now you're talking. No, I didn't realise we were talking about guns here. Now, yes. That would work brilliantly if you're that Greek owner that brought the gun on the pitch that time. Oh, hello. Oh, a save has happened. It is hydration. But that's a break. The hydration thing definitionally is a break, is it not? It's even in the name. I mean, ad break, I suppose. Hey, champions! Oliver! Thank you very much for the 10 months. Perfect timing. And we get to see the kit up close here. Well, we sort of do if it wasn't blurred out by the game for some reason. I love the weird, like, drop shadow that they all have on them. It's like my first thumbnail. Ah, what a perfect time for it. He did, didn't he? Yeah. I can't remember which game it was, but I believe it was in Greece. Maybe we'll see the away kit next season, yeah. Consume the information by drinking. Oh, I see. Now you're on my level, yes. So they don't actually get told the information. It's in like nanoparticles inside the bottle, and then as they absorb the water, when it crosses the blood-brain barrier into the head, that's when... Now that's the kind of nuanced thinking that we need around here. I'm so sorry I misjudged you. I agree. Was it like Athens? God's power. Well, obviously he's in there because of God's power tower. Match plans. Yeah, match plans don't even work properly anymore. I completely forgot they were even a thing. But we had a little look at them last stream, I think it was, and they are suboptimal. Stefanovic, yeah, he didn't do amazingly there, but he's actually not suffered too much because he did at least make some saves. Manage a hand gesture when he shout names and indicate them, but again, if a player is on the other side of the pitch, he's not going to hear him, is he? He's still going to have to wait for a break in play to instruct them. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm batting my head against the wall here, but like, if the game is going on, they're not going to be listening to the manager when they're the other side of the pitch with an active game in play. Yeah. And if someone did manage to do it one time with a megaphone or something, or an earpiece, then I don't think that FM's still going to be able to model that, unfortunately. Megaphone. Kev did bring a megaphone to the last charity game, in fairness. That was part of his plan. He broke it before the match even started. Which is very classic. I too hate it when the nanoparticles tail... having dinner. You're about to cut into your nice juicy steak and all of a sudden you're like, shit, I've got to get the shin pads on, I'm off. 69 points as well, perfect. We're actually now 12 points clear because Jagiellonia and everyone else have just sort of been collecting nothing there. On the PA. Oh, yeah, because PAs are famously really understandable, Kermred. Have you been to a swimming pool? You'd actually have a better chance at yelling it at the player on the pitch, I think, at this stage. Molsky, every time we checked their games, Molsky seemed to be in the team, which is a good sign. I mean, yeah, he played 27 matches for them this year. And I'm pretty certain he only signed for them in January? Or it was right at the very end of the window, so they would have already elapsed a lot of games. Nah, they can't be from January. Has to be from the summer. But 27 games, 4 goals, 5 assists. Those good numbers. These are decent numbers. So, what we'll do here, we'll have a little look at the, not even technically the final standings. Obviously, I will play the last 2 league games off stream to, I think it's unlikely to change, but you never know. There's still an off chance that it could happen. But very unlikely. Right, goalkeeper analysis. Points per game, Okimoto was highest. Clean sheets, Okimoto was highest. Clean sheets per 90, Okimoto was highest. Also got the most appearances, but that's fair, other than Hansen, lol. Mistakes into goals. Did have 1 in fairness. XG prevented. He and Bacino were the only 2 that managed to have a positive one on that one. Rim Kumsong did in fact end up finishing bottom, sadly, bless him. Who was? Arneson, over 1 appearance in fairness. Stefanovic actually ended up quite far down this, sadly. Expected goals against per 90 prevented as well. Okimoto was top of the pops on that one too. Pass percentage was very good too. What about his expected save percentage? Or rather his save percentage actually versus it. So he actually had a lower save percentage than Pineda. Well, the same as Pineda, but his was also expected to be less as well. Mabanj was the worst. He had a 50% save percentage off of an 84. So it wasn't even difficult chances to save either. I think that's what makes it more galling there. Some of these guys are in the way. But Rimcom Song was sort of middle of the road for that one. So Daiki's likely going to get the job for next season, unless we find out that he's got a hatred of big matches, which could obviously throw it all into disrepute. Malta harder than Poland. Yeah, massively. Just because the other multi sides are so bad to start with. They are just so far down. Oh, I didn't do fantasy points for the last match. You're right. I completely forgotten. I really should. Particularly as everyone gets them. Well, Montparnasse gets a cheeky little something or other, doesn't he? How about was Sharpek's injury? Not Sharpek, sorry, Gomez. Get that in there to finish things off. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. Brace the screeny shotty. Oh. I was going to say I'm still thinking back to my elite tier joke earlier, but I wouldn't be because I've actually forgotten it. Typically. There we go. Jacob Murphy. Move from who? And then Moparu's got a goal, so we'll get him a little extra point. Oh, the forever blurring bubbles. Yeah, that was elite. I'm sorry. That might be some of my best work yet. So we got man of the match, but no clean sheet, obviously. Don't forget Blinth. You can't forget Blinth. Are we talking Danny Blinth or Daily Blinth? Father or son? Hardest bush nation I've ever done. Malta, for sure. But obviously it had its advantages in places, but Ireland was pretty tough too, just because of how low they start, and also there was a glitch in the game that basically meant that we found it harder to sign players than we realistically should have done because of this weird bug that basically said players weren't going to join us at this stage in their career, but they were saying it far too late in the save, basically. And so it meant that players that we should have easily realistically been able to sign wouldn't sign for us. And I knew this was a bug because I recreated the save file a few months later on a fresher version of the database, essentially, of the new version of the game, and the same problem didn't persist into there. Like we'd be like a challenging for the Champions League team, and there'd be random players that'd be like, "Oh, I still don't think this is the right move for me." I'm like, "What?" It was very, very strange. Right, that is that. Obviously, we haven't won the title. I'll play the other 2 games to get us up to that point as well. Just randomly save it there, which means Tafik Ghanem was the beginning of that. Yeah, I believe so. He was the most extreme example of it. It doesn't have enough categories, 100%. Yeah, I think it's only like 3, isn't it? It needs to be at least 5, if not more, to make it a bit more granular. Thursday? Oh, hang on. Oh, look at that jumping reach. I mean, that's the kind of guy we're going to be looking for. So, Sunday stream is going to be a bit of both. It's going to be Europa Conference League final with Radomiak. I will fix the loan extension script, because that's going to have to happen in there in order for us to progress into the signing of players, most likely. Now, were we to have had 2 European finals, I could have got it. But that means it's going to be Radomiak's final. We're all celebrating coming third somehow. And then XG on the beach. Suit, no, not for their finals. Plus, it's likely to be so fucking hot anyway, isn't it? So, that's the plan. A recap will obviously be out there as well. We'll all be Manuela Zinsberger fans. Give us the loan script. I could, but there'd be no point because it wouldn't work for you. The loan script is much more granular than the transfer room in script at the moment because the way that it works to extend loans with the transfer room in one, it's just clicking on random parts of the screen. Not random part. It's clicking on parts of the screen based on an algorithm essentially that you assign to it. The loan farm one, it uses like image recognition to find these dots and actually know where to click on them because they don't always appear in the same place because of the way that this scrolls unevenly. You'll see as you scroll down, it's not actually like a linear scroll. It moves it in a weird way, so they're not always in the same place. So as a result of that, it has to look for these, and that's where it gets a little bit more squiffy. So I am going to try and make a version other people can use, but the way that I'd have to do it is with a calibration thing that requires you to like screenshot things and put them into the code. It's a bit of a ball ache, basically. So I will try to sort that at some point, but it's not as easy, sadly, because the game does not make it easy, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm going to find a lovely little raid for us on this fine afternoon. Let's see what we got here. We did Zims last time, if I recall correctly, but Muno's live, which you love to see. Now we've picked our keeper. Oh, dear. Right, I'm going to go and prepare everything for the recap tomorrow now. Make loads of league tables that will take fucking ages. They won't, thankfully, because of automation. So yes, I will see you lovely folks on Sunday for the beginning of XG on the beach. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for keeping the vibes especially excellent today. Like a notably excellent Vibbery day. Franck for Vibbery, some might even say. And yeah, I'll send you lovely folks over to Monique, who will of course be at the charity game as well because she's one of the managers. And I will see you lovely folks on Sunday. Hold your gun,